This is Sky News.
Enough is enough. Be done, be gone.
They must go.
For the 5 years of the next Conservative government.
And the big question tonight is who will be our Prime Minister into the next century? Good evening from Kay and me in this last hour of polling. And welcome to Election 97, and welcome too to the millions of Sky News viewers who are watching us across the world. That includes viewers in the United States who are watching coast to coast on the Fox News channel.
Right now in County Durham, Tony Blair is preparing for possibly the most important night of his life.
And in Huntingdon, John Major is waiting to find out whether or not he'll continue as Prime Minister.
While Paddy Ashdown gets ready to leave his cottage in Somerset for the short journey to his Yeovil count, wondering whether his Liberal Democrats can advance their cause this evening. Well, this evening we'll be live with those party leaders, live at the party headquarters and live at the important declarations across the country.
Good evening from the Sky election team here at Tatton, where we'll be finding out whether former Trade Minister Neil Hamilton can survive a challenge from anti-sleaze candidate Martin Bell and his famous friends.
Here at Putney in London tonight, David Mellor is up against Sir James Goldsmith and his referendum party, and the Redgraves appear in a cameo role.
Here in Edinburgh, 6 seats are being fought over, and the Foreign Secretary Malcolm Rifkin is defending a majority of just 4,000.
Hello from Birmingham, where 11 seats are being contested, including one highly marginal Conservative constituency, and where Claire Short is one of the Labour candidates.
And this is Sunderland, where Sunderland South won the race to be the first in the country to declare in 1992. The winner then was Labour's Chris Mullen, and he's a candidate again this time round.
And watching those results as they come in will be Sky's Martin Stanford. Martin, a very good evening to you.
Good evening, Kay. Good evening, Laurie. This is our cyber studio we've built specially for this Election 97 evening. This is where we can do the number crunching throughout the night. And before the night is out, we'll be able to answer this question. Just who will be running the country for the next 5 years? This is a snapshot we took after that election result in 1992. This was the colour of Britain for the last 5 years and the extent of that Tory win those days. 5 years ago, all over the country, Tory constituencies stayed with their Conservative MPs, some other victories as well, one Labour hotspot in London, a bit of Labour support in the northwest. But look at this in the southwest. The Liberal Democrats had hoped for great things back in 1992. It was not to be. A bit of success, agreed, North Cornwall, North Devon, but this time round they'll be hoping to push up from the southwest to take more territory. And as the night goes on, we'll be able to change our map and colour it in with the results for this election in 1997. But first, where was your MP sitting when all this electioneering started some 6 weeks ago? Let's go to the House of Commons and find out.
Order! Order! Can't have two right honourable gentlemen on their feet at the same time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a House of Commons for you. This is where the government of old sat. On these benches, the government benches, it was Conservatives. 325 of them when the election was called. On the Labour side, it was 275 MPs, 26 Liberal Democrats. They'd increased their number through the Parliament, and 25 representing the national parties and representatives from Northern Ireland. So John Major went into this election, we have to remind ourselves, in charge of a minority government of one. Kay, Laurie?
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. Well, back to the world of reality now. And here in our home for the night, the Election 97 studio, let me introduce you to our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher from the University of Plymouth, and of course our election editor, our political editor, Adam Boulton. Adam, we know we've got an hour left of voting, roughly. Whatever the outcome tonight, we are going to see history in the making, aren't we?
Well, yes, indeed. Let's suppose that the incumbents win, that John Major is the next Prime Minister, then the Tories would have achieved something which hasn't been done since modern politics started in the 19th century. 5 consecutive general election wins and a potential total of 23 years in power continuously. If, on the other hand, Tony Blair becomes Prime Minister with an overall majority, he will, at the very least, have chalked up the biggest swing to Labour since the Second World War. Of course, not quite over taking the 12% swing we saw in 1945 to form the Attlee government. If it's a hung parliament, well, it will be the first chance that the Liberal Democrats have to play a part in a government since they were formed, and they are also predicting that they're going to take a record number of seats in the post-war period. Michael, there's one other record which is going to be broken tonight. They're going to be a record number of MPs, 659, record number of candidates. Now, that means, doesn't it, that we're not quite comparing light with light when we talk about the number of seats won tonight compared to what was won in 1992.
That's right. There are 8 more constituencies in this election than the previous election because there have been widespread boundary changes.
So what you've done is you and your colleague Professor Rallings have actually reapportioned all the seats on the votes last time into the new seats. So no one need get confused. They can compare what happened last time with what happened this time for the constituencies which are in contention.
That's right. And of course there are key swings that we should be looking through throughout the night. Less than 1% swing, the Conservatives lose their overall majority. 2.6% swing, we're into hung parliament territory, but Labour requires 4.3% swing to form an overall government.
Well, of course, don't forget that there still is 45 minutes to vote, so get down to those polls if you want to vote. Also this evening, I'm going to be joined by some extremely distinguished politicians, including Nicholas Scott, Roy Hattersley and Alex Carlisle, who are all standing down in this election this time round after many years' distinguished service in the House of Commons. Can I ask you, Roy Hattersley, what would you normally be doing at this time if you were a candidate?
Kicking my heels, basically. Polling day is an awful day for candidates. You go through a number of rigorous obligations which are traditional rather than meaningful. You go around polling stations and shake hands with polling clerks who come from miles outside your constituency to help people get their ballot paper in the box. They don't know what to say to you, you don't know what to say to them. You're nice to the policeman on the gate, and you're slightly worried about whether the work is going on and the votes are coming out, but you just want to get to 10 o'clock. Polling day is a terrible day for candidates.
Nicholas Scott, a late supper before going down to the count, is it?
Yes, but having visited the committee rooms in the different wards as well as the polling stations, you draw a map for yourself before polling day arrives, and you cover that ground, and probably by the early evening, about 6 o'clock, people will be coming back, reporting the flow, and you'll probably have a drink with them and cheer them up, and then, you know, you wait for the 10 o'clock shutter to come
So,
down.
Alex Carlisle, will each individual candidate have a rough idea what's going to happen tonight by now?
Oh, yes, you've got the feel, but I had a very different constituency from theirs. Mine was 900 square miles of rural Wales. So on election day, my wife and I, with her at the wheel, would set off on a 400-mile round trip round 80 polling stations, entirely meaningless, as Roy was saying, but at least we were able to sit and talk for about 8 hours, which we had not done for the previous 3 or 4 weeks. And our tradition used to be to stop for lunch in Llanidloes with Dick and Mary, who always prepared a wonderful lunch with trifle at the end, and then get home for about 9, and there would be dinner ready for us, made by usually my mother. And then go down to the count about 11:30. Very traditional sort of day.
Roy Hattersley, you were telling me this is the first time you haven't been at a count for 50 years, so we're very honoured to have you.
I was at the Hillsborough count when I was, I think, 15 or 16 in 1950. But the count I remember most vividly was 59, when I felt the rock-solid Conservative seat of Sutton Coldfield. And we did all the counting, you know, all the ballots down the tables, and I just came second, just above the Liberals. And we were waiting for the count. And the returning officer then phoned the Conservative candidate at home, Geoffrey Lloyd, a Tory grandee, and said, "We're ready for you now, Mr. Lloyd, if you'd care to come." And we all had to wait for him finishing his dinner and turning up before they declared the count. Those were the days.
must break off there. But we'll be ready for the returning officers around about 10 o'clock. Back to you, Laurie and Kay.
Thanks very much. We'll be chatting for 8 to 9 hours tonight here on Sky's Election Special. Also with us will be the former Transport Minister, Stephen Norris, along with another newly ennobled former MP, Doug Hoyle, and the already noble Lord Tebbit, Lord McAlpine, and indeed Sir Bernard Ingham. We'll also keep you up to date with our televote. You've still got time to ring us before the results at 10 o'clock. And we've got a few surprises up our sleeves as well, including our very own Bob Friend. Where are you, Bobby?
I'm in the heart of Mayfair, Kay, and for a moment you can forget the political parties. This, without a doubt, is the best party in town. The stars have been arriving here at Scott's Restaurant in Mayfair since 7 o'clock this evening. You can hear them in the background. It's a charity event, and as the hours go by, we'll be asking our guests how they view the prospect of the next government. The rich, the famous, the influential, and the occasional loony. And I refer, of course, to Screaming Lord Such of the monster raving loony party, who's with me now in all his finery. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
So why aren't you with Mr. Major this evening up in Huntington?
Well, because unfortunately my mother was very, very ill, and then on top of that she fell over and broke her hip, so she's still in the hospital. So I just couldn't.
But she's much better now.
But I just couldn't take part in an election up and down the country.
But you will again.
I'll be back at the next by-election.
Take us back to those times when you stood on the platform with Mr. Major. Did he resent you being there in all this ludicrous clothing?
Well, I was giving out, this is actual truth, I was giving out these £1 million notes. We're the only party that gives out money, the others take it off you. And I was giving it out to the police and then assistants and then the commissionaires, and then suddenly someone said, can I have one of them? I said, name, she said, Norma. I said, second name, Major, and I looked up, it was her.
That was her.
So I signed one of these to her. She thought it was tremendous. And then I give one to John.
We'll talk at length later on. Now back to the studio.
You couldn't save me one of those £1 million notes, could you, Bob?
Unfortunately, they look a bit worthless to me, but by all means, Kay, I'll take it back.
Bob, thanks very much. The rest of the news with Sarah Montague later on. But first of all, after 44 days, the campaigning is finally over. Now you are deciding who should rule us into the next century. Voting's been brisk all day, with security especially tight after recent IRA bombs and hoaxes. We have this report now for you from David Foster.
The contrasts on this glorious May Day were stark. Pageantry and protection. As the Labour leader came to a polling station in the northeast, he was exercising his democratic right as one of 44 million eligible to vote. And they were there to prevent anyone upsetting that democratic process. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, was in his Huntingdon constituency, out first to put his cross on the ballot paper and then on to meet party workers. At this, one of the longest election campaigns ever, there was still time for souvenir photographs. But according to the Prime Minister, it hadn't been long enough.
I think we should have made the election 10 weeks.
Mr. Major went on to meet a 102-year-old constituent who's voted in every election since women were given the vote. In Somerset, Mr. Ashdown and his wife strolled to their nearest polling station, the family dog behaving far better than another local hound, which nipped the Liberal Democrat leader. Then, for Mr. Ashdown, it was on to a local school, where he was asked if he'd made plans to move to number 10.
I was looking at the curtains this afternoon.
As well as the general election, seats are being contested for control of 34 shire councils and 20 unitary authorities in England. The first results are expected about 11 o'clock tonight, an hour after polls close. We'll know by the early hours who's to form the next government. But by 5:45 in the evening of polling day in Downing Street, they were preparing for every eventuality. David Foster, Sky News, Westminster.
Well, in the next few minutes, we'll be assessing the mood of the nation with some of our correspondents across the country.
But first, a brief resume of the three men who've led their campaigns and would now like to lead the country. We begin with John Major.
One bone, one true religion, one race, one hope, one real decision.
Warming up already, isn't it? What's it like at Mr Major's constituency count in Huntingdon? Our correspondent Judith Dawson is there. Judith, hello.
Good evening.
Tension level high.
I have to say it's not.
Oh.
It couldn't be more relaxed if it tried, and the Prime Minister himself couldn't be more relaxed if he tried. He's cheerier than the jolliest moment of the past 6 weeks, and there haven't been too many of them, no more than you might imagine. He clearly loves this constituency very much, and there's a great warmth from the public toward him. I think he won the biggest majority in the country at the last election, and he visited, as our retiring panel of politicians were saying, a great many committee rooms today. At each of them that we saw him, he was cheery. He was running an hour late by lunchtime because he was staying and chatting and talking to people, and they didn't really want to let him go. So his day is probably just coming to an end now, so he'll be sitting and having a rest and then coming down here in the early hours of the morning.
And we'll come back and find out a little bit more about it later on. We're tense for him anyway, Judith. Thanks.
All hanging loose there. Well, now the CV of the Labour Party leader, Tony Blair.
I guess you'd call it cowardice, but I'm not prepared to go on like this. I can't stand losing. 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 I can't stand losing.
And Jeremy Thompson is now in Mr Blair's Sedgefield constituency. He's at the count at Newton Aycliffe in County Durham. Good evening to you, Jeremy. Tony Blair was saying it's not over until it's over. It is very, very nearly over. What's the mood there?
Well, this is the calm before the countdown here in the leisure centre at Newton Aycliffe, where we're expecting to see Mr and Mrs Blair. I would think in a couple of hours' time, somewhere around midnight, they'll be waiting to see the declaration of the Sedgefield constituency. Probably around 1 o'clock, Mr Blair up against 4 other party candidates here. So he needs to get that little number out the way, one way or another, whichever way that turns out, before he can worry about the higher things in the land. It was a pretty quiet day for him, very much a family day, of course. Tony Blair, Cherie and the children, Ewan, Nikki and Catherine, all set out at around 9:30 this morning from their home up in the constituency in the little village of Trimdon Colliery, and walked across the local playing field to the community hall to cast their vote this morning. They all look pretty relaxed. There was just a hint of tension around Mr Blair's mouth. He was keeping his chin pretty firm and stiff today, trying not to say anything. He's been very focused all the way through this campaign and has tried not to make any slips, not to make any mistakes, and right up to the last, you say, he said it's not over till it's over. You've got to go out and vote to the last, and he doesn't want to give up until the very last moment.
Jeremy, thank you very much.
People.
We must move on now.
Because finally, the life and times of the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Paddy Ashdown.
If you change your mind, I'm the first in line. Honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know and I'll be around. If you got no place to go when you're feeling down. If you're all alone when the pretty birds have flown, honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. Gonna do my very best and it ain't no lie. If you put me to the test, if you let me try, take a chance on me. Take a chance on me. Oh, we can go dancing, we can go walking, as long as we're together. Listen to some music, maybe just talking, get to know you better. 'Cause you know I've got so much that I wanna do. When I dream I'm alone with you, it's magic. afraid of a love affair, but I think you know that I can't let go. If you change your mind, I'm the first in line. Honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know and I'll be around. If you got no place to go and you're feeling down.
Well, in Yeovil now, Sky's correspondent Anna Botting. Hello to you, Anna.
Hello.
When are we expecting Mr. Ashdown this evening?
Well, about 12:30, actual result here, about 1:20 at the moment, apparently. He's enjoying a private dinner with friends and family. Now, his day began about 12 hours ago as he made a short walk from his home in Norton-sub-Hamden to the local village town hall with his wife, Jane, and his dog, Luke, to cast his vote. Then he went on to a school, we've seen a lot of them in the last 5 weeks, to make a plea to first-time voters. He said, apathy is the cancer of democracy, please use your vote. Of course, after that, the usual rounds of committee rooms and polling stations before, as I say, enjoying his dinner tonight.
Come back to you later, Anna. Thanks a lot for the time being.
Let's go to the party headquarters now, and first the Conservatives and Peter Spencer. Peter, what's happening?
At this moment, not a great deal, of course, apart from the fact that the media are setting up. The atmosphere here is quite an interesting mix, in actual fact. There's, on the one hand, officials are pronouncing themselves happy, confident and relaxed, much as John Major did at the counting great Stukely this morning, although it has to be said their body language suggests otherwise. But in addition to that tension, I think there is also a sense, I won't say of being demob happy, but certainly of relief that this seemingly interminable haul is now finally at its end.
Peter, thank you.
Just a short walk away, the Labour Party Nerve Centre, and joining us from there is Richard Bestick. Richard, good evening to you.
Good evening, Kay.
Seen plenty of news conference from there over the last 6 weeks and 2 days. What about this evening?
Well, this evening it's a monitoring exercise. As you're rightly pointing out, this place was the heart of the election war machine for Labour, with its 200 computers, its live links around the country, which allowed the Labour leader to involve himself in press conferences here in London without leaving the campaign trail. And the atmosphere here tonight is that of subdued anticipation. They believe that over the 6-week campaign they have achieved their target, that of holding their position in the polls. What they don't know, and are desperately keen to find out later on this evening, is whether that large section of don't knows will go to Labour or whether it'll go to the Tories or the Liberal Democrats. Then we'll know on what the Labour Party call day zero in their countdown to polling, whether day -1 will be a celebration or yet another alternative to that.
Richard, don't look behind you. We'll see you again later. Thanks a lot.
Well, finally, the Liberal Democrats, and they're ensconced for the night at the Pizza on the Park restaurant in central London. Paul Bromley is there for us. Paul, what's up?
Well, the Liberal Democrats, as you say, have moved from their party headquarters at Westminster to the much more grandiose surroundings of this central London restaurant, which is owned by a leading Lib Dem supporter. Senior Liberal Democrats have been dining on their meal of pizza downstairs, and they'll be coming up here fairly shortly to look at the results and give us their reactions. Certainly, as ever, they're in an optimistic mood with something like less than 40 minutes to go until the close of polls. They've argued throughout this campaign that they will make the difference. Certainly voters now have just over half an hour to make up their minds.
They've clearly got some good viewing there, Paul. Thank you very much.
Where's our political editor? Well, he's here with an esteemed panel, Adam.
Thanks very much indeed, Kay. Well, I suppose the pizza on the park is a novelty, but I wonder very much if my distinguished panel here think that electioneering has changed, or is it all pretty much the same it always has been, Nick Scott?
Pretty much, I think, the same way. I think, obviously, the television has increased its coverage and its influence, I think, since the 1950s, when I started to fight seats. And I think that's probably the biggest single change that I've noticed over those years. Other than that, has been doorstepping, getting your message across in one way or another to your potential voters.
Well, I have to say, some people in Labour headquarters have been saying rather proudly that in about 400 constituencies in this country you wouldn't know there was an election on because there's so much targeting. Is that a new feature?
Yeah, I agree with Nick. I think elections have changed absolutely fundamentally over the last 20 years. And that's because the election machines have become so much more professional and so much more competent. This moment, the Labour Party knows exactly the target voters who it's been chasing for the last month. It knew who it was after. The estimate is 75,000 to 100,000 people who made the difference, and they've been focusing on them. I don't think there's very much doorstepping done. Most Labour Party canvassing is done by phone now. There aren't any small meetings. aren't any rallies. Well, not rallies to speak of. It's all done through television, all done through sound bites. It's become not just the Labour Party, but all the parties. It's become an advertising exercise. It's become a marketing exercise, very different from the old ideological politics.
All a bit cynical now, is it, Alex Scott?
Oh, I think it's become very cynical. There are a few constituencies in rural Wales where public meetings still bring people in, but they are still constituencies...
And who speaks at a public meeting? So they get the top...
They usually, well, the tradition at public meetings that I've been to over the years, and in the 1992 election I spoke at 53 public meetings during the 3.5-week campaign, is that you have warm-up speakers who are usually well-known local councillors or farming leaders or someone of that kind, and the candidate turns up at some point and makes a short speech and answers questions. And you can access in a rural constituency still something between 3,000 and 4,000 people by those means, which is a tenth of the electorate and likely to be the crucial tenth. But I agree with Roy, there's been a tremendous change, and the real change is telephone canvassing. I've been into party headquarters in London and in Cardiff during this campaign to find a bank of people, mostly young people, with a script in front of them, dialing up carefully targeted voters, and sometimes dialling them frequently. Indeed, I was told by someone in one marginal seat in Wales that they had been telephoned 5 times by the Labour Party.
Yeah, Gordon Brown and Tony Blair both did actual television sessions when they were push canvassing, if you like, on the telephones. Do you ever have to do that, Roy Hattersley, when you were Deputy Leader?
No, we thought, Neil Kinnock and I thought that in 87 and 92 we'd begun to modernise the Labour Party. I don't mean in terms of policy alone, in terms of its organisation. But as compared to what the Labour Party is now, I mean, we were the Amateur Dramatic Society doing Gills and Sullivan, and they're the Covent Garden Opera. They are so much more professional than we ever dreamt of being 5 years ago.
I hope that somebody will do a survey of people's reaction to telephone canvassing, because I think it's actually been very mixed during this election. Some people like it, they feel flattered that the party's taking the trouble to ring them up. But a lot of people, and I'm afraid I would be one of them if I wasn't involved in the election, would feel pretty fed up of being disturbed in the middle of even the Sky News.
We're always told that the Tories still leave it much more to the constituencies, the style of campaigning. Would you think that?
I think that's fair, and I think it varies obviously between the rural and the urban areas very much. The organisation in the rural areas, I think there's a great deal more travelling round. The candidate himself personally travelling around talking to people. In the urban areas, I think my successor, for example, in Kensington and Chelsea, has had no public meeting at all during this campaign. He just decided he wouldn't have meetings of that sort. Now, that's a fresh thing. The other fresh thing about Kensington and Chelsea is they're actually counting tonight rather than the following day, which has been the tradition, because the town clerk would never pay the people the overtime to count the votes at night. But anyway, that's changed. So there are 2 big changes.
Well, we will, of course, have that result from Kensington, Chelsea and many others. Nicholas Scott, Roy Hattersley and Alex Carlisle. Thank you for now. Back to you, Kay and Laurie.
Thank you, Adam. So much to come this evening, including details of our unique televote, the biggest survey of you, the voters, this evening. If you voted Conservative, please call us on this number, 0891 300 321.
If you voted Labour, it's 0891 300 322.
For the Liberal Democrats, 0891 300 323.
And for all others, including the Scottish National Party or Plaid Cymru, it's 0891 300 324.
Now, don't worry, because you don't need to say anything. A recorded message will tell you your vote has been registered. We'll bring you the results at the top of the 10 o'clock bulletin.
And sorry, by the way, if you're watching us in Europe or the United States, for technical reasons, we're unable to take your calls to the televote. Well, coming up next, our colleague, Bob Friend.
Good evening from the heart of Mayfair in London, where our election party is now well underway. Join me and some of our guests in a couple of minutes from now.
Give us a call. It'll only cost you 10 pence, and it means you can vote twice. The battleground tonight is, of course, the polling booths around the country. The battleground after tonight will be the House of Commons. Martin Stanford has more on that. Martin.
Kay, Laurie, welcome again to our cyber studio here at the control centre at Election 97. This is the question we'll be solving for you before the night is much older. Just who is going to be running the country for the next 5 years? This is the snapshot of how things looked back 5 years ago in 1992 when John Major won the election for the Conservatives by taking all the seats and turning them blue up and down the land. Now we'll be keeping a particular eye on some other areas of the country. This is particularly the southwest. Now Falmouth and Camborne down here, right near the end of the peninsula, is a particular interesting seat, a three-way battle between the Liberal Democrats, the Labour Party and the Conservatives. All reckon they can win that seat, so we'll be seeing who is going to be returned to the House of Commons. Will it be Sebastian Coe, the present MP? A new constituency for you here, Plymouth Sutton, maybe a bit too close to call because it is. The boundary commissioners have changed things within the Plymouth area, but the Labour Party say, no, that's an easy target for us. Just 1 in 100 more voters than last time have to vote for the Labour Party than voted Tory last time. A 1% swing, and we'll take that one. Now let's go up to a little further along, and Exeter here. This is a particularly interesting seat, 32nd on Labour's target list. 2.4% swing required there. So that's the southwest. We'll be monitoring that throughout the night and see how the Lib Dems get on. Briefly, let's go to the West Midlands. That's another area worthy of note. This is the wonderfully named Hales Owen and Rowley Regis. This is the third on Labour's target list. Keep an eye on that. We'll see how things are going. Moving across eastwards to Coventry South, having a look at that constituency because that tells us how well Labour are doing a little bit later on. And finally, remember Worcester woman? She was named for a little while earlier on in the campaign. It was thought it was going to this time round's Essex man. It didn't really materialise, but that constituency of Worcester might give us a clue of how big a Labour win just might be, if that's what we're in for. OK, Laurie, back to you.
Thanks, Martin. Well, it's a big night for parties of all kinds, of course. Tonight we're joining the Lord's Taverners and OK Magazine at a special election night party at Scott's Restaurant at Mayfair in central London. Bob Friend is there. Bob, everything going with a swing, I guess.
It is indeed, Laurie, but not a drink so far has touched my lips, but it will, I'm sure. Now, no politics for the moment, they're still voting, but let's take a slightly different look at the three main candidates. We're talking here of sex appeal. And with me, two experts in the field, Tanya Breyer, a woman about town, and comedian and impersonator Faith Brown. Good evening to you both.
Hello,
now,
hello. Bob.
Now listen, quiet ladies. We've heard that Tony Blair actually is a little cold as far as women are concerned and lacking in style. Is that just one woman's view? I mean, what do you think of him?
No, he actually has got style, Faith, hasn't he? It's much more of a casual chic style. You noticed this morning when he went to vote, he had the shirt and tie on without the jacket. So I think he wants to be casual chic. That's what's he appealing about.
You know, casual chic, just like you, Bobby.
Indeed.
That's what you are.
I can understand the similarities.
Casual chic, just
young,
like...
thrustful, go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Now,
I think Faith likes you, Bob.
What about John Major? John Major, very cuddly.
Oh, John Major.
Yeah. Much more conservative in the dress.
Yes, he really is.
Much more conservative, and you're not going to see him without his suit. And
I don't know. He's a lovely.
Well, Faith might have. I don't know.
No, I've seen him in a pullover. He's very nice in a pullover.
Right.
He has his own opinion.
Paddy Ashdown. Man of action.
Ex-military, man of action, the jerseys.
He's a mash around town,
Faith
isn't he?
likes him.
Yes, I do. No, yes, I do. I like all of them. I'm going to be I'm not going to say who I'm going to vote for or anything, but I like all three of them.
It's very difficult, of course. You see these people so often, and regularity breeds contempt. But by and large, you think that they all, in their own way, have some sort of sex appeal.
Absolutely. I think each in their own way, Bob. They're all obviously very different.
Like all of us.
Like you, Bob.
Thanks very much. Back to the studio, Laurie.
Bob, thanks very much indeed. There's quite an atmosphere too at Tony Blair's local Labour club at Trimdon in County Durham. Our correspondent Helen Morton is there now. Hello to you, Helen.
Hello, Kay.
They're all settling down for quite a long night, I suppose.
Well, they absolutely are. You're joining me at Trimdon Labour Club, which is in the heart of Tony Blair's constituency. And win or lose, the Labour leader himself will be arriving here in about 4 hours' time. So I think that's why some of the crowds have gathered already to get a good view. When he arrives, he's expected to have a swift half pint at the bar of his favourite beer. And then he'll go on the stage behind me and give a very informal speech, thanking the local party activists and, of course, the community and the people that you can see behind me if the lights come back on, for their support over the last 14 years since he was elected MP for Sedgefield back in 1983. He's very much a big part of this community. Him and wife Cherie have lived here for the last 14 years and indeed raised their children here. So really good community atmosphere here this evening.
And they've got to turn on before Tony Blair or not?
Sorry?
They've got a turn on before Tony Blair, have they? They've got the local band on.
They have got a turn on, and in fact we're feeling quite deaf now because the band was so loud before you came to us that it's very difficult to hear. The band kindly have left the stage for a few moments so that I can talk to you. It's a local band. They're actually very good, and as soon as we've finished on this live, they'll be back on the stage entertaining.
Rum and pet for me, Helen. Thanks a lot.
Right, let's catch up now with the rest of the day's news with Sarah Montague.
Thanks very much, Laurie. Good evening. The protest by loyalist prisoners at the Maze jail in Northern Ireland is over. A deal was struck during talks between inmates and the leader of the Ulster Democratic Party, Gary McMichael. The prisoners were angry at the tough new regime in the jail. They said they were being punished for an escape attempt by IRA prisoners. A woman whose son was born with Down syndrome after she was refused a screening test has been awarded damages of £300,000 by the High Court. Sandra Hurley from Aldershot said she would have terminated her pregnancy if she had known of her son's condition. And there's confusion over when the crisis talks in Zaire will take place. They were due to happen tomorrow on a South African ship off the coast of Zaire in Gabon, but that was postponed until Saturday because of logistical reasons. Then the rebel leader, Laurent Kabila, said he would only be able to attend the talks on Sunday. There are new fears for holidaymakers in Florida after the discovery of 4 bodies in just 3 days. The victims were found near popular tourist spots such as Universal Studios and SeaWorld in Orlando. Police are beefing up security but won't say whether the murders are related. The Status Quo star Rick Parfitt is in intensive care after an emergency 4-hour heart operation in London. The 48-year-old had complained of chest pains and doctors operated immediately, giving him a quadruple heart bypass. Parfitt is expected to make a full recovery. Taking a look at sport now. South Africa's Retief Goosen is 1 shot clear of the field after the first round of the Italian Open. Goosen shot a 6-under par round of 66, comprising of 1 eagle and 4 birdies, including this one at the 18th. Britain's Ian Woosnam is in second place on 5 under. And finally, take a look at the weather. After the polling day heatwave, Friday will be another mostly fine, warm day in Britain and Ireland. Southern parts will have poor air quality and also high UV levels. Irish seacoast will be plagued by sea fog, and northern Scotland will see cloud and patchy light rain edging down from the north. Now back to Election 97.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Well, now let's cross to our reporters in various parts of the country. And first, we're going to Sunderland, where the seat of Sunderland South was the first to declare 5 years ago. Ian Woods is with us there. Ian, they did it, I think, in 67 minutes last time. Can they do the same?
They reckon so. They reckon they can do it even quicker. They're going for 60 minutes. They're even got an outside chance, they reckon, of beating the all-time record, which is Billericay, set in 1959, which was 57 minutes. They've gone to many great lengths to do this. They've got 65 lorries out and about to try to pick up the boxes and bring them swiftly to the count here at the Crow Tree Leisure Centre. They've closed off all the bus lanes so that the traffic won't hinder the progress. When the boxes actually get here, there's a team of specialist bank tellers to count the votes, and they've recruited people in such a way that they know what they're doing because they are bank tellers. They've even experimented with the type of paper that they have used for the ballots, because some paper was too thick and difficult to count, some was too thin and was tearing easily. So they've gone to great lengths to try to do this, because Sunderland South is to elections what Linford Christie is to athletics.
Again, thank you.
Now to Cheshire and the Tatton seat. Joining us from there is our correspondent Gary Cottrell, our very own knight in shining armour. Gary, hello to you.
Hello, yes, it's May Day across the world, isn't it? Election Day across Britain. But here in Tatton, will it be Independence Day? The independent, of course, being Martin Bell, the anti-sleaze independent. The Conservative candidate, former Trade Minister Neil Hamilton, won this seat last time with a 15,500 majority. Boundary changes should have made it an even safer Tory seat. In fact, the safest Tory seat in the north. Now, Neil Hamilton says Martin Bell, the former war correspondent, has parachuted in from Hampstead to deny voters here a vote on the real issues, the relevant issues. He says, trust me. Martin Bell says he's the only one who can be trusted. And if the polls are to be trusted, it's going to be a very, very close result. And it should come through around 2 a.m.
We're expecting the white suit as well.
Right, now we can go to Leeds and Nick Powell. Nick, tell us about the battle there.
Hi, Laurie. Both parties will be watching this seat especially closely tonight because the
4.3% swing which Labour need to win this seat is exactly the swing that Tony Blair needs overall nationwide to have an overall majority in the House of Commons. So Timothy Kirkhope, the Home Office Minister, fighting for his political life tonight against Fabian Hamilton, who's not the original Labour candidate. The original one was Liz Davis, chosen from an all-woman shortlist. She was rejected by Labour's national executive. Fabian Hamilton, the candidate from 1992, was installed instead. So he's the Labour candidate. The Leeds City Council Lib Dem leader, Bill Winlow, is fighting the seat for them. There's also candidates from Arthur Scargill's Socialist Labour Party and also from the Referendum Party. So a five-way fight. The counters are arrived here. We have old-fashioned tin boxes here. There aren't many left. The postal votes in those tin boxes already here, expecting the rest about 10 past 10. The results, we think, around about 1:30 for Leeds North East. In all, there are 8 counts here in the centre of Leeds tonight.
Many thanks, Nick.
Taking the waters in Harrogate for us is John Cookson. John, a very good evening.
Yes, good evening, Kay. Well, the voters of Knaresborough and Harrogate are deciding the political future of one of the most controversial characters in recent years in British politics, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Norman Lamont. He's the official Tory party candidate. The Lib Dems are fielding a very strong candidate too in the form of Phil Willis, who's also the council leader. The Labour Party also have a strong candidate, and also there's an independent Tory standing. Harrogate has been a Conservative seat since it was created, just after the war. The last MP has held the seat for the last 21 years, and he's now retiring. The returning officer told me a short time ago that voting has been very heavy here in Harrogate and Knaresborough. The result is expected at about 1:30.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Let's join Emma Hurd now, who's in Rushcliffe, the Chancellor's seat. Hello, Emma.
Good evening, Laurie. Yes, this is Kenneth Clark's seat in South Nottinghamshire, an affluent constituency. He's been the MP here for 27 years. Up against him today, 5 other candidates, among them the Referendum Party and the UK Independence Party. At the last election, he had a 20,000 majority. So Labour will need a 15.6% swing to take this seat. The result expected here about 1:30.
Thank you, Emma.
Well, throughout the night, we'll have some of the best names in the political world with us. And here in our Election 97 studio, keeping them under control, is Adam Boulton.
Thanks, Kay. Well, a change of faces now. We're joined by Sir Bernard Ingham, of course, the former press secretary to Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, by Richard Stott, former Fleet Street editor. Alex Carlisle still here, batting for the Liberal Democrats. Bernard Ingham, what would be going on in Downing Street now? Because whatever happens in the election, you have to sort of prepare yourself for change. Do the civil servants really sit back?
I would have thought not much, and if there is frantic activity, then there's something gone wrong. I would have thought they'd been on top of this a long time ago. I mean, I was never there at this time. We were all out having a meal. We didn't return until things started to happen.
But you were in number 10?
Oh, yeah.
And did you, in your time, have preliminary informal meetings with Neil Kinnock?
No.
And so we can assume...
I would never have expected to do. I mean, I would have thought that if there had been a change of government, I would have been out. Automatically. Gone.
But we have heard, you were after all a member of the civil service.
I was, yes, but I didn't expect to stay.
Other civil servants do, don't they?
Oh, yes, but I doubt whether a press secretary would have stayed if there were a change of government, but I think he would have had to be there to see the man in and also to see his staff in.
Richard Stott, do the results of elections matter to Fleet Street editors in a personal way? Can your job, as it were, hang on who wins and who loses?
I don't think so. I think that most of it is decided by proprietors anyway, or by the paper that you're on. I mean, the paper that I was on, to be terrified that Labour were going to win, the Daily Mirror was not one of the great pedigree things to be an editor. So we've had a lot of disappointments over the years, so we didn't change editors very often.
You did, of course,
a
political editor of the Mirror, then went to work for the Conservative Central Office.
Political chief correspondent, I think you'll find. John Desbury.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yes, the political editor didn't.
So, in other words, the journalists really do manage to separate, if you like, their own personal politics from the party line of the paper with very little difficulty?
Yes, I mean, most of the people on the Daily Mirror were certainly people who were pretty well committed to the Labour cause, largely because there were plenty of other papers that you could have gone to if you didn't want to. But at the moment, there will be high expectation there, as always.
Alex Carlisle, is it important that some of the newspapers did advocate tactical voting. Do you think that will make much difference to your fortunes in the target seats?
Oh yes, I think we've had a much fairer press during this election, both nationally and regionally. Tactical voting has certainly played a bigger part in this election, and indeed all the polling that's been done by newspapers and by the political parties has shown significant shifts in voting patterns in the last 3 days, but for different reasons than in the last election.
But again, what do you think of the job the press has done in this campaign?
I think that we've had such a tremendous amount of coverage. It's been wall to wall. A lot of it's been fairly frivolous, I think. But I don't think I would fault the press, really, for taking it seriously. I think they're probably taking it more seriously than a lot of voters have. I think perhaps television has really gone a bit over the top. Perhaps I shouldn't say that since I'm on it, but I do think it has gone on.
Well, we, of course, give people a choice here on Sky.
I mean, I think with newspapers you can decide whether indeed you're going to read it and bother with it, but with television, immediately turn it on your language.
What do you think the job the papers have done?
Well, I think it's been a very interesting election from that point of view, because you have seen some papers changing allegiance, the most obvious one being The Sun, changing back to Labour, because of course it started as a Labour paper many years ago. And that has been very interesting to see the way that The Sun have thrown themselves wholeheartedly behind Blair, and which is interesting, because there's a lot, they have done, but there's a lot of people on The Sun who would, it would be sticking very heavily in the craw whilst they did it, I think.
Well, you say, come on, you don't think The Sun's been wholehearted?
Well, no, I think The Sun has been wholehearted behind Blair, but it's certainly not wholehearted behind the Labour Party as such. It has many reservations about the Labour Party. But I agree about Blair.
And why do papers switch sides, or in the case of the Times, not come out? I mean, is it just the proprietor, or is it actually because a majority of their readers are switching sides?
I think in the case of The Sun it would have been down to the proprietor, but then of course the proprietor would be doing it only because that was his view now that Blair would make a better Prime Minister than Major. And also in the case of The Sun, the readership had changed from something like 40-odd% Labour supporters to 60-something%.
Now, one of the things I noticed when I went around the country was buying the regional papers. Very often there was very little about the election in there.
Well, it varied from regional paper to regional paper. In Wales, for example, there are two regional papers, the Daily Post in the north and the Western Mail in the south. The Daily Post has had very little about the election by and large. The Western Mail has had election coverage wall to wall, and indeed one of their correspondents, Clive Betts, is now legendary in Wales.
Does it matter if local papers do overlook the election? Because surely this is the chance for the candidates.
Very, very, very much. The regional papers are extremely important for the candidates. But I think also the regional papers have been the one part of the media that has put the candidate in the spotlight. The television companies particularly have focused on the party battle, and in many constituencies I suspect that people don't know that they've got real live candidates until they see these funny names on the paper, whereas the regional and local newspapers, and especially the regional dailies, have allowed good candidates to come to the fore.
Gentlemen, thank you all very much indeed. Back to you, Kay and Laurie.
Thank you, Adam. And a final reminder of those televote numbers for you. Please call us now and tell us how you voted today. Your call will cost no more than 10 pence, and we'll bring you the result at the top of the hour.
Now, before the night gets underway in earnest, let's look back on the images of what was the longest election campaign anyone can remember.
This is what real politics is like.
Vote for new hope and a better future.
I actually found this a profoundly sad event.
I'm going with Paul, right. These boys are hungry if you don't have no things are going great. Your mother warned you there'd be days like these, but she didn't tell you where it was. I'll be there for you.
We love you. Get him out.
You're the only one who knows what it's like to be someone to face the day when make it through all of the rest with
We can make the difference.
I believe in a society where it doesn't matter where you came from, it's what you are that counts.
Can anybody honestly put their hand on their heart and say that they know for certain what the outcome would be?
When it hasn't been your day, you write them off, even though you I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
On the big issue, £500, the SNP to win.
Thanks for that. I want my spin doctor on, but I can't go anywhere without him.
I know, this is what I wanted to do. This is Tony Blair, Sky News, Milton Keynes.
Good morning, Judith. How very nice to see you.
Now to our very own spin doctor, Big Bad Bobby's at the Sky Election Night Extravaganza. Bob, a very good evening.
Bad Bob. Thank you very much, Kay. There are pluses and minuses about being a politician. One of the minuses, you might say, is that as you reach the dizzy heights of party leader or prime minister, someone somewhere will want to make a living imitating your voice. The voice of them all is with me at the moment, Kevin Connolly. Good evening, Kevin. How do you do this? Do you prattle away in front of the mirror, or what happens?
Well, sometimes some of the voices can come quite easily, and then it depends how difficult an intonation in somebody's speech or the voice patterns can change, so it's quite difficult.
All right, well, give us a burst. John Major, first of all.
Well, I think that we are seeing a change. We are seeing people still having not made up their minds, and I'm quite happy to wait for that to happen.
Tony Blair?
Well, there's a lot of mannerisms there. I believe that the country as a whole is looking for change, Bob. That is what it's all about. Therefore, I don't believe, and I will not do anything, which would change that at all.
Now, you've been around for a long time. What about some of the past people? Neil Kinnock, for example.
Well, of course, Neil was my previous leader. Therefore, it tends to go a little different. And the thing with Neil, he tends to go up and down, and we talk in very different ways about a number of things, but it's a different sort of intonation, you know.
Which is the easiest politician to actually imitate? Someone who has a voice which is so distinctive.
Well, I have to be honest, I didn't think you'd get
You
into
obviously
that.
have never done Margaret Thatcher, have you?
No, I have to be honest, I was never not really good at getting a female voice right. So
I mean, some people,
that would find it very difficult because it was...
Some people have said that Tony Blair is difficult because at the moment he's a bit of an enigma. He's fairly new on the block when you compare him to some of the older politicians. So it's not just the mannerisms you're looking for, is it?
No, it's not. You've got to... I think you've got to have to listen hard and have a bit of a musical ear to listen in. And then once you've got something, and then you can just work on it. You pick a word out. But I tend to pitch the person in front of me, so I can sort of imagine him, his facial expressions in front of me, so I can get into character like
I
that.
can imagine a politician who's going through a bad time, a bad patch, being heartily offended and embarrassed when he hears someone summing that up in his own voice.
Yeah, I think that's true. I know I have met people who were a little bit nervous when I've been near them at functions or whatever.
Lovely to talk to you anyway.
Thanks, Bob.
Back to the studio.
Bob, thanks very much indeed. Stay on the water now.
Thank you.
Spitting images of another kind now, or virtual reality. Here's Martin. What's the latest, Martin?
Laurie, Kay, thanks very much. Now, this is our map of the United Kingdom with those crucial 57 seats. Let me explain exactly why we think they are crucial. We have marked up here in our flashing indicators the 57 seats that Labour must win under these new boundaries, of course, which have been introduced by the Boundary Commission this time round, if they are to form the next government. And we've done it on a simple computation based on the results last time round, reworked them as if the new boundaries applied, and this is where Labour must do the business if they're going to form the next government. These are Tory seats indicated up and down the land. They need to turn them red. Now, they are literally up and down the land. From the Vale of Glamorgan, that's the most vulnerable seat that the Labour Party could win. They just literally need to change the seats there by a handful of seats, by a handful of votes, I should say, and the Vale of Glamorgan will be theirs. In Leeds North East, a little bit further up the country, that's 57th on the target list. Now, if Labour Party win Leeds North East, that could be an indication for us, as the night goes on, that the Labour Party will be forming up the next government. Now, most of these flashing indicators you can see are blue because they're seats that the Labour Party must win off the Tories, but a couple of them are yellow. Up here, Inverness East, Nairn and Lochaber, that's a seat held by the SNP, which, I beg your pardon, by the Liberal Democrats, which the Labour Party must win tonight. And here in Rochdale, one of the most vulnerable seats in the land, just 4th on the target list here, Liz Lynn's seat. It is thought by the Labour Party to be relatively easy to take, and if they take that seat, well, they could be on their way to Tony Blair taking over as our next Prime Minister in number 10. But as the results come in, we'll empty our map of the colours of 92, but we'll keep our indicators here, and we'll steady them on, colouring them accordingly, as according to which party has won the particular seat, and we'll get an impression, a picture, as the night goes on, of how well Labour are doing in this crucial battleground tonight, the 57 target seats. Labour,
fix the bulbs, Martin, if one of those goes out.
We've got some spares, Laurie, so don't worry. Our little indicators, I'm told, will keep flashing away, and even when they steadied, as the results have come in during the night, we'll be able to keep our picture going and build it up for you as the night goes on.
But clearly, on those 57 seats that Labour has to get, the 4.3% swing, Leeds North East, the one to look for, and all the rest of it, clearly the concentration is in the Midlands and the North West, really, isn't it?
Indeed, most of these target seats in the northwest of the country, and indeed some of them around Greater London too, and within London, they'll be fighting some seats there. Of course, they've got a difficult problem on their hands in terms of the Liberal Democrats down here in the southwest. They're fighting for these seats as well, so it's not a straight battle for Labour. Some of them three-way battles, some four-way battles up in Scotland and so on. A complicated picture, but we'll be able to simplify it for you and give you this picture as the night goes on, telling you how the Labour Party are doing as they aim to get into number 10.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. I know you can give us the regional breakdown and everything.
Must break in there because Big Ben is about to signal the end of the longest election campaign in living memory. We'll just hear from him and then we'll tell you what's been happening as far as our televote is concerned. It's 10 o'clock and the voters of Britain have finally had their say.
Enough is enough. Be done, be gone.
They must go.
For the 5 years of the next Conservative government.
Hello, a very good evening from Laurie and from me. And if you've just joined us, welcome to Election 97 here on Sky News. A warm welcome to the millions who are watching us across the world, including coast to coast on the Fox News channel in America. All the expectation is that Tony Blair will lead the Labour Party to victory and will be Britain's Prime Minister for the next 5 years.
Mr Blair is now at Sedgefield in County Durham. He'll go to the count later this evening and will return to London in the early hours. And who knows, he could be in Downing Street tomorrow. He's turned his party round after 4 humiliating election defeats and could now become the first Labour Prime Minister for 18 years.
John Major, who saved his party from defeat in 1992, has insisted all along that the Tories can win. But it looks as though he'll see them beaten this evening. If so, he'll almost certainly face a challenge to his leadership and may step down. He's in his constituency of Huntingdon this evening. There's almost no likelihood of him losing his own seat, but some of the big names in his cabinet just may be out of Parliament after tonight.
The votes, of course, are yet to be counted. The first result is perhaps an hour away, but we can now tell you that Sky viewers taking part in a unique televote have endorsed Tony Blair's Labour Party. Now, it's not a scientific sample, but here's what you, the viewers, told us about how you voted. Almost 34,000 of you rang in, and the vote is Conservative 25%, Labour 60%, Liberal Democrats 11%, and others 4%. That includes SNP and Plaid Cymru.
Sunderland South were the first to declare in 1992. As you can see, the ballot boxes have just arrived. It took them 67 minutes to count all their votes and reinstate Chris Mullen, the author and campaigner, as their MP for that constituency. Also counting Sunderland North as well this evening. It takes them a couple of minutes longer usually to tell us how their declaration's going. 67 minutes is what you should be setting your watch by, so soon after 7 o'clock. They're also going for the all-time record from Billericay. They managed 57 minutes in 1959. Can Sunderland South top that this evening? Guess where you can see it live.
Now, just a word about our unique televote. As we said, this is not a scientific method of sampling that we've done this evening, and it may be that it just shows Labour voters were keener to call in and make their mark than Conservatives. We're also pretty sure that the Liberal Democrats will have done better than that figure because their vote tends to be targeted on specific seats. But if that general picture is anything like the real pattern of results, then Tony Blair will have a working majority, perhaps a very substantial one.
That would make Tony Blair, at 5 days short of his 44th birthday, the youngest Prime Minister in 176 years. And it would signify one of the greatest political upheavals for more than half a century. The era of Thatcher and Major would be over.
One of the beneficiaries of that could be our guest Claire Short, who's at Birmingham Ladywood. Good evening to you.
Evening.
Do you feel, after all these years in the wilderness, that a cabinet seat is about to fall upon you?
Well, who knows? There's been speculation in both directions. I am an elected member of the Shadow Cabinet, so the rules are that those people become members of the Cabinet, but we'll soon see.
What do you think is Labour going to achieve in the first 5 years if it gets the opportunity?
I think we'll bring in our windfall tax, we'll prioritise reducing unemployment, that will reduce inequality. It'll also reduce our spending on social security. That means we'll have more money for the health service. We'll be able to, you know, the health service is crumbling and people are very worried about it. We've got to improve education. All the things we've said we will do. I'm confident of that.
Of course, it has been said, isn't it, that Tony Blair will be far more radical than most people realise. That's frightened some people. They think there may be a hidden agenda.
No, it's not hidden at all. I think it's Tony that says he's going to be a radical Prime Minister, and I'm sure he will, and I think the people of Britain want that. They don't like the way things have gone for the last period, and they want to change.
Do you think that Labour's going to need a second term for anybody to really notice the difference?
No. I think there'll be steady progress from the early weeks and months. We'll start to implement our promises. Things will get gradually better. The people of Britain understand that things can't be put right overnight. They want promises kept, steady progress, and then I think it'll get better and better, and if we're a good government and we make progress, they'll elect us again and we'll go on to make Britain a really decent country that everyone can be proud of.
You are well known for speaking your mind. If Tony Blair gets a big majority tonight, might there be a lot of people on the left wing of the party who will make life difficult for him and start speaking out, whereas of course they've kept quiet so that the party could win power?
No, we'll have normal democratic debate, which you do in any healthy party, and I'm sure the parliamentary party, whose duty is to make sure we implement the manifesto, will be pressing for that to be done, and there'll be all sorts of sensible discussions about how to do it best, but there isn't any big lurking left that's got a different agenda. That is just completely false.
Claire Short, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Birmingham.
Thank you.
Well, we've got some figures for our psephologist to work on, haven't we? Let's see what he makes of them with our political editor, Adam Boulton, and Professor I'll say that again, that's not easy to say, is it? Professor Thrasher.
Yes, indeed. The Sky televote, which is not a scientific sample, but it shows both how people are feeling, and it tends also to exaggerate the feelings of voters, in as much as if there's particular enthusiasm for a party, it'll get a higher result. Now, our telepoll comes out at 25% for the Conservatives, 60% for Labour, 11% for the Liberal Democrats. The BBC exit poll, which is a scientific sample, has come out at 29% for the Conservatives, 47% for Labour and 18% for the Liberal Democrats. The ITV poll is projecting a 159-seat majority for Tony Blair. So we haven't had a single ballot box opened, and already the broadcasters are unanimous, saying Tony Blair will be the next Prime Minister with an overall majority. Michael, are we right?
Oh, we certainly are on these kinds of figures, and in fact the televote figure for the Conservatives, 25%, is not far off the BBC's exit poll of 29%, so it's remarkably similar. Incidentally, the Conservatives haven't polled around this figure since 1832, when they just got over 29% of the vote, so this election could be of historic proportions.
Now, you have been looking at this poll along with the polling data from the last few days, and I have to say one of the remarkable things is this isn't very, very different from what the opinion polls have been saying in the last few days. So what sort of composition of the House of Commons are we talking about, do you think?
Well, we now are looking around, I think, a Labour majority. The latest Gallup figures that we had in terms of regional breakdown suggested a Labour majority of just over 200, but the exit poll figures are far more reliable insofar as they're stopping people as they leave the polling stations, and we're now looking around about a Labour majority of around about 160 to 180 seats.
And what, roughly 200 seats for the Tories and 400 for Labour?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be difficult in terms of how, and particularly the Liberal Democrats, because if they've, with that share of the vote, which is not down on their previous...
Must stop you there. Back to Kay and Laurie.
Thanks very much indeed, Adam. Joining us now is the Conservative Party Chairman, Dr. Brian Mawhinney. Dr. Mawhinney, hello to you.
Good evening.
You're smiling through, but it's not looking too good, is it?
Well, the British people have just elected a new government, a new parliament. Shortly we will know who that is and the composition of the parliament. I'm a patient man. I'm happy to wait until that becomes clear.
We admire you smiling through adversity, but if you put your hand on your heart, you have to perhaps admit that it's not looking too good for your party, Mr. Major, this evening.
My speculation carries no authority or weight anymore. The election is over. The people have already decided. We simply don't know what they have decided, but we will find out shortly. And I think that we should now be calm and quiet and wait until it's clear exactly what decision they've reached.
But you, like many of your colleagues, weren't confident that you would even be able to hold your seat this evening, and you went on the chicken run, didn't you? You went to Cambridge North West from Peterborough.
Well, I'm standing in Peterborough at the moment. I'm standing in that part of Peterborough that I have represented for the last 13 years. And later this evening, I hope to be elected the Member of Parliament for North West Cambridgeshire, which includes all of Peterborough south of the river, exactly where we're standing. So I hope you'll withdraw the remark.
If Mr. Major isn't the Prime Minister this evening, should he step down as the leader of the Conservative Party?
The British people have decided. We're going to wait until we hear their decision. Nothing else is interesting speculation at this point.
It's been a long 6 weeks and 2 days, Dr. Mawhinney. For the time being, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, joining us now is Lord Home, the campaign manager for the Liberal Democrats. Good evening to you, Lord Home.
Good evening.
Are we going to see the mould of British politics broken tonight?
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a very good Liberal Democrat performance indeed. It looks as though there'll be a change of government. It looks on these early indications and from what we hear from the constituencies as though the Conservatives will get the lowest share of the vote they've had this century, and clearly that will be good for Labour, but also be very good indeed for Liberal Democrats.
Baroness Williams was talking about 40 seats tonight for you. What do you think?
I think that's entirely possible.
Are you going to be prepared to have some sort of deal with Labour? Because they seem to want a second term already to get things done.
Well, you're looking a long way ahead. I think for the moment we've got to get the election over. What is certain is if we're in opposition, we'll be a constructive opposition, and we'll work with the Labour Party on things that are in the country's interest.
Lord Home, thank you very much for joining us.
Hope you're keeping up, because with us now is John Prescott, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. He joins us from his constituency in Hull. Mr. Prescott, good evening to you.
Good evening.
You've got a safe seat there. Are you confident, though, for the party?
Say that again.
You have a very safe seat where you are. Are you confident for the party, though?
Yes, I think I am. We set out that target to win in 90 seats. We needed a 6% swing for that, and I think that objective is clearly going to be achieved, though we'll wait and see what the final result is. I don't think you can tell them from all these exit polls.
Now the squabbling begins, though, doesn't it? Are you going to be able to keep your party together?
Why do you assume squabbling's going to finish?
Because we certainly got the impression that perhaps Tony Benn was keeping his powder dry, and perhaps even Claire Short.
No, I think that's a load of nonsense, quite frankly. We're a party that fought an election on a manifesto that was discussed by all the party, 90-odd% plus voted to support it. That's the contract we have with the people, and that's what we will achieve in those 5 years. And then we'll go back and say, look, we've achieved what we promised, now we ask for another 5 years. We do believe we need to win 2 elections in order to make the kind of fundamental change to bring that decency back to British politics.
Deputy Prime Minister, how does that cap fit?
Well, that's a decision for the Prime Minister, which increasingly looks like it's going to be Tony Blair. And when he makes that decision, and when we discuss it tomorrow, you can ask me then.
Mr. Prescott, you can guarantee we will. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Right, let's join Adam now on the panel.
Yes, Laurie, and of course the story of the night already. Before a single declaration is made, all the British broadcasters are predicting that Tony Blair will be home and dry as Prime Minister at the end of the evening, with a record swing to the Labour Party and also with an extremely large three-figure overall majority. That's the projection at this moment. Joining me now, senior politicians from all three parties. Stephen Norris, you're standing down this time as a Conservative MP, but what do you make of those projections?
Well, I'm particularly disappointed in your exit poll because I personally voted 4 times, so that ought to have had some effect on the outcome. As you say, it's hardly scientific. We'll wait and see, but I mean, the key to this election over the last couple of weeks has been the extent to which the polls were at variance with the kind of reaction we were getting from our canvassers. I recall Bob Worcester saying that in 1983, Labour activists were convinced that they had actually won an election which Mrs Thatcher went on to win with a majority of over 140. It is possible for one's own people in their own enthusiasm to perhaps misjudge the degree of support that there is out there, but at this stage, and as you say, before any single result has been declared, I think we ought to perhaps just steady our hands as to what the eventual
One of your
outcome will be.
candidates, Nicholas Winterton in Macclesfield, has already put out a statement attacking the campaign and central office, and in particular attacking Kenneth Clarke for not allowing the party to harden up on the European issue. Do you blame Kenneth Clarke?
To be honest with you, I think that in any election you will first hear from Mrs Curry and then you'll hear from Nicholas Winterton. I don't think that anybody in my party will be particularly surprised at what Nick Winterton said, and nor will they take the slightest bit of notice.
Doug
what
Hall,
we're going to concentrate on tonight is just seeing what the actual result is.
Doug Hall, you're stepping down in Warrington. You have a family interest, however, tonight.
I have indeed,
You've got
yes.
son standing in a marginal seat. What do you make of those predictions? Do they make sense to you? We see Paddy Ashdown there leaving his home in
Thank you very
Yeovil.
much. I hope we're not going to disturb you too much.
Apologising to his neighbours.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Wish you-
Ashdown, how's it looking?
Well, the nation, the voters have spoken, and we must wait to see their verdict. But I think we fought a terrific campaign and got our messages through, and I'm looking forward to the results with a very great deal of confidence. It's going to be up to us then to put whatever the verdict is into operation in the next Parliament and to bring the voters' wishes into the business of government.
You say you fought a good campaign. What about, the BBC has you on 18%?
I never believe opinion polls, whether they're good or whether they're bad, but 18% would be an extremely good result. Nick?
Has there been any indication yet of how it's gone?
As far as we can tell, and it's very difficult to tell at this moment, the turnout's been high, and that's a very good thing for democracy. In the Yeovil constituency, I understand, perhaps as much as 80%. Apart from that, I would caution against predicting the results until we know it. But what I'm confident of is that the Liberal Democrats have got their messages across, have fought a very good campaign, and I think we're going to see a strengthened position for the Liberal Democrats. Our job now is to ensure that the verdict of the nation, the verdict of the voters, is put into operation in the next government in a responsible and cooperative way.
Do you think your strategy of targeting certain seats has been successful?
Sorry, Nick, I'll come to you in a moment.
Would you be happy with the same number of seats as you've got at the moment, 25?
I don't predict the outcome of the election, and I would caution against it. The opinion polls have been proved wrong in the past. We've only got a few hours to wait. I'm quite happy to wait until the result, and I think it's important that we let the voters decide this rather than the press.
Do you think it looks as if your strategy of targeting your best hoped seats has worked?
All parties target. What we've done is put forward a very, very clear message to the electorate, and they've responded to it. If indeed the opinion polls are right, then we will have doubled our vote in the course of this campaign. That's a tremendous mandate for the things that we've been standing for: more investment in education, more investment in the health service, and we'll try and carry that through into the next government. I think that's really sufficient, folks. Thanks very much indeed. All the best.
Paddy Ashdown there. Well, he wasn't going to his county. He was just coming out of his cottage in the Yeovil constituency, going back inside, still waiting. Doug Hall, if we just come back to Labour for a moment, do you really believe figures of 100-plus majority?
Well, we shall soon know the actual figures, but it's amazing how the figures, as we got nearer the actual polls themselves and the result of today's election, how Labour's lead has begun to increase, and we've been always thinking that it would narrow sometime, but it hasn't. And of course, all our returns on the ground are showing that we've done extremely well. But again, like everyone else, let's see the actual polls themselves. But I'm sitting here feeling very confident.
Alex Halal, you're standing down in Montgomery, but 18%, you see, that's the same as your vote last time, so where's the triumph?
I think it's going to be a different 18% to some extent. The targeting, which has been spoken of, is very real. The party has been targeting seats where we expect to win, and I think we will see a significant increase in the number of seats that we hold. I want to say also that I think Paddy Ashdown has fought an absolutely marvellous campaign. The leadership giving to us has been second to none, and he's emerged from this with an enormous amount of credit. And I hope that he will go on leading the party right through the next Parliament and into the next election and beyond.
Should be said that 18%, if it is right, would, I think, be the biggest move up in the opinion polls in the course of the campaign.
Yes, we started at 9 or 10% at the beginning of the campaign. The campaign has gone well, and the comment on the doorstep has been that people have felt a degree of pleasure and satisfaction at finding a party talking about the issues with its leader avoiding issues like sleaze whenever possible.
Well, Lord McAlpine also with me, a former Conservative, now with the Referendum Party. Now, interestingly, exit polls giving you, on all the indications, bigger score for others than in previous elections. The Referendum Party are, of course, others. Are you claiming that share?
Well, I think we claim a part of it, but I mean, I don't imagine we'll win any or many seats. But it's votes that matter to us. If we can stack up a big chunk of votes, then our influence will be all the greater, and the influence for a referendum will be all the greater, whoever wins.
So James Goldsmith has already put out a sort of quasi-victory statement. What's the argument there?
Well, the argument's a very good one. I mean, it was quite clear that nobody much wanted to talk about Europe at the beginning of this election campaign, and they ended up talking about almost nothing else.
Well, let's ask the others. Who thinks, of you, that the Referendum Party have had a beneficial impact on this campaign?
People were talking about nothing but Europe before the election. All the Referendum Party have offered us are bizarre televisual images of Jimmy Goldsmith looking as though he feels he can buy his way into our living room.
I don't think it has to be said that, I mean, 6 months ago, all the pollsters told us that Europe ranked about 20th on the list of issues that interested voters. A month ago, they were telling us that it ranked second or third. There's no doubt that for whatever reason, I don't actually personally think it was the intervention of the Referendum Party, but there's no doubt that as the election got closer, attention very much did focus in all the political parties and in the population at large on the European issue.
It wasn't the Referendum Party.
I doubt it was the Referendum
Party. It was the Tory Party, and we all know where it came from. That's where the interest in
Thank you very much indeed. Back to you, Laurie and Kay.
Thanks, Adam. The virtual then has finally become reality. Our Sultan of Swing, Martin Stanford. Martin.
Okay, thanks once again. We've got our cyber swingometer to show you now. Here on the floor, it gives us an indication of what the majority in the House of Commons might be like, depending on this thing of swing. Now, this is the measure of how many people have changed their mind from the 1992 election result to today. Now, because of the boundary changes, if everybody voted exactly the same way they did in 1992, John Major will be back in Parliament with a majority of 27. We know from the exit polls that's pretty unlikely. If more people voted for John Major and the Tory party this time, the swing would move 1%, 2% swing to the Tories. Well, it would be a 90-seat majority for John Major in the House of Commons. As we now know, already it's pretty clear things are going in the other direction. Anything more than 3.2%, and we're into that 1945, that landslide victory for the Labour Party. Never since then have they bettered that kind of improvement in a general election. But we can push our dial even further round, because we're into this sort of territory now. If these exit polls, if our televote is correct, who knows, we may not even have gone far enough. But we're looking at something in the area of 11, 12, perhaps 13% swing. And Tony Blair could be a new Prime Minister sitting on a majority in the House of Commons of 140, 160, maybe even more seats over his opponents. That's a pretty comfortable place for a brand new Prime Minister. Okay, Laurie?
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. Well, preparations are already underway on the South Bank for a huge Labour victory. Let's join Andrew Wilson now, who's at the Festival Hall. What's happening there, Andrew?
Well, good evening, Laurie. This is perhaps the last and one of the best-kept secrets of the Labour campaign. Despite the poll results and the positive commentary, they've been keeping this little secret quite happily and avoiding over-complacency in public. But behind the scenes, they've been preparing what looks like quite an extravaganza. You can hear perhaps the sound technicians testing the speakers. We've got spotlights playing around, which will be rather like the anti-aircraft spotlights of the war, except they've got messages on them saying leading Britain into the future and slogans like that, and 2 vertical flags, New Labour, New Britain, at a soundstage where we fully expect Tony Blair, and if he is as victorious as he's hoping, to make a presentation after he comes down from Sedgefield.
Now, Andrew, you've only just got to hear about the party. Has the public learnt about this? Are they expecting people dancing in the streets, that kind of thing?
Well, I think they're expecting everything, but so far they've kept their cards very close to their chest. They're not telling us anything about what's going on. We've been told formally that it's just an arena for the party workers to come down and watch the results come in. But I did happen to bump into the lads from Northern Leisure, a DJ company from the Midlands, who say that their instructions are to play a mixed bag of music from 11 till 5. And of course, if it goes the way Labour are expecting, no guesses which tune they'll be doing the conga to around about 2 o'clock when the results start becoming a bit clearer.
Any whisper of when Mr. Blair might turn up?
Well, his result, as you know, probably comes in at about 1:45 tomorrow morning, and I think he's scheduled here for about 4 o'clock in the morning. And that should be a brief address out in the open air, in vision of the House of Commons, 200 yards that way, or perhaps half a mile. And he'll make his presentation on that speech there, and then go in and finish off the party, which should go on till 5, but perhaps if they're in that sort of a mood, it may go on a little bit longer.
It could be quite a party. Thank you very much, Andrew. Okay.
Not much partying going on at Sunderland at the moment, though, because they're desperately trying to beat their record from 1992. It took them 67 minutes to re-establish that Chris Mullin, the journalist and author, was going to be their MP for the next 5 years. If you have a quick look at your watch, that means they've got about 40 minutes or so, haven't they? And maybe they'll beat their record. You'll see it first, of course, here on Sky News. So if I said things like not for six and on the back foot and other cricketing analogies, you know who I was talking about. Bob Friend's guests. Bob.
Thanks, Kay. Well, let's talk about the effect the new government, whatever it is, might have on the world of sport. And incidentally, what sort of cricketer is John Major? With me now is Ted Dexter, former chairman of the England selectors, and in his day a superb cricketer himself, of course, and Bob Willis, former captain of England, also superb. Good evening to you. First of all, let's tell us about John Major's cricketing ability. I know he's extremely keen on the sport. What's he like as a cricketer?
He's a very fine cricketer, actually. I remember a Commonwealth Prime Minister's conference where he actually played a cricket match in Africa and opened the batting with Bob Hawke, who was then the Australian Prime Minister. He's a huge cricket fan, and in fact Norma organised a surprise birthday party on Easter Saturday in the committee room at the Oval. The Oval is a real first love of John's.
He's not a bit wobbly on his legs yet?
No, he's had a few problems with his legs, but he always plays a straight bat, as you know, Bob.
Now, Ted Dexter, I don't think there's any doubt about which party you support.
Certainly.
In fact, you were once a candidate, weren't you?
I fought Jim Callaghan in Cardiff South East. Down amongst the docks, I was there fighting for the cause and lost marginally.
Now, a new government, whatever it is, it looks very much as though it could well be a Labour government. What would you like the government to do for sport, particularly for cricket?
Well, I hope that they will allow cricket to get in the marketplace along with soccer and the other sports. So I'm really a bit biased, but I hope that cricket can go on satellite television and doesn't necessarily become the preserve of terrestrial television. I hope we have live Test match cricket on Sky and also the World Cup on Sky television.
Thanks very much indeed. Now back to the studio.
Right, we can bring you now the latest on, or in fact the final result of our televote. And here are the figures. Conservatives 26%, Labour 58%, the Liberals 11% and others 5%. Now that's 44,000 people ringing in and telling us how they voted. We don't claim that it is scientific, and obviously Labour people may for some reason have been just far more willing to phone in and tell us, and we suspect that the Lib Dems will have done better than 11%. But it's a bit of fun, bit of a way of involving you, the viewer, and thank you for calling us.
Very tense time now, isn't it, for those prospective parliamentary candidates? They're biting their nails, they're hoping that they will be the MP for their constituency. But about 100 well-known MPs decided not to contest this election, but a number of high-profile Tories are fighting hard to stay on at Westminster. And as we can see, just a small swing to Labour, and they could lose their seats.
Looking back over my shoulder, I can see that look in your eye. I never dreamed it could be over. I never wanted to say goodbye. Looking back over my shoulder, with an aching deep in my heart. I wish we were starting over. Oh, instead of drifting so far apart. Everybody told me you were leaving. Funny, I should be the last to know. Baby, please tell me that I'm dreaming. I just never want to let you go.
So an awful lot at stake tonight, and we can go back to our virtual reality scene now with Martin Stanford and see how he's interpreting all those exit polls. Martin.
Laurie, this is the House of Commons as it was before this election happened. The members were lined up on the seats. The government this side, of course, the Tories, 325 of them. The other parties, a total of 326 of them. We've computed the exit poll data, the opinion poll data of late, and let's show you what we think has happened. The MPs went out of this place 6 weeks ago. They went away and they fought their campaigns, and this is what we think is a likely outcome. Here comes the new government. The MPs lining up on the benches. We reckon 422 members of the Labour Party will be on the government benches. In truth, you know, there wouldn't be room for them all, but they probably won't all get the chance to sit there all at once. On the opposition side of the House, first time in 18 years then for the Tories, just 173 of them, we reckon. 35 Liberal Democrats. Look at the group of yellow there. Paddy Ashdown was predicting this in the last few days. He said things will be going well for him tonight. It looks like it may well be turning that right. 35 Liberal Democrat MPs we're predicting at this stage. 29 for the other members of the party. That's the Nationalists and those representing in Northern Ireland. That gives Tony Blair a majority in the House of Commons of 185. OK, Laurie?
Thanks very much indeed. Martin, let's catch up with the election news so far this evening. The first exit polls of voters are predicting a likely landslide for Tony Blair's Labour Party. The BBC exit poll of 14,000 voters gives the Tories 29%, with Labour on 47%. The Liberal Democrats had 18%. Let's have a quick look at what the Sky poll is showing us. It says that the Conservatives are on 26%, the Labour Party on 58%, the Liberal Democrats on 11%, and others on 5%. Counting has been underway for about 30 minutes or so. There are 659 seats to be decided, and the first result is due at around 11 o'clock. You see pictures there of Sunderland South counting. That's expected to come in Sunderland South, where Labour's Chris Mullin is defending a big majority. Special arrangements are underway to rush the ballot boxes to the tellers, perhaps even set a new record for the fastest count. That's standing at 57 minutes now. Security was tight at polling stations throughout the day to stop any attempt by IRA terrorists to disrupt the democratic process. Already this week there have been a series of security alerts with disruption to travel across the country.
Right, we've had the exit polls, we've had our final televote. Let's find out what our panel makes of it all. Adam.
Yes, indeed. And with me are Bernard Ingham, Richard Stott and Des Wilson. Des Wilson, you've been analysing the campaign for the New Statesman magazine and for Sky News. When you see these sort of figures being tossed around, a majority of up to 183, I think, 85 we're now projecting, does that sound credible to you, having looked at the campaign?
I think it's a bit in retrospect, but yes, and I keep asking myself, why have we been doubting this? Because the polls have been consistently showing a big lead, and I think it's because the polls let themselves down in 1992, so we've all been nervous about accepting what they've been telling us. But actually, it begins to look as if this election need never have taken place, because it's pretty clear to me that the British people had made up their mind before they ever went into this campaign, and nothing that happened in the campaign moved them at all.
So what would you say, I suppose we have to go back before the 6 weeks, over the past Parliament have been the turning points in this dramatic change of opinion amongst the British population?
Well, I think the overwhelming thing in this campaign has been time for a change. In other words, any government after 18 years was going to face time for a change. But this government's not had a good 5 years. It began with the ERM thing, which is a fundamental issue. When they pulled out of the ERM...
Black Wednesday.
Yes, their reputation for economic management, which always put them ahead of Labour, was damaged at that point, and I don't think they ever recovered it.
So, do you think that was the point, September the 16th, 1992, when John Major lost the 97 election?
I think that subsequently it has proved to be rather telling, because I think the government has failed to persuade the people that the economy has become the best performer in major economy in Western Europe, in spite of them and not because of them. And I think they have not persuaded the British people that it has taken a very good management to get where we are. And I think that has been a failure, and I think it started there.
Richard Stott, do you think that on the Labour side, that pledge not to increase income tax rates, which Gordon Brown, I think, made in February of this year, that was actually crucial to holding the vote, to really ensuring that people delivered what they were telling the pollsters?
I think it underpinned it. I think that both what Desis and Bernard are saying is right, but I think you've got to add to that the arrival of Tony Blair as the Labour leader, and the way that he took on the trade unions over Clause 4. He was in on that. It was his first action, and it showed to the British people that he was going to take them on, and that he was going to have no truck with them. And the attempts by the Conservatives during this last 3 weeks to bring it in again has failed as a spectre, and it hasn't worked.
So, Bernard, do you think Blair's a class act?
I think he's undoubtedly a class act with the media. I'm not sure that he's a class act.
He's reformed his party as well. It's not that
I'm
wasn't
sorry,
just the
but
media.
You can reform your party, but you can still be somewhat deficient in terms of policy. And I just wonder what he does believe in, bearing in mind that he's adopted Thatcherite policies, which is absolutely amazing.
Well, we should stress, of course, that not a single ballot box or ballot declaration has been made yet. So it does all sound slightly in advance of us, I think, in advance of ourselves to declare the result. But all British broadcasting networks are predicting Tony Blair is in as Prime Minister at number 10 with an overall majority of more than 100. Michael, you've come up with a rather more detailed forecast, getting up to the 180s for that majority.
Well, that's right, and there are of course, some big personalities that lose on very small swings to Labour. For example, Edwina Currie, Jerry Hayes in Harlow, and of course Michael Forsyth in Stirling. But when you start to look, if you like, at the effects of a Labour landslide, and you start to look at the, if you like, the outer reaches of that, you then begin to look at, say, Sir Marcus Fox's seat is vulnerable. Olga Maitland's seat is vulnerable. Hugh Dykes' seat is vulnerable. These are people that presumably going into this election thought, well, some of my colleagues are going to lose, but my seat's okay.
Would you say, on the basis of what looks like a 10% plus swing to Labour, and if not a swing to the Liberal Democrats, at least a better targeting by them, that there are going to be some cabinet casualties tonight?
Oh, very much so. Michael Forsyth I've already mentioned. Malcolm Rifkind, depending on whether the swing in Scotland is anything like this kind of figure, but his seat falls on 4.5% swing, so he would be vulnerable.
William Waldegrave?
Indeed, and Tony Newton in Braintree. So, if you like, lots of cabinet ministers may well be vulnerable on this kind of swing. But again, just to reiterate about the Liberal Democrats, they might actually win through and get more than 35 seats if their campaign has been targeted properly.
And I think I'm right in saying we haven't had a cabinet casualty since 1979.
That's right. So it's a historic night.
Another record. Back to you, Laurie.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. The race is on for the first declaration. Sunderland is looking good, and Ian Woods is there. Ian.
Yes, on a night of potential records, this could be another one. Electoral officials here in Sunderland South reckon that they are 10 minutes ahead of schedule. They were hoping to better their time of 67 minutes in 1992. They were hoping for around the 60-minute mark. It could even be quicker than that, and that could mean a new British record. Remember, the figure that we're looking for is 57 minutes. Billericay managed that in 1959. Now, what they do is they set the stopwatches running the moment the first ballot box arrives here. So they've been counting for just over 34 minutes now. And some tellers down below us, they've been counting so furiously, they've already got through all their votes. And they're just waiting for some more ballot papers to be delivered so they can crack on again. It's going to be very, very quick here.
Ian, who do they regard as the real competition?
They reckon that Wrexham will come pretty close as well, Liverpool and Manchester and Coventry perhaps as well. But the great advantage that Sunderland has is that there are no county council elections here, so they can concentrate on the general election and they have no other rivals from that point of view.
Ian, thank you very much.
Let's go to Folkestone now, home to the Home Secretary, Michael Howard, Home Secretary until this evening. Who knows what might happen? Let's find out how the count's going now with Martin Brunt. Hello to you, Martin.
Hello, Kay. We've been counting for just a few minutes. We're not expecting a result until about 3 o'clock.
47th on the Lib Dem hit list, isn't it? How anxious do you think Mr Howard might be this evening?
Well, it's very difficult to tell with Mr Howard, isn't it? He's pretty unshakable. There are suggestions that he could be vulnerable to some widespread tactical voting. But I think in his favour, the message we're getting is that that anti-Tory vote would be split pretty evenly between Labour and Lib Dems. So I think from that point of view, he probably feels quite safe. Don't forget, this is true blue Tory land. Michael Howard's been MP here since 1983, and he's pretty popular.
He's a Eurosceptic, isn't it? We've heard apparently Michael Portillo's been saying this evening that the single currency could well have cost the Tories government. Presumably Mr Howard is going to be mightily peeved about that if that's the case.
Yes, and I think that we should also bear in mind that he has a referendum candidate against him, John Aspinall, the famous zoo owner, who's a neighbour of his, and a recent poll at the weekend suggested that of all the referendum candidates, John Aspinall has the widest support in this constituency, although I don't think it's going to be enough, clearly, to unseat Mr Howard.
Martin, for the time being, we'll come back to you later. Thanks for now.
Well, the most famous referendum candidate, of course, James Goldsmith, is in Putney, and we're going to join Jeff Mead there to get the latest. David Mellor's seat, of course. What's happening, Jeff?
Good evening. Here at Wandsworth Town Hall, the votes are starting to be counted. We're expecting the declaration in David Mellor's Putney seat between 1:45 and 1:45 in the morning. It will take longer than usual, the officials are here are predicting, simply because of the sheer number of candidates on the ballot form. There were 9 in all. Not only David Mellor and Sir James Goldsmith, but of course the Labour candidate, who looks set on the kind of swing which exit polls are predicting. There's a fair chance that he may win this seat tonight, and that David Mellor would become one of the 12 former or serving cabinet ministers who would go down in the course of this evening. But as I say, there are 9 on that ballot paper. As well as those 3, they include the anti-gun control candidate, because of course you'll remember this was very much an issue which David Mellor made his own, and it will be an interesting sideline on what sets to be a dramatic evening to see exactly how much of Mellor's personal vote he lost on the strength of that important stand against handguns.
Thank you very much, David Mellor, possibly in trouble in Putney. Okay.
Over to Basildon now. Alison Jack, our correspondent, waiting to speak to us. They're counting 2 seats, Alison, there, aren't they? One a safe Tory seat, one not so safe.
Well, they're starting off, first of all, by separating the papers for the county election papers, and that's all going to take about an hour and a half to sort out. So in Basildon, we're going to have a slightly later result. We're not expecting it until about 1:30 in the morning. Now, it is a slim majority here, a notional majority of 2,600. But this, of course, is the barometer seat. And ever since 1966, whoever's been elected here, their party's gone on to win the day. So all the main politicians are watching this one with great interest. It was, of course, 11:22 last time around when this seat came in, and Neil Kinnock turned around and said, that's it.
And David Amess wasn't quite so sure, was he? He said he was beaten by the boundary changes and he went on the chicken run.
Yes, that's right. There have been boundary changes here which have affected the vote. After that, we're going to have Billericay. That's going to be counted. We're not expecting that result until way into the small hours of the morning, about 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, so you'll be hearing from us a lot then. That, of course, is Theresa Gorman, who's defending a very safe majority, a notional majority of 20,000.
Alison Jack, we must leave it there. As you said, we're coming back to you later. Thanks a lot.
And we're going up now to Edinburgh and James Matthews, where Malcolm Rifkin may be in for a hot evening. James.
Indeed, Laurie, he's one of many. This is potentially one of the most momentous elections north of the border for some time, because it's beginning to look like the night that will change Scotland's constitutional course. Within that bigger picture, there are many areas of intrigue. With me to discuss some of those is Dr. Peter Lynch of Stirling University. Peter, what happens in Scotland will be determined by votes around the country, but it's the votes in Scotland that may determine the course of devolution.
The way to think about the election tonight is really to think about it as the first step of a process which is going to involve the establishment of a Scottish Parliament. The election of the Labour government's the key to that process. But it's very much a first step leading towards devolution bill, leading towards a referendum, leading towards the establishment of the Scottish Parliament itself. And the results here are significant, especially in terms of thinking about how well the Nationalists do as acting as a pressure party on Labour to deliver as much as Labour have promised on the devolution issue itself.
Will a strong SNP vote lead to a Scottish Parliament that Labour does not want?
Not necessarily, but the way to think of it is as a pressure throughout the period in which Labour is in office, particularly if there's by-elections or other elections to be fought, which will act as a kind of a reminder mechanism on Labour that they can't backslide on this issue or they can't make changes or certain amendments.
Much talk of a Tory wipeout in Scotland in 1992. It didn't happen then. Will it happen tonight?
I think what seems to be the case is that there seems to be a Tory wipeout across the UK, and in a sense Scotland's going to play its part in that, and that's going to have some fairly long-term repercussions for the Tory party in Scotland, because there'll be very few of them left as MPs. It's difficult to say how many, but they'll lack a leadership in Scotland, and that will damage the response to devolution as well.
Peter, thanks for that. Of course, if Labour do get in, the whole devolution process will have us back here in around 6 months to a year for the referendum and also for the Scottish Parliament elections.
Bit of a swing on that camera as well for us then. We'll come back to you later on, James. Thanks very much indeed. 6 counts in Edinburgh this evening. A bigger overview now for Scotland for you. And our very own Martin Stanford with his virtual reality studio. Martin.
Okay, thanks. Yes, this is the map of 1992 as it was then. As those results start coming in, as 5-6 minutes away maybe from the first one, we shall have to wait and see, we'll be able to change this map round and colour it in with the results from 1997. Let's look at Scotland. We were with James a moment ago. Interesting area here because of the number of cabinet ministers which may, well, not only lose their post as a member of the government, but also not be an MP anymore. Not least this one, Stirling. Michael Forsyth, the Scottish Secretary, until, well, probably sometime tomorrow he'll resign from his post if this Labour win that we are predicting proves to be the case. Up here, this is Liberal Democrat territory right up here. 4 constituencies, a huge geographical area, but just 4 constituencies. Inverness, East, Nairn and Lochaber there. A 4-way battle there going on between the SNP, Liberal, Labour and Tory. Labour reckon they can take that tonight. If we go to the other side of the country now and just have a look back inside, this is where James was, Edinburgh Pentlands, and that is where the Foreign Secretary may well lose his seat. OK, Laurie?
Thank you very much indeed. Getting very exciting at Sunderland. It looks as though they could break the record set by Billericay of 57 minutes. It's they're about a minute away, we think. Let's join Ian Woods there. Ian.
That's right, Laurie. We've been told to expect a result any time in the next couple of minutes. Chris Mullen is already giving a thumbs up to his supporters, but then I think he could have probably have done that just seconds after 10 o'clock. It's a very, very safe Labour seat, this, and perhaps that's one of the contributing factors as to why they've managed to get a result so quickly. But certainly the speed with which they brought the ballot boxes in, remember, as I was saying earlier, they'd closed off some of the bus lanes in the city so that the vans which have been picking up the ballot boxes from around Sunderland South can now whisk through the traffic as quickly as possible. The nearest polling station to this count was only just down the corridor from here in the Crowtree Leisure Centre, so that ballot box was here within a matter of 2 minutes after the close of the poll. The furthest away polling station is about 5 miles away, so within 20 minutes we had all the ballot boxes here. And as I just look at my watch, we're just getting up to 43 minutes since the first ballot box arrived, and we are now looking at a result very, very shortly, we think. Certainly, I think that the returning officer is now giving the results to the candidates below us, so we should be in a position to get a declaration very, very shortly. There are 4 candidates standing in Sunderland South. John Anthony Lennox of the Liberal Democrats, Chris Mullen, the Labour Party candidate, and of course the sitting MP, Timothy John Schofield for the Conservatives, and Margaret Ann McQuillan of the UK Independence Party. I think that they are just about to take to the stage. We should have the result within the next few seconds.
Right, stand quickly.
Remember, this is going to shatter the record. Billericay,
ladies and gentlemen, if I have your attention, I shall now read the results of the election for the Sunderland South constituency. I hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. John Anthony Lennox, Liberal Democrat, 4,606. Christopher John Mullen, the Labour Party candidate, 27,000 174. Timothy John Schofield, Conservative Party candidate, 7,536. Margaret Ann McQuillan Wilkinson, UK Independence Party, 609. And that Christopher John Mullin has been duly elected to serve as the member for the Sunderland South constituency.
And Chris Mullin has increased his majority by about 50%. 27,000 votes there. And I think he's going to say a few words. Let's hear what Chris Mullin has to say. He's just searching for his speech. He had it already, didn't he? Rock solid, of course, Labour area.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, it's absolutely clear from this result that in a few hours from now, 18 years of Conservative rule are going to come to an end. And I am proud that the people of Sunderland, who during those 18 years have suffered more than most, are leading the way. Tonight marks the beginning of a new era, a return to one-nation politics. From now on, Britain will be governed in the interests of all its citizens and not just in the interests of the fortunate. I thank the people of Sunderland for re-electing me. I thank the Sunderland South Labour Party for allowing me again to be their candidate. I thank my good friend Kevin Marquis, who's been my agent for each of the last 3 general elections. I thank my Conservative, Liberal and UK Independence Party.
Didn't just break the record, did they, in Sunderland South? They smashed it 67 minutes last time. 46 minutes we made it by our watches. They declared that they'd return Chris Mullin to the House of Commons, Sunderland South. He did write about the collapse of a Labour government, didn't he? A very British coup. Don't think he'll be thinking about that this evening, Adam.
OK, for the next few minutes, there's only one MP in Britain, that's Chris Mullin, and guess what? He's a journalist by trade. But anyway, let's have a look at that result in a bit more detail. Now, what you see there is that Chris Mullin is obviously well ahead. He got 27,000 of the vote. The Liberal Democrats got 4,000. Now, the story of what actually went on in that seat is the low turnout and the fact that the Tories got 14,000 last time. They got 7,000 this time. So these are the percentages. And then let's have a look at the share and change. There you see it. That's a low turnout by the Tories, which, of course, coming out of a low electorate means that the Labour Party share of the vote has gone up quite dramatically. Michael?
That's a 10.5% swing in a very safe Labour constituency, and Conservative candidates up and down the country must be quaking in their boots now, because we all expected that the swing in safe Labour seats would be much lower than in the marginals. So it is a dramatic result.
So we'd actually expect that in marginal constituencies the swing could be larger?
We do indeed, as it was at the last general election. So we will see now swings, I suspect, of 13%, even more in some seats.
Ballingham.
Well, it's astonishing, isn't it? I mean, this is going to be a historic night for British politics, and nothing like it since the war, if that is so.
OK, Des.
Well, I think, Adam, one of the things we're going to have to ask ourselves is what is the turnout going to be like in this election? Many people said that this was an election that really didn't catch the heart of the voters. Now, this was a very low turnout. Of course, it's only one seat, but it could be a sign that this is not going to be a high turnout. I don't know what Michael thinks.
Well, Michael, if we compare the turnout in this seat with 1992, the turnout is in fact down by about 11%. Now, the problem is this is a safe Labour constituency, and Tory voters in that constituency might simply have said it's no point in voting because Labour is going to win it by a landslide. But we will have to wait and see. But that is a big drop in turnout in this particular seat.
And does it matches almost exactly the fall in the Tory vote?
Yes, I mean, it does indeed, and I would suggest at this moment in time that is the best explanation. Tories have simply stayed at home.
Exactly, as we've seen in so many local elections, the European elections, where they've been wiped out. If that's the story of the night, it's very bad news. indeed for them, isn't it, Michael?
Yes, but the Conservative Party must be hoping that in the marginal constituencies, where the result is absolutely critical in terms of winning the seat or losing the seat, then the Conservative Party and its supporters might have got the vote out. But
one other final point, Michael. Looking at the exit polls, looking at that result, we are predicting, are we not, that the Tory party will be wiped out in Wales, no MPs for Wales, and we'll have one, possibly none in Scotland.
Well, it's possibly none in Scotland because the one seat that they would retain on these figures is the former Liberal Democrat seat, Malcolm Bruce, in Gordon. And I know he himself believes that he didn't believe the notional figures, and he was campaigning hard to return to Parliament for that constituency. So we could have no Conservatives in Scotland.
So the Conservative Party would simply be a party of England as far as parliamentary representation is concerned?
Indeed.
Back to you, Kay and Laurie.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Adam. Let's get some celebrity reaction to the early result now. Here's Bob Friend.
Indeed, and with me now is Lord Lloyd Webber, who had some fairly pithy things to say about the possibility of a Labour government before. You heard about that first result, the Sunderland result, which suggests a huge swing to Labour. How do you?
Well, I don't know what the vote was there. I think the only thing that I've ever said is the huge danger is what happens with the social chapter. And I can only say that in a couple of cases of my own shows, that for example in Germany, you might be looking at 140 people backstage, having to be there because of the social chapter to 40 people perhaps in Britain. And my concern only tonight is not that I don't think that Tony Blair has got some good things to say and some wonderful things to say, but that we might find ourselves in a very dangerous situation if we have to adopt this thing, as I say, chapter book, and maybe hearse.
There was a suggestion some weeks ago, I know you denied it afterwards, that if a Labour government got in, you would feel indisposed to stay in England and you would go abroad.
Well, I was furious about that because that's never anything I ever said. What happened was, and I have to say, I have to turn to my Tory friends here, they used an article in the Sunday Times about the fact that I was selling my house in London as a possibility, and they just said in the House of Commons that I therefore was thinking about leaving this country. Absolutely no way. I mean, clearly there comes a point where if things don't work here anymore and you can't go on and I can't go on writing and I can't go on putting my shows on and doing what I do, then of course you have to think about going somewhere where you can work. But there was no way that I ever said I would leave the country at all, and I was furious about it.
Purely from a tax point of view, there's nothing really so far that Labour, which would suggest that Labour in any sense would harm.
Well, actually, there's nothing that Labour so far has said, other than saying they're not going to raise the top rate of income tax. There are lots of other things they can do.
What else are you worried about?
I really am concerned about the fact that we need strong leadership within Europe. And I think we have a great problem with how we deal with Europe over the next few years. I'm not a politician. I'm only a composer, and I've seen what's happened to some of the shows in Europe, and I've seen how difficult it is now to monk them. Well, I'm very concerned on that front.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Now back to the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Bob. If you've just joined us, let me remind you, we've got just one result in. Sunderland South have broken the record. They came up with a result in 46 minutes only, and it was a 10.5% swing to Chris Mullin, safe Labour seat. But in the marginals, we think that swing is going to be even bigger. Anyway, based on the exit polls and that first result, let's join Martin Stanford now in the virtual reality area and see what it all means. Martin.
Laurie, this was 6 weeks ago when the House of Commons was dissolved by the Prime Minister. There were Tories on the government benches here, 325 of them. The combined opposition added up to 326. He went into this election in a minority government of one. All the MPs went away. They went away to their constituencies to do battle. And this is our prediction. As you say, the exit polls, the opinion poll data and that first result, we've computed them for you. And this is what we are now expecting. A Labour government on this side of the House, 422 MPs is our latest prediction in the number of the strengths there. As I said a little earlier, in truth, there's not room for them all to sit on those seats. But on this side of the House, the Tories, first time in 18 years, sitting on the opposition benches. And good news from our information as well for Paddy Ashdown. The reason for his confidence seems well justified. 35 seats for the Liberal Democrats, an increase over the notional result of, nearly doubling it. And of course, 29 others. That means that Tony Blair looks like he's going to be our next Prime Minister in number 10, with a majority at Westminster of 185. Kay, Laurie?
Thanks very much indeed, Martin Stanford. Let's find out what the panel think about all that now. Adam Boulton.
Oh, back with me are some very senior politicians indeed. Lord Tebbit, what has gone wrong with the Conservative campaign? Indeed, the Conservatives' appeal to the nation.
Well, I think it began to go wrong at the time of the debacle over the exchange rate mechanism.
I thought you were going to say when they got rid of Margaret Thatcher.
No, well, I think that's probably true as well. But since then, none of the Gallup polls have shown the Tories as seen as the more competent at management of the economy. For the 30 years before that, Labour was seen as more competent on only one monthly occasion out of 30 years. That's where it began to go wrong. And I think that during the campaign we've had a lack of focus, we've had a lack of clarity about the message, and we've had an insufficiently tough effort at pinning Labour when they have been telling, shall we say, falsehoods, to be polite.
So Dr. Mawhinney is the fall guy in your view?
Well, I think it's very difficult to say because I'm not sure who was in charge of the campaign. And I think perhaps that's another one of the problems. I don't think Mawhinney was sure who was in charge of the campaign either.
What about the European question? Do you think that many people regard it as a bravura performance by the Prime Minister dealing with those election addresses which dissented from party policy? Do you think that he did the best he could in the circumstances?
Yes, but of course if he'd led that change of view of the party, if he'd led the Eurosceptic view, which we know is the view of the great mass of people in the country, I think he would have stood a very good chance of winning an election. But he was caught in a way with the party being ahead of him. So the party was saying what the electorate wanted to hear, but the government was late in catching up with it.
Roy Hattersley, do you think the Tories would have been better advised to have gone Eurosceptic, ruled out a single currency?
I think the Prime Minister would have been better advised to have taken one firm position rather than vacillate according to the pressures that were on him at the time. I think the Prime Minister's great problem throughout the entire Parliament has been a divided party and his personal inability, a psychological problem, of coming down strongly and putting a grip on one side or the other and insisting that he led rather than followed. But this result is not simply rejecting the Tory party. Rejecting the Tory party might have produced a swing of 5%. This is an endorsement of the particular sort of radicalism that Tony Blair and New Labour now stands for. Improvement without massive change. I think that's what the British people wanted, and that's what Tony Blair's offered them.
Let's go to Central London and David Steele, Lord Steele now. What do you think's gone wrong for the Tory party?
You're jumping ahead a little there. I'm still David Steele. What did go wrong? Well, I think the mood of the country was for a change after 18 years in power. I think you have to start from that point. It was very difficult, whatever they did, whatever they said, whatever was in their manifesto, to persuade people that another term of the same lot of people was a good thing. So that was against them. I think Roy Hattersley was right. I think the modernisation of the Labour Party has been very effective, and I think they fought a good campaign. And I think let's not ignore the fact that the Liberal Democrats have pulled up during the campaign from around 10% in the polls at the beginning to what the exit polls say is around 18 now, which is a tremendous reflection on a very good and positive campaign from Paddy Ashdown downwards.
David Steele, we are approaching the hour. We must leave you there. We'll be back with all my panel in a moment. Kay.
Adam, thank you. It's 11 o'clock on this election night 1997, and a very warm welcome to the viewers in America who are watching us coast to coast on the Fox News channel. The Labour Party looks to be on the verge of a historic victory, according to the exit polls at least. They point to a possible landslide for Tony Blair to end 18 years of Conservative Party rule. There's already been one piece of history this evening. Sunderland South set a new record for the fastest count ever. Labour's Chris Mullin held a seat with a swing of more than 10% from the Conservatives. Ross Appleyard now reports.
Christopher John Mullin has been duly elected to serve as the member for the Sunderland South constituency.
For the second election in a row, Sunderland South won the race to declare first. No surprise in the result, though. This is strong Labour territory. But exit polls suggest Labour is heading for a landslide victory, with Sky's own televote showing Tony Blair the clear favourite to be the new Prime Minister. But leading Tories like Chairman Brian Mulroney are not despondent yet.
Well, the British people have just elected a new government, a new parliament. Shortly we will know who that is and the composition of the parliament. I'm a patient man. I'm happy to wait until that becomes clear.
The Labour Deputy Leader John Prescott remains confident his party will form the new government.
Yes, I think I am. We set out that target to win in 90 seats. We needed a 6% swing for that, and I think that objective is clearly going to be achieved, though we'll wait and see what the final result is. I don't think you can tell them from all these exit polls.
And relaxing at home in Somerset, Liberal Democrat leader Paddy Ashdown was still cautious about the exit polls.
I would caution against predicting the results until we know it. But what I'm confident of is that the Liberal Democrats have got their messages across, have fought a very good campaign, and I think we're going to see a strengthened position for the Liberal Democrats.
The hottest day of the year brought voters out in force with one of the biggest turnouts for years. Ever conscious of a terrorist threat, armed police officers patrolled polling booths, determined to thwart any attempt by the IRA to disrupt polling day.
Thank you very much.
As the Prime Minister posted his vote, a removal van pulled into Downing Street. But this was not an indication the Majors were packing away the family silver for an early departure, merely another tradition of the day. The early summer ensured voting was carried out in true May Day spirit. But if early indicators are anything to go by, it might well be the Labour Party who are dancing tomorrow. Ross Appleyard, Sky News.
Well, now we can join the Health Secretary, Stephen Dorrell, who's in his Charnwood constituency. Good evening to you, Mr. Dorrell.
Good evening.
You will have heard the result from Sunderland, a 10.5% swing in a safe Labour seat to Chris Mullin. We obviously expect the swings to be larger in marginals. This is a rout, isn't it?
No, I don't think we know yet what the result of the election is. We know from previous elections that exit polls have a very doubtful record of accuracy. So I agree with those from both the Liberal Democrat, Labour, as well as the Conservative parties, who've been saying that the right time to comment on the result of the election as a whole is when we know it, not when we know the result on 1/660th of that general election.
Do I take it then that you think it was a good Conservative campaign?
I think that during the election campaign we were able to point out some of the key issues that needed to be in the electorate's mind. And I very much hope that will have persuaded sufficient of them to support us to see the return of a Conservative government. That is clearly remains my hope.
Of course, if there is the sort of defeat that we expect, do you think that there will be an immediate leadership challenge?
Well, I think that we need to get these things in order. And the first thing we need to do is to see what the result of the election is, because there will be lots of lessons to be learnt, whatever the result of the election. We need to know the results before we start speculating what the lessons are going to be.
Well, we've just seen Michael Heseltine, to interrupt you, arriving at Central Office. Do you think that at the end of this evening there is going to be a massive Labour majority?
No, you've already asked me that question. And
but I can't believe your answer.
Well, you say you can't believe my answer. I simply remind you that in 1987 and in 1992, both of those general elections there were exit polls which projected Labour majorities, and after both of the elections the votes had actually been counted, there were Conservative governments. And that's why you'll find me extremely sceptical about the accuracy of exit polls. And that seems to me particularly important when we only have to wait a few hours to know the result of the actual election, when instead of 16,000 people, several tens of millions of people have cast their votes in order to decide the government of this country.
Mr. Dorrell, thank you very much. I'm sorry you've got a hoarse voice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very
much.
much.
The hustings are perhaps his little baby girl keeping him awake all night. No matter. Festival Hall now, and Richard Bestick. Perhaps a little bit of a celebration for Tony Blair there this evening.
I think you're probably right, Kay. Stephen Dorrell may be cautious at the moment, but here at the Royal Festival Hall in London, they're certainly gearing up for what looks like Labour's Millennium Party. They're expecting a big result to go their way. They're delighted with the way their campaign went and the way they see it, the Tory campaign failed. So we have later on, we have D-Ream, we have DJs, we have hundreds of glasses of champagne being lined up. All we're waiting for now is the star of the evening, the Labour leader, Tony Blair. he'll probably be down here around about 2 or 3 in the morning. And there's a massive stage outside the front of the Royal Festival Hall where at about 4 or 5 in the morning we anticipate he'll go out and claim that he will form the next government. That's the atmosphere here. The reality, as you know, hasn't come home quite yet.
And lots of people, no doubt, delirious by the end of the evening. For the time being, Richard, thank you.
Let's get some reaction now from the Liberal Democrats. Shirley Williams, as was Baroness Williams now. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yesterday only you were saying, I think, 40 seats. Do you stand by that?
I not only stand by it, I think it's going to be better.
Even though you've heard that result from Sunderland, with a 10.5% swing to Chris Mullin in his safe Labour seat.
Yes, I mean, to be honest, Sunderland South is the kind of constituency we have not targeted. We haven't been able to put in a great many resources. It does not show anything about what the results are going to be in the 100 or so seats that we've really worked very hard in. And I think actually 11.7% is rather good. I think it represents the absolute rock bottom Liberal Democrat vote. It is no guide to what you'll see later this evening.
But common sense would suggest that if Labour is going to have this kind of a landslide, you are going to get squeezed.
Oh no, we are not going to get squeezed. We're going to be the most effective part of the opposition, because the Conservatives will be divided in themselves and the Liberal Democrats will present the real challenge to Labour. Don't forget there are many Labour idealists who are disappointed by the emptiness of many of Labour's promises. We don't know what the commitment in terms of resources is, and Liberal Democrats will be pushing all the way for those resources to actually be committed.
Very briefly, Baroness Williams, do you expect Tony Blair to include you in government?
Oh, heavens no. He wouldn't.
Not you personally, but Liberal Democrats.
I don't think so. I don't think we would enter in unless there was a clear commitment to all our major policy goals, and I don't see that happening. But on the constitutional issues, I think he will stand by the promise and the pledge that Robin Cook has made, and I believe that together we will actually be able to move towards major constitutional reform. But that's where it'll begin and end.
Baroness Williams, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Over to Adam.
See there that George Robertson has held Hamilton
Another
South.
result, Hamilton South. Labour have held that. George Robertson is back in Parliament. Will he stay on as the Scottish Secretary, or will he be given a new job? It's been predicted he could either possibly be the Defence Secretary or indeed the Minister for Europe, working under Robin Cook. And let's obviously a comfortable win for George Robertson there. Let's have a look at how the vote swung around. These are the percentages tonight, and this is what the picture looks there. Now, Michael, only Labour doing well and others, but the SNP, that lime green there, and the Liberal Democrats and the Tories all down.
Well, it's an 8% swing in a safe Labour seat, very similar to that in Sunderland South. Again, neither the Liberal Democrats nor the SNP were targeting this constituency, so we can't read too much into this particular result. And indeed, the first batch of results tonight are likely to be in solid Labour constituencies, simply because, certainly in England anyway, there are county council elections, which is bound to slow up the count.
So should the SNP, for example, be disappointed by that? Not particularly.
I don't think so, because they've been pursuing wisely, I think, in terms of their previous track record, a strategy very similar to the Liberal Democrats in Scotland, just targeting particular seats. And again, it's beginning to look as though it might be successful for the Liberal Democrats. It should be successful for the SNP.
Stephen Norris.
Well, I think from our point of view, I mean, looking at a result like that, we wouldn't actually have expected there to be much difference there. In fact, I think in many ways we'd take some mild satisfaction from that.
A 7% drop in your vote in a safe Labour seat?
Against the sort of things that were being said during the course of the campaign. I was going to, in a sense, add a gloss to what Norman had said earlier about tonight's result. I think the thing that struck me most forcibly was the extent to which so many people, particularly those under 40, who have never actually had to run a business under a Labour government, who've never actually had to worry about their kids' education under a Labour government or pay the mortgage and watch interest rates spiralling, will actually have assumed that the kind of economy we've got now comes with the pay and rations. It's all automatic, so that you could, you can happily assume that all of those good things are going to continue, whoever's actually in number 10. That sense of, therefore, saying, why not have a change?
Well, Steve Norris is what the spin doctors call off-message, because the Prime Minister, as he still is for another 12 hours,
has been telling the country throughout the campaign that people have been suffering under Labour education policies through the behaviour of Labour local authorities. A lot of people have known what Labour local government is like, and what they've also known, and this shows why the Tories have done so badly, because they haven't got this fact into their head. They know what life's been like under a Tory government for the last 6 years, and they haven't liked it, they haven't enjoyed it. They haven't enjoyed being in a country which has led so indecisively. And that the vote against the Tory party, in so much this is a vote against the Tory party, because I reiterate what I said earlier, in part it's a positive vote for Labour. The vote against the Tory party is a vote against indecisive leadership. And proud people, patriotic people, with a variety of views of Europe, do not like Britain not being given the leadership that it needs and deserves.
See, if we accept what Stephen Norris was saying about people, I suppose he would regard as foolish people, not knowing what it was like to try to do business under Labour, that goes back, doesn't it, to the heart of the Tory campaign, which, even on the negative campaigning, never decided whether New Labour was a new danger or the same old danger.
Yes, it should have been New Labour, old danger. But Steve is right. I mean, it is assumed now that because of what Mrs Thatcher and John Major have done, that inflation will remain low, yes, that we'll remain a low-strike country instead of the strike-bound country that we were, that interest rates will remain low, and that unemployment will continue to fall. Now, we'll wait to see. In 5 years' time, we may be talking about all this again and looking at a very different picture. I mean, if New Labour is successful, well, of course, wonderful. And Roy's redefined radicalism this evening. He says it's improvement without rapid change. I say that's another piece of New Labour.
Alex Collar, one does have to say that people seem to have preferred Tony Blair's brand of radicalism from the more radical Liberal Democratism.
Oh, I don't think one can read anything into the results we've had so far. When we start to get some results in marginal constituencies, then we'll be able to discuss what is happening to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, but I mean, we can drop the pretense now the campaign's not going on.
No, but it's quite clear, you see, if the exit polls are right, and bearing in mind the results and the declarations we've already had, it does actually give some evidence, only a little, that the Liberal Democrats are going to do strikingly better in marginal seats. And I think that's an implication from what Michael was saying earlier.
I think it's very important to get the message of what the two Conservatives here are saying. The two Conservatives are saying the people have been fooled. The people are stupid, they think things are going to be better than they are. And it's the complaint of defeated politicians through the ages to say the party was wonderful, but the people are an absolute tragedy. You blame the people's mistakes for rejecting a government.
With Norman Tebbett's favourite politician there, the Chancellor Kenneth Clarke, just arriving at Rushcliffe.
I take it, Roy, that you felt that the people were right in 1979, 1983, 1987 and 1992, and that you made no complaint at all.
Norman, I didn't go around the country saying we were a bloody marvellous government. If only people hadn't been boneheaded, they would have re-elected us.
Have you heard me say that we were a bloody marvellous government?
Well, that is the implication of all you've been saying. You were right and the people were wrong.
Come off it.
Don't you think, after all the talk of the feel-good factor, the real message of this election appears to be that there was a real feel-bad factor? It's a very negative result against the Conservative Party, based, I think, on negativism. I don't see yet evidence of a huge surge of positive voting for Labour. I think what we're seeing is people who are very ready for a change and seeing Labour as the alternative government.
I must say, that's the trend that I detect too. I mean, frankly, out there, whatever else, it was quite clear people were not angry with the Conservatives. After all, if this sort of swing were to be interpreted normally, one would assume that people
I hate to see what happened if they had been angry.
Well, you may, that may very well be. That may very well be.
From us, back to you, Laurie and Kay.
Thanks very much indeed, Adam. Keep them under control down there, Adam, will you? We've got a couple of quotes for you, actually. If the polls are right, the Deputy Prime Minister Michael Heseltine has been saying just a few moments ago that there'll be lots of questions that need to be asked and lots of answers that will have to be given after this evening.
And John Major's warm-up man, the ex-Tory Deputy Chairman, Lord Archer, has said he appears to be conceding defeat already. He says we will have to regroup, reconsider our position, and we will have to make sure we are good in opposition. And I suspect, having handed over the strongest economy in Europe, we will have to see what the Labour Party, starting with such a good start, with such advantages, will do with it. I hope they don't blow it. So it sounds like Lord Archer thinks it's all over.
46 minutes was Sunderland South when they brought back the first MP of the House of Commons. That was Chris Mullin. What's going on around the rest of the country this evening? Well, we can see pictures from Bury. There are two counts going on in Bury this evening, Bury North and Bury South. Bury South, 11th on the Labour hit list, and Alistair Burton, Bury North, hoping that he will be brought back to the House of Commons this evening, although there's only a 4% swing needed to oust him. Who knows?
Right, we can join Martin Stanford in the virtual reality area. Martin.
Laurie, we're just going to change the figures a little bit for you. These are the figures that we're all familiar with. This is how it was back when Parliament was dissolved 6 weeks ago. The Tories were this side of the House, 325. In combined opposition, this side of the House, 326. Now, the latest computations, we've put those two results in, we've put the exit polls in, we've put the opinion polls in, and this is what our computer is throwing up for us now. Labour MPs on this side of the House, government benches, first time in 18 years, 420 of them, we reckon, is the latest projection, just off those two results. So I guess it's a relatively inexact science at this particular time of the night. 179 Tories, just 179, over 330 of them, just a few voting hours ago. 34 for the Liberal Democrats. Paddy Ashdown will probably be pleased with that. It's little down on our earlier projection. 26 for the other parties, the Nationalists and those in representing the constituencies in Northern Ireland. We're looking at a majority for Tony Blair in the House of Commons of 181. OK, Laurie?
OK, thank you very much indeed, Martin. We can cross now to Sunderland, which had the first result, you'll recall, after only 46 minutes, and it was a win for Chris Mullin, rock-solid Labour seat, of course. Good evening to you, Mr Mullin. A 10.5% swing. Were you surprised?
Astonished. I thought we'd have a much smaller swing than that. I thought the Conservative vote would hold up much more than it did. In fact, in Sunderland, where there is actually a significant Conservative vote, it collapsed.
So to what do you attribute it?
Well, there must be a greater weariness with the regime than even I had imagined.
Now, you were, of course, a left-winger who suddenly saw the light and said that Tony Blair could take lives behind enemy lines. Do you think if he gets an enormous majority tonight that he's suddenly going to have a lot of trouble from his left wing?
No, I don't. I think there's going to be great joy in the Labour Party at the fact that for the first time in 18 years we have a Labour government. And I'm sure everybody's going to pull their weight. I certainly am.
Do you think that the swings will necessarily be larger in the marginal constituencies?
I have no way of knowing that. I was in Stockton South the other day, which is a key marginal, and I was pleasantly surprised there by the number of people in what would normally be a Tory area who have clearly abandoned the Tories, so it's quite possible that the swing in Sunderland South will be reflected across the country tonight.
Do you think that really this is a case of just the government losing this election rather than you winning it?
Well, I would have said that if we just scraped in with a small majority, but it's beginning to look as though we're going to scrape in with a large majority, and therefore I think we must have done something to win it.
Congratulations, Mr Mullin. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Let's find out what's happening up in Sedgefield, perhaps the home of the future Prime Minister of Great Britain, the man taking us into the 21st century. Who knows? It's very early days yet, only two results in so far, but our projection is that he's going to be Prime Minister with a very healthy majority. He's certainly very comfortable in his seat in Sedgefield, going for the count very shortly, and you'll see it here live. Meantime, Adam and his panel.
OK, well, of course, one feature of tonight's election is that there is a large number of small parties standing this time around. The referendum party's one, the pro-life alliance is another. You've been looking at those votes down at the bottom of the poll, Michael. Have you detected anything interesting?
Well, interestingly enough, in terms of the wider picture perhaps tonight, in Hamilton South we had candidates standing from both parties, both the referendum party and the pro-life party, and the referendum candidate polled half the vote share of the pro-life candidate. So, to my way of thinking, that doesn't suggest that the big issue, if you like, of Europe has played very well in terms of the voters. They appear not to have, if you like, accepted that. And also in Sunderland South, the UK Independence Party was standing there, not the referendum party, polled just over 1%. So it's not become, if you like, the big issue.
It should be noted, of course, that in Scotland, perhaps more than the rest of the country, abortion is an issue. Cardinal winning, the Roman Catholic cardinals made it an issue, and he, of course, has a substantial number of followers north of the border.
That's indeed correct. Incidentally, of course, in Hamilton South, the turnout was again down, but this time only by 5% compared with 1992, not the double-digit descent, if you like, in Sunderland South. So
Isn't the lesson of that the Pope has got a better organisation than Jimmy Goldsmith?
Or than the Tory party, perhaps?
Well, possibly so, and that would be a great comfort if it were true.
Well, credit to the Pope, says Lord Tevitt. Back to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Adam. They'll be downing a pint or two in the Trimdon Club tonight. That's up there in Sedgefield, where their MP, you probably know who it is already, don't you? It's Tony Blair, of course, and celebrating, or otherwise, is Helen Morton with a couple of guests that no doubt had a pint or two, Helen.
That's right, and they will certainly be celebrating with the pints here, Kate, because the pints are selling for 79 pence each, which is the price of a pint of beer back in 1979 when we last had a Labour government. But let's not waste any time. Let's join my two guests, who were two of the five, the famous five as they're known locally, who selected Tony Blair as their candidate back in 1983. First of all, over to you, Peter, and your reaction, first of all, to the exit poll.
Well, if they're right, it's absolutely brilliant, fantastic. Can't believe it. We're still pinching ourselves, really. And it really vindicates Tony's changes within the party and his whole manifesto, doesn't it? People have voted for change and they voted for a more decent society, and it's brilliant.
But as we know, Paul, the exit polls haven't always been right, have they?
In 1992, it showed us winning at this time, and as the night went on, we didn't win. But I think it's changed this time. The people over the last 4 years have decided what they were going to vote tonight. It was time to kick the Tories out, and the people of Great Britain have kicked the Tories out well and truly.
But we'll certainly know that in a few hours' time, when we know if Tony Blair has made history and is Britain's first Labour Prime Minister for 18 years. I'll hand you back to the studio now.
OK, thanks very much indeed, Helen. I hope you made out some of that. We were clearly having a few sound problems, but hopefully there'll be no problems on the line to Edinburgh now, where we're joined by the Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkind. Good evening to you, Mr. Rifkind.
Good evening.
You only need a 4.5% swing against you to lose your seat. From the results we've seen already, you must be feeling a very nervous man.
No, I'm feeling much as I've been feeling for quite a long time.
What, are you relying on your high profile to get you by, are you?
I'm relying on the good people of my Edinburgh Pentlands constituency. They've been very good friends and supporters for 23 years. I hope they have continued to do so this evening.
The former Tory party chairman, Lord Tevitt, who is with us tonight, says he thinks that the campaign lacked focus and clarity about the message. What do you think?
No, I think there was a very clear message, and I think John Major actually led the campaign in an extraordinarily able way. Of course, we've had huge difficulties. I know that there has already been reference this evening to the appearance of disunity in the party. That is not something which just began in the last few weeks. It began a couple of years ago, and that is something which quite a number of people have to take some, perhaps, responsibility for.
If he had followed the Eurosceptics, do you not feel that he could have won this election? We're just seeing pictures now, by the way, of Tony Booth, yes, the Tony Blair's father-in-law, leaving to go off to the count. I'm sorry, Mr. Rifkind, I was just saying...
It's obviously much more important.
No, no.
I do understand.
We are trying to bring people the best of everything.
Quite right, I don't blame you.
OK, so if indeed, you know, Mr. Major had been more Eurosceptical, he could have won this election, couldn't he?
I don't think there's any evidence at all on that. Of course, Europe is an important issue. We've made it abundantly clear that of all the political parties, we are the party most able to defend Britain's national independence. No one's in any serious doubt about that.
What do you think the future holds for the Conservative Party if these swings that all the exit polls have suggested and the early couple of results we've had are justified, and what is going to happen to the party?
Well, first of all, it's very premature because we don't yet have any real clear evidence as opposed to opinion polls and speculation as to what is going to happen. But whatever the result, the Conservative Party is an ancient and very, very deeply entrenched party in our national culture. Even if we suffer a misfortune or a reverse, we'll come back. We always have done because we are ingrained with the basic feelings, attitudes and values of the British people.
You don't feel it could benefit from a little time in the wilderness?
I've never subscribed to that view. It's, I remember Churchill being told that defeat might be a blessing in disguise, and he said he could see the disguise, but for the life of him, he couldn't see the blessing.
Malcolm Rifkind, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
See, we get a smile now from the Deputy Prime Minister and the First Secretary of State, Michael Heseltine. He's at Tory Central Office this evening. Mr. Heseltine, good evening.
Good evening to you.
You're safe, but the party, it seems, is not.
Well, it's early in the evening, but I don't like the drift of the exit polls and the first election result.
What's gone wrong, do you think?
Well, I think that we will wait to see what the result is before we finally make judgments about it. But what I do feel very strongly about is that the Conservative Party would be very wise to not get involved in a sort of onion-peeling technique tonight, pulling bit by bit of the campaign to one side. in order to try and establish answers rapidly in front of the media. I think that these things are better discussed in a calm way, in a contemplative way, in the privacy of the discussions that will inevitably go on in the party.
But if you were going for the overview, Mr. Heseltine, you would say Europe and the party squabbling has got to have had a lot to do with it.
Well, that's what you just said.
What would you say?
I've just told you what I'd say, that I'm going to discuss these matters with my colleagues. I shall certainly discuss them very fully with the Prime Minister, and I don't believe that it is in any way helpful to be sort of taken into a discussion as a result of questions on television in these circumstances.
But perhaps when you go home this evening, early hours of tomorrow morning, you might sit down and be frustrated and think it wouldn't have happened if you'd been the leader.
Well, that's the sort of thing that journalists say to try and provoke a headline. The fact is that it's 18 years now since I joined Mrs. Thatcher's government in 1979, and it's been an immensely fulfilling experience. I'd hoped that it was going to go on, and I've done everything in my power to help John Major to achieve that potential. I happen to think that he's done a remarkable job for this country in planting economic rocks upon which the future prosperity of the next century is going to be built.
And he should be the leader of the Conservative Party into the next century?
I think he should, and I will certainly continue to give him every support in that position.
And if you were approached to be the leader, you would not turn that down?
I don't think we want to get into the speculation. We have a leader of the Conservative Party, and John Major has, in my view, led us in a very impressive way, and he will continue to get my support.
Mr. Heseltine, a very long night ahead. We appreciate you sparing the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we can bring you some shots now from Sedgefield. This is Tony Blair's house. We're just waiting for him to leave and go to the count at Newton Aycliffe, I think. But this is his home in Trimdon, not far from where the count will be taking place. Obviously, the minute we get sight of him, we will bring it to you. And yes, we can see Alistair Campbell, his press secretary, is standing outside. Right, let's join Martin Stanford now, who's in our virtual area again. Martin, what have you got for us this time?
Well, we can do some more number crunching. If we do it in our virtual studio here, a question that's becoming a little clearer, I think you'll agree. Before the night is out, we'll have the result for you itself, of course. This is our snapshot from 92. As the night goes on, we'll be able to take these colours off and paint on the new colours. And just a note, we're using red for Labour, not the purple that suddenly appeared mid-campaign, just in case you thought there was any area of confusion. So that was 92. That was 5 years ago. Which party did we vote for 5 years ago? Well, in terms of the numbers, this is how the support added up at the time. 4% of us voted for the smaller parties, the national parties and so on. The Liberal Democrats got 18% support. Labour Party 35. It was just 35 under Neil Kinnock in 92. And this is what did it for the Conservative Party. 43% support, returned them to power. Now, we only have 2 results in so far, so this is a bit of fun. Don't take it too literally. But this is the scale of what Labour have done off those 2 results so far tonight. The smaller parties up 10% to 10%. The Liberal Democrats down to 9%. Don't worry, it looks like they're going to get more seats, not less. But look at this. This is the scale of the change in Labour support. Up to 67%. I'm not tall enough to reach. It will change. It will modify as the night goes on. At the moment, off the first 2 results, the Conservative vault has fallen right from that 43 level down to 14. Where will people be sitting in the new House of Commons? Let's go to Westminster and show you.
Order! Order! Can't have 2 right honourable gentlemen on their feet at the same time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's widely expected, indeed, Betty Boothroyd will still be in this new House of Commons. And this is what we think will happen. On this side, the government benches, 420 members of the Labour Party, led by Tony Blair. On these benches, the opposition benches, for the first time in 18 years, Conservative members of Parliament, 179 of them, just 179 of them, 35 members of the Liberal Democrats. Back to you.
Thanks very much indeed. This is the door to Tony Blair's house, perhaps the new Prime Minister taking us into the 21st century.
Not unlike number 10, is it?
Not unlike number 10. I think the number's missing, but apart from that, it's the right colour, isn't it? That looks like Alistair Campbell, doesn't he? Former political editor of the Mirror Group, and obviously a very happy man this evening. He's oh dear, Mr. Campbell doesn't want us to see Mr. Blair just yet, but I'm sure that he's orchestrated it very nicely for us when we do eventually see Mr. Blair. He's up in Sedgefield this evening, of course. He will be heading for his count. Got a very safe majority, 17,200, something like that. So he will be safely returned. And if the exit polls are to be believed, it looks as though his party will be in power in 3 or 4 hours' time. Who knows? Guess where you can see it first, here live on Sky. Now, it's 1:30. Time for the latest election news. Labour is heading for victory tonight, according to the exit polls. They point to a landslide for Tony Blair's party after 18 years of Conservative rule. He's at home in his Sedgefield constituency at the moment. You sort of saw him just then, awaiting the results on what looks set to be an historic party night for his party. The first result to be declared was in Sunderland South, where tellers set a new record by counting the votes in just 46 minutes. Labour's Chris Mullin held that seat with a swing of more than 10% from the Conservatives. If that were repeated elsewhere, some senior Tories could be out of a job. The Health Secretary Stephen Dollars, speaking on Sky News a short time ago, refused to speculate on a Conservative defeat.
I simply remind you that in 1987 and in 1992, both of those general elections there were exit polls which projected Labour majorities, and after both of the elections the votes had actually been counted, there were Conservative governments. And that's why you'll find me extremely sceptical about the accuracy of exit polls.
We wish you better, Mr. Droll. The latest election news.
Right, I think we can join David Crabtree in Birmingham. Got about 10 counts going on there, haven't we, David?
Well, yeah, 11 counts altogether. What you need to remember in the Midlands is that we have the biggest cluster in the country of marginal seats. So it really is a question here of the election being won and lost here in the Midlands. There are two in particular, as I pop my earpiece back in my ear, that we're looking at, Hall Green and Edgbaston. They have always been Conservative. Now, there is a big chance tonight, and we don't know yet, and we should know in the next 15 minutes to half an hour, of them going to Labour. Now, in Hall Green, we need a swing only of 3.9%, and in Edgbaston, just over 4%. So they are the big ones. They are the ones that everybody's watching here in Birmingham tonight.
So Dame Jill Knight's seat could go Labour tonight.
Well, that's right. Dame Jill Knight was expected here later. We do hope to talk to her. She is giving all the support she can, but I think it's a lost cause. And from what we've heard so far, it looks like for the first time ever that Edgbaston will go to Labour.
And how far away do you estimate his declaration?
I think the first declaration is probably Ladywood. Claire Short, we heard from her earlier on. It looks like she is a winner. We don't know for sure yet, but it will be Claire Short and the Ladywood constituency, maybe in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
David Crabtree, thanks a lot.
What about what's happening in Huntingdon this evening? Of course, the Prime Minister's seat. Our correspondent, Judith Dawson, has been travelling with the Prime Minister throughout the campaign. It was very quiet when we spoke earlier. Judith, what's it like now?
There's a certain air of expectation here, of course. You can
Not
see
defeat.
the votes piling up for Mr Major in his Huntingdon constituency. He has a very, very large majority here, and one expects it will be sustained. But my personal view is that the Prime Minister at the end of last week resigned himself to defeat throughout the country, and he has been battling on with his campaign up until yesterday, I think in many ways to limit the scale of the defeat. I think he'll be frustrated and disappointed if the exit polls are at all right that he hasn't even managed to do that. Frustrated by the fact that he couldn't get his message across however hard he tried. Frustrated by the fact that his message was negated not only by the opposition, because that's their job, but by people in his own party. And that every single key point that he tried to hit on Europe, on the Constitution, on the strength of the economy, on don't risk it with unknown people, just failed to resonate with the voters, it would seem. We weren't really getting much of a bounce on the campaign. Though I have to say Mr Major's a very resilient fellow. He did battle on as hard as he could. And even though he's not in the least bit a spiteful or vengeful person, if the scale of the defeat is anything the way it looks, some of the more mendacious of his colleagues may lose their seats and won't be around to squabble over the leadership in future.
Judith, very briefly, what movements do we expect from the Prime Minister this evening?
It's a very, very large constituency, this, and it's largely a rural constituency, so the result comes in quite late, and we probably won't see him till about 3 o'clock in the morning for the declaration. I certainly don't expect him to say anything about the national picture when he's here. There, of course, we will encourage him to give us his views, and he'll probably leave from here to go straight back to London. We expect to Central Office to speak to his colleagues. You were speaking a moment ago to the Deputy Prime Minister, who says he's looking forward to seeing the Prime Minister, and to other workers at Central Office, back into Downing Street, and if the predictions are what we think they are, to turn himself around and come back to Huntingdon.
I think we're looking forward to seeing the Prime Minister as well. For the time being, Judith Dawson, thank you.
And we can see the count going on at Paddy Ashdown's constituency now in Yeovil. He's been steadily increasing his majority here over the last couple of elections. He now has a majority of about 8,700 and so. This has been a very safe Tory seat for many years, right up, in fact, it was held by the Conservatives from 1918 right up until the early 80s when Paddy Ashdown got in. But we'll obviously bring you the result the moment we get it. But Paddy Ashdown, of course, is predicting a third-party breakthrough, the biggest since the Second World War this evening. Baroness Williams saying perhaps 40 seats or more. Adam.
Well, just to bring you up to date with what's going on, throughout the night at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, just there, you will see the running total of the declarations which have come in. So far, as you can see, we've only had 2 declarations. They were both safe Labour seats. That explains, incidentally, why when Martin Stanford was doing his virtual reality, totalling the votes so far, the Labour performance was so strong. But we should say that all news organisations now agree Tony Blair will be the next Prime Minister, and what's more, he's going to have a very substantial majority. The estimates I've seen vary from 133 from the Press Association for his majority to 180 plus coming from Sky News. So within that region, Tony Blair back very comfortably. We can have a look here at some of the morning editions. The first editions, the Daily Telegraph. Sun brings out the voters. High turnout as polls point to Labour victory. There we have the Mirror. Sealed with a kiss. Blair heading for landslide poll victory. Tony Blair and Cherie Blair, who will, of course, she says, move into 10 Downing Street but continue to pursue her career as a top lawyer and indeed as a part-time judge at the moment. The Sun, not much difference from the Mirror. This is an interesting phenomenon. Sealed with a kiss there, 2 for the Sun, and exactly the same picture. Triumph for Blair. So the Sun and the Mirror coming out together. And the Independent newspaper, we've been seeing some of this already. Tories at war as polls close, and a picture there of the Benedictine Order of Tyburn Convent queuing up to vote yesterday in Marble Arch. And the verdict of Britain's greatest living painter, David Hockney, says MPs Philistines all, says Hockney there. And the Morning Star, the Communist Morning Star, the real work starts now, it says. And it has a picture of the Poland's Democratic Left Alliance processing for May Day in Warsaw. Apparently they sent a message of goodwill to Tony Blair. I'm sure he appreciated that. Then Labour have held Wrexham, so now, as you see on that box there, up to 3 safe Labour seats in. Sir Nicholas Scott, what is your advice to your party at this stunning moment of defeat, it appears?
Well, so it would appear. I mean, I'm not jumping the gun too much, as my colleagues, more senior colleagues, have said. We must wait to see what the outcome is, but it looks more and more likely that we're going to be defeated in this election. And I hope we won't rush into changing the leadership of the party. I hope there'll be time for some mature consideration of the future and who should lead it. And I would think that perhaps John would want to see the new party in the House of Commons, with a lot of new members coming in, giving them the chance to settle down and have a look at who the contenders are likely to be if there is going to be a leadership election before the summer recess.
But your guess would be there will be?
I would think, depending a bit on the scale of any defeat that's likely to take place, then I'd have thought that it would be likely there would be a leadership election of one sort or another. Of course, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that John Major would leave his hat in the ring in a leadership election.
Some people said he'd be a very good leader of the opposition.
Well, I think there are a lot of people who could be good leaders of the opposition.
OK, let's have a look at that Wrexham result, which we heard a lot. Alec, I'll come to you in a second, but let's just look at that Wrexham result. John Merrick there, 56% of the vote. Let's have a look at how the votes swung around. There you see a very comfortable Labour seat, but...
Plaid Cymru. were beaten by the referendum party. That's the important
Plaid
point about the
Cymru,
Wrexham
a
result.
Welsh seat, Plaid Cymru beaten by the referendum party. So that pleases you, Alex Carlisle, presumably?
Well, it's not that it pleases me, it's just a reflection on what may be happening in Wales. Plaid Cymru have sought to fight a campaign on a single issue, which is the issue of devolution with a promise at some future time, some kind of independence for Wales. I think that it was a mistaken campaign. They should have fought on a much broader front. Wrexham isn't a seat, to be fair, where Plaid Cymru, or for that matter the Liberal Democrats, expect to do particularly well. But I would have expected Plaid Cymru to beat the referendum party.
What would it mean if at the end of the evening there aren't any Tory MPs in Wales?
Well, if there are no Tory MPs in Wales, it will mean that we have demonstrated, those of us who've been fighting Welsh politics for many years, that the Tories really do have no legitimacy in Wales. It will also demonstrate how mistaken Margaret Thatcher and John Major were to have Secretaries of State for Wales, 5 in succession, who were not MPs for Welsh constituencies. There was one available, Sir Wyn Roberts, the retiring MP for Conwy. He would have been a good Secretary of State. It will be the failure to appoint Sir Wyn as Secretary of State will be judged in Welsh politics, in my view, as a critical mistake by Tory Prime Ministers and the end of Tory fortunes in Wales.
Doug Hall, it should be said that it looks as if Labour will achieve something which the Tories never did, which is that in all 4 parts of Britain, Labour will have been the party that the majority, or at least has the majority of seats and the largest share of the vote.
Well, again, it will show that we're a national party. That has been held against us in the past. It's been said we're just been a northern party and a Welsh party or a Scottish party. Now it shows we can get votes from all over Britain. And I think that's very important when you're going to be a national government. And it just shows that people all over the country have, 1, accepted Labour's message, and 2, felt the need for a change.
Lord McAlpine, yes. a tinge of sympathy for your former Tory colleagues tonight, or not?
Well, I mean, I have sympathy in as much as, you know, there's a certain inevitability about this. Their problem should have been resolved 2 years ago, and they let them drag on to the election, and they're going to pay the price.
Well, they should have deselected John Major as leader then, you mean?
Well, they could have done that. That's one of the things, but not necessarily the solution. John Major should have dealt with the whole issue of Europe within his party. He should have dealt with sleaze within his party, a whole range of things which have
Do you honestly think, from the referendum party, where you have a billionaire buying an election, you can really talk about sleaze? Or indeed, as Mrs. Thatcher's self-proclaimed bagman, you can talk about sleaze?
Of course I can. The billionaire is slightly wealthier than Michael Heseltine, is openly declaring what he's doing. He's upfront about it. He makes no bones about the fact he's paying for the party. I mean,
Right, let's go straight now to Sunderland North. This is, of course, the second Sunderland seat, and they're making their second declaration of the night. Chris Mullen has already won, and this is also a safe Labour seat. I imagine the story will be much the same, low turnout, Tory vote down. But anyway, let's wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now intend to announce the result of the Sunderland North constituency. I hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. William Etherington, the Labour Party candidate, 26,067. Kenneth James Newby, official Monster Raving Loony Party, 409. Mark Thomas Nicholson, the Referendum Party candidate, 1,394. Geoffrey Michael Price, Liberal Democrat.
Interrupt Sunderland North for a moment there to see Tony Blair, the leader of the Labour Party, up to this evening, leaving his home in Central. Let's just hear if he says anything.
Tony Blair just meeting some of the constituents who come to see him at the end of his drive.
Applause from the crowd there, no doubt on his way to the count this evening. Safe Labour majority for him. You can just see Labour have held Sunderland North there.
Just wait and see, shall we?
He's saying wait and see. He doesn't want to say too much this evening. Perhaps we'll hear a little bit more when he goes to his count and perhaps comments on some of the exit polls this evening. Sherry Blair in the car as well. And it looks like his father-in-law, Tony Booth, might be in the car with them as well. We're expecting them back in central London in the early hours of this morning.
Yes, and that Sunderland North result we broke away from there to bring you live pictures of Tony Blair going to his count in Sedgefield. As we were predicting, a safe Labour seat and a Labour victory. And that is the story indeed. Andrew Sellis, the Conservative candidate, had a notional 12,000 votes in 1992 for the Conservative candidate. That has collapsed. The others have stayed more or less the same. Congratulations to the referendum party. They did beat the loonies. So let's have a look at how the votes swung around. There we have it. I'm not quite sure what the green is on that, but anyway, we see, Michael, that the Tories went down and Labour picked up.
Well, it's a very similar pattern to what's happened in Sunderland South. Again, the turnout is down. Incidentally, the referendum party got 3.6% of the vote in that constituency, and clearly in more high-profile constituencies where the referendum candidate, if you like, is more of a celebrity, it does look as though they're going to poll rather more than 3 or 4%. So that is going to have a critical bearing, for example, in a seat like Putney.
Is it, Lord McCoy?
Oh, I'm certain, yes. I think once you get down on the south coast, you're going to see us stacking up quite large amounts of votes.
Do you think you've unseated David Miller tonight? What are you hearing from the court?
No, I think David Miller's been unseated. whether we've caused it or not, the statistics will show.
Doug Hoyle.
Well, it's another interesting result. The vote's down, but again, it's showing the swing is towards Labour, and we're looking forward again to a very, very good result based on that. And I can only say that tonight is going to be a very good night for the Labour Party. We've waited a long time, but I think we're going to be the beneficiaries this time, and I'm pleased about it.
I can see if this turnout is borne out and the Tory vote has gone down, I can see some people claiming, well, you've got it on loan until our Tories come out again.
Oh, I don't think so. I think you'll find a united party pulling together and thinking about the next term, because we need 2 terms if we're going to make the impression, a radical impression on the country.
Michael, the map of Britain, how's it going to change? Where are the Tories on this basis? We've already suggested that they could be pretty much squeezed out of Scotland and Wales. Where else, what other regions are they like to be squeezed out of, do you think?
Well, they're going to be hit very hard, I suspect, in the Midlands in particular. There's lots of, there were lots of marginal seats there, but on these kinds of swing, Labour begin to pick up many more seats than the 20 pack. There are 20 Tory marginals. They might well, in fact, gain rather more. It's in the southeast and Greater London, of course, where Labour is really hoping to make a breakthrough, because for a long period during the Thatcher period, Labour didn't really penetrate in large parts of the south. So Labour will be optimistic on these kinds of vote swings to take seats in the south, which is where, if you like, their representation has been lacking in the past.
All right, well, you can see there at the bottom of the screen that Labour have held 4 safe seats, Hamilton, 2 in Sunderland and Wrexham, and we will still, I think, have to wait an hour or so before we get the full flow of election results. But it certainly does look as if Tony Blair is on his way to number 10 Downing Street. Laurie.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Adam. A few moments ago, we saw Tony Blair on his way off to the count, we think. He was leaving Trimdon, and Jeremy Thompson, our reporter, is at Newton Aycliffe. Let's join Jeremy. Where is Tony Blair at the moment, do you think?
I would say he's just driving out of Trimdon Colliery, where his house, Mirabella, is. He's going to go down the A177 past Sedgefield, come across here to Newton Aycliffe, and I think we'll see him in the leisure centre here at the count in about 15 to 20 minutes' time. Quite a few miles yet before he gets to 10 Downing Street, but have to say the only thing that Labour had dared to count in the way of chickens up to now were Tory chickens. I think their master plan is finally hatching out tonight. The Labour inner cabinet up there in that house in Trimdon Colliery were daring to breathe today. They thought they might get a majority of something between 40 and 50. It now looks like, there we are, we're seeing Tony Blair leaving the house just a few moments ago. They now think it looks like it could be a lot more than that. They have always been cautious, of course, about just how many they might win by, but obviously a very confident-looking Tony Blair, pretty much certain what his future is going to be for the next 5 years.
And of course, everything coming up roses for him, because even the boundary changes there have made it a safer seat, haven't they?
Yes, I mean, even safer than was before. They've done a bit of juggling around. Some of the constituencies gone over to the Bishop Auckland seat, and the rest has come over here to the Sedgefield seat. About 66,000 voters here, and what everybody has said to us all the way through today is that this could be a huge turnout.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed.
Perhaps a very happy man this evening. Joining us from his constituency, Dunfermline East, is Gordon Brown, the Shadow Chancellor. Mr. Brown, good evening to you. Can you hear me, Mr. Brown? We have a bit of a problem.
Ah.
Well, you look as though you've got a smile on your face. We've got a slight technical problem. I'm not sure if we can we go? No, we can't. You can see his view though, can't you, on most things. We'll be going back to him in a very short time. Meantime, someone we can definitely go to is Martin Stanford. He always wants to talk to me. Martin.
Every time, Kay. Anytime, Kay. Smile, I think, told an awful lot, don't you? If we all voted the same way we did in 1992, this is what we could have predicted would have happened. Every vote cast the same way, and John Major would have been back in number 10 Downing Street in the Commons with a majority of 27. That's the size of the majority. We now know things are going in the other direction. This is our swing machine, and this is the way in which it's going tonight. 3.2%. Better than anything that Labour have done since 45, 4.3%. They're in charge of Britain Limited. It looks like it's going even past that, past the 4.3, into a government majority, into this sort of territory. 10.5%, 11% swing, 12% swing. Well, here we have the consequences of those. 12% swing, and Tony Blair has a 160-seat majority in the House of Commons. Our latest projection is a little higher than that, maybe a 180-seat majority in the House of Commons. If it is about 10.5, we're talking about 130 to 135. So this is our swing machine here, which we'll be updating throughout the night, not just on individual seats, but to give you that national picture. But it is looking as if Labour are going to be our next government. Kay, Laurie?
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. I believe we can go and chat to Gordon Brown now up there in Scotland. Mr. Brown, hello.
Hello, Kay. How are you?
I'm okay. You've had a big, nice smile on your face earlier on. You have been described as being prone to caution, but quietly confident this evening, perhaps?
Well, I did send out the message to our candidates on Monday to take nothing for granted, and we'll wait for the final results. But it does look a very good night for Labour, and it does look like a political transformation in this country.
But, OK, we see this evening, perhaps we see Tony Blair returning to number 10 Downing Street, but that's when the real work begins, isn't it?
I think so, and I think the vote tonight was not just a verdict on the past. It was an endorsement of new politics for this country. A government that will tackle our social problems, that will equip this country for the future. I think a government that is on people's side, and I think that's what people were voting for. And we've got to re-establish a trust between government and the British people.
OK, we won't go into too much detail tonight, but what about this big financial black hole that you've got to worry about?
Well, I've obviously got to present a budget within 2 months, and it's a welfare to work budget to look at the problems of youth and long-term unemployment, our windfall levy on the utilities. But it's precisely because of the uncertainty about public finances that we made no special commitments on tax or spending that would cost additional sums of money. Everything we did was funded, everything we did was costed.
Just a thought on the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Mr. Cook, and suggestions that he wants your job?
I don't know. It's up to Tony Blair to choose whoever he wants for each job, and I'll continue to work with Tony Blair and do what I can to help the Labour Party. I think during the election campaign, all the team worked very closely together, and they're going to be a united cabinet. It's rather different from the divisions we've got in the Conservative government.
You've got a very safe seat, but we'll be coming up there to have a look what goes on in a short time anyway. For the time being, thanks very much.
I hope you'll join us.
We certainly will. Thanks a lot.
I suspect there will be a lot of celebrations a little later on in the way into the early hours. Right, let's check with Bob Friend, who's at our celebrity party. Bob?
Well, as you can imagine, this place is abuzz with speculation about landslide victory for Labour. With me now is Barbara Windsor, the well-known actress. You're a staunch Tory.
Yes, I am.
So what's your reaction?
Well, I'll be very sad if Labour get in, but I'm dressed appropriately because it looks like that's the way it's going to be, doesn't it?
Did you think this was going to happen?
No, I thought it was going to be like before, you know, when suddenly everybody, all the Conservatives get out there and vote. But I think with the newspaper coverage, with the Sun and the News of the World, I mean, we thought they were on our side. They suddenly went the other way, and we didn't stand a chance because the people are influenced by what they read.
You can imagine, can't you, how Mr. Major must be feeling?
Yeah, and he's a darling. And I describe him, and people go, "What? Are you kidding?" I've met him many, many times, and I've met with Vicky Michelle, Ruth Maddow, a load of famous ladies, and I have to tell you, we all looked at each other, some do one night, after he'd spoken to us, had a chat to us, and we all looked at us, oh, isn't he lovely? And he's got charisma. I know people go, what? Charisma about John Major, but I do think he loses something when through the camera. The camera doesn't like him. But he's a lovely man.
What about on the set of EastEnders? What about your fellow actors and actresses?
I'm in a minority, and I think they'll all be hanging from the rafters in delight for the majority. There's about 4 of us.
Would it be right to describe you as depressed?
No, most certainly not. I'm sure that the people who support Labour, and if they get in, they'll all be going, way, great. Let's see if they're like that in 2 years' time.
Barbara Windsor, thanks very much. And now back to the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Bob. More celebrities gathering at the Festival Hall. We hear that Richard Branson, the Virgin boss, and the director Trevor Nunn have just turned up. There's obviously going to be a very big party there very soon. Adam.
Yes, indeed, Laurie, and Bob will have to play Hunt the non-Tory down there at his party, won't he? Now, Michael Thrasher, we've only heard the results so far from 4 constituencies, all safe Labour constituencies. Now, the thing which I've noticed there is that there hasn't been a swing to Labour as big as was suggested in the exit polls or the opinion polls. So are you still confident that those polls are likely to turn out to be right, or will it be a smaller, albeit a very workable overall majority for Mr. Blair?
Well, the problem in answering that question, Adam, is that the marginals never really behave themselves. In some elections, they swing further than expected. In other elections, they swing less than expected. But so, if you like, it's very difficult at this stage without
Another
seeing...
safe Labour seat we're seeing held there, Bootle.
Well, Bootle, yes. They weigh the Labour vote in Bootle. Without seeing an actual, if you like, set of marginal constituents, it's very difficult to determine.
So what are the ones we're likely to see? Birmingham, Edgbaston?
The 2 Birmingham constituencies look as though they could be amongst the first marginals that will declare. And if you like, the better indicator of those would be Hall Green, from my point of view. Edgbaston is more of a middle-class constituency than Hall Green, which is more of a city seat. So, if you like, we'll have to wait and see in order to answer that question properly.
Doug Hall, these sort of seats we've been seeing coming in so far, do you actually need to do any work in them at all during the election campaign?
Well, what I was going to say to you, Adam, a lot of our workers have been out helping in the marginals, and I suspect that's one of the reasons for the tiny turnouts in some of them as compared to last time. They've been out getting the Labour votes in where it matters, and I'm hoping we're going to see the harvest from those in the near future when we see some of the marginals coming.
Next up, do you think that the Tory party have got an election fighting machine? We used to be told that they were the most formidable election fighting machine in the country. Do you think that's still true?
I think they are still a formidable fighting machine, but I think they had a number of things against them. A, they've been in office for a very long time. Secondly, there's nobody under the age of about 34 who remembers what a Labour government was like, and therefore they have no folk memory about the disasters of the last Labour government. And I think that has affected the build-up and towards this election. I think those are the 2 very big factors that we should remember. There's nothing we can do about it now. It's happened. And the other, of course, thing was a house divided against itself cannot stand, and I'm afraid the divisions within the Conservative Party over the last 18 months or so have been really quite tough on the leadership of the Conservative Party.
But there was no answer to that, was there?
No.
I mean,
I can't blame John Major for it. I don't think he could have solved those divisions. He tried to give a lead. The Eurosceptics built up their campaign. They were niggling away from the backbenches over and over again, and I think the public sensed there that those divisions were, fundamental almost to the Conservative Party in the run-up to the next election.
Doug Hall, will the new Labour government, will it be a pro-European government?
It will be a government that will act in the British interests in Europe, and that will be a nice change. That will be a nice change. Instead of an empty seat, we'll be there, but looking at British interests.
We've got some shots coming in now from Putney. No, apparently we haven't. We thought we did have. But anyway, can I ask you, do you think, Lord McAlpine, that the new Labour government will be a pro-European government?
I think it might be less pro-European than people imagine.
Thanks to the referendum party, doubtless.
Well, See how many votes we get.
Well, there's David Mellor. We see him there, not looking particularly cheerful, it has to be said. In fact, things have gone to black down there, but perhaps that summarises his mood, I don't know. But you feel that the Labour Party has actually moved in the course of the election, do you?
Well, I mean, everybody has. I mean, Euroscepticism has been breaking out like chicken pox all over the place. I think that people have assumed for a long time that the Labour Party is a very strongly European party. I think there are a large number of people in the Labour Parliamentary Party who are sceptical about Europe, and we'll start seeing them.
Gentlemen, we must pause there because, believe it or not, May the 1st, polling day is nearly over. Kay.
Big sigh for everybody. It's the top of the hour. Here's the latest election news for you. Tony Blair appears to be heading to Downing Street. I'm sorry, that's obviously not the case at the moment, but Britain's next Prime Minister, with exit polls and early results, suggests that there'll be a Labour landslide with Tony Blair. Conservative ministers say it's still too early to admit defeat, but it looks like British voters have decided to end 18 years of Tory rule. Ross Appleyard has been following tonight's dramatic developments.
Despite exit polls predicting a Labour landslide, Tory chiefs were still in high spirits as the counting continued. Health Secretary Stephen Dorrell was clinging to the hope that he would still be in a job tomorrow.
I simply remind you that in 1987 and in 1992, both of those general elections there were exit polls which projected Labour majorities, and after both of the elections the votes had actually been counted, there were Conservative governments.
Labour's Deputy Leader John Prescott was in optimistic mood.
Yes, I think I am. We set out that target to win in 90 seats. We needed a 6% swing for that, and I think that objective is clearly going to be achieved, though we'll wait and see what the final result is. I don't think you can tell them from all these exit polls.
And relaxing at home in Somerset, Liberal Democrat leader Paddy Ashdown was still cautious about the exit polls.
I would caution against predicting the results until we know it. But what I'm confident of is that the Liberal Democrats have got their messages across, have fought a very good campaign, and I think we're going to see a strengthened position for the Liberal Democrats.
Christopher John Mullen has been duly elected to serve as the member for the Sunderland South constituency.
As in 1992, Sunderland South won the race to count the ballot papers, declaring first in record time. But the result was no surprise. This is a Labour stronghold. The next hour will be crucial in determining the outcome of this general election, as several Labour target seats come under the spotlight. If, as the polls predict, they fall to New Labour, John Major might well need the removal van, which arrived at Downing Street last night. Tony Blair has just left for the count at his Sedgefield constituency. Later he'll head for London, where his supporters hope there'll be a celebration party. Ross Appleyard, Sky News.
Let's just wait and see, shall we? And these are the live pictures from Sedgefield, where Tony Blair is about to arrive for the count at Newton Aycliffe. His father-in-law, Terry Booth, arrived just a few moments ago. Extremely safe seat for him, of course. 17,200 majority. Crowds have gathered, and obviously an enormous air of expectation, as all the indications are that we are going to see a landslide Labour victory. We've seen huge swings in safe Labour seats, and we think that in the marginals those swings are going to be even bigger. So there's going to be a lot of celebration at the Festival Hall. You know about that, don't you,
Certainly
Karen?
will be, and amongst the revellers will be Richard Branson. I think we all know who he is, don't we? One or two polls have suggested that perhaps he should be the Prime Minister. Not this evening, Mr Branson, never mind. Did you vote for Mr Blair?
I've always said I'd rather not say who I'm voting for, but there are a lot of his policies that I agree with, and I'm delighted to be here tonight on such an historic occasion.
I think we get your message. Why have you decided to support Mr Blair then? If you've not necessarily put your cross next to his name, but why have you supported him?
Well, I think that it's important now that for the next 5 years that we all support him and we all support the country. And I think that they've got many policies which I think the country can endorse. For instance, you know, if you take education and health, they're going to be diverting quite a lot of lottery money into education and health. There are many policies like, you know, they're going to tackle the cigarette industry, which is something which previous parties haven't done so. And I think they're also going to continue some of the sort of braver Tory policies of privatisation, which I think have done the country quite a lot of good. They're going to follow those on. So I think hopefully they've got the right balance.
But you wouldn't necessarily have had your train network if Mr Blair had been Prime Minister now, would you?
I think that I agree. It's quite possible that quite a lot of the braver Tory policies that were pushed through the last 15 years would not have been pushed through under an old Labour Party. I think that Tony Blair wants to adopt the better Tory policies, and I think he accepts that privatisation was one of the better ones, and trying to mix those policies with a heart, and now he's got the mandate to do so. I think he needs as much support as possible over the next 5 years to see what he can achieve.
Well, Mr Branson, the star of the show, coming down to the festival hall later on. We can see him actually on our screens as we speak. If you had a word for him, what would it be this evening?
Well, obviously, congratulations. I think he's obviously got a vast majority of the country behind him. He's got one hell of a job to do. I mean, he's taking over a country with the lowest inflation record, the lowest unemployment record, very, very strong economy. So, in a sense, it's going to be very, very difficult to do better economically. But I think people want to change. They want to see what's possible. We're a democratic country, and in democracy, change actually is quite a good idea occasionally.
Perhaps you'd like to come ballooning with you, Mr Branson. You could chat to him about that later on. For the time being, thanks very much.
Mr Blair comes forward, his grin, he shakes hands with everybody, his grin is quite unbelievable.
Mr Blair there arriving at the Newton Aycliffe count, about 15-minute drive from his home at Trimdon, wasn't it? A very safe majority for Mr Blair at Sedgefield. Smile on his face, probably something to do with his vast majority there, and perhaps the way the country has swung this evening.
It's an amazing, not only is he on the verge of becoming Prime Minister, I see his Sherry has just become a judge, hasn't she? So it's really been a very big week for them. But we will get that count pretty soon, and obviously we will... Yes, we're going to stay with these pictures for a bit, because he is looking supremely confident, isn't he? He was saying, of course, for days and days and days, we mustn't be complacent, and it's not over until it's over. And we are now just a very short way away from the declaration at Sedgefield.
Returning officer with him there might have given him an idea of how the vote was going this evening, but 224th on the Tory hit list. I don't think he's got that much to worry about. Amongst the other people he's entourage with him this evening is Angie Turner. That's his PA. She's an old school friend. We saw her in the house with Mr Blair a short time ago, sitting on that sofa. I'll tell you just a little bit about that sofa that she was sitting on. It was from the set of Coronation Street, and it was a gift from Pat Phoenix, his late mother-in-law.
Result, Labour hold Houghton. I don't think that's any great surprise, but with 6 results in now. The great rush of results, of course, is due between about 1 and 3, where we'll probably have 200-300 results in the space of an hour from about 1 o'clock on. Mr Blair's 44th birthday, of course, next Wednesday. So really an amazing period for him. Everything's going right.
Being offered a red rose there. He didn't take it. Perhaps it should have been purple. Who knows? That count result expected not too far away now. You would have thought with so many votes to count it could take an hour or so.
Now, of course, he's got 3 children, hasn't he, to accommodate at number 10, and we gather the family is going to go and live there. They haven't actually seen round the place yet. But,
very small, actually, inside number 10, isn't it, for a family with 3 children?
I think a few walls are going to have to be knocked down and a few things will have to be extended. But clearly the family does intend to make its home at number 10.
Hi, Mr Blair.
Wow.
Our current correspondent, I think, there, Jeremy Thompson, trying to have a word with Mr Blair, but we certainly got the impression when he was leaving his house in Trimdon that he isn't going to be saying anything until later on in the evening. No doubt he's got his speech prepared, though, for the masses who have gathered at the festival hall for a celebration later on.
We expect him, don't we, to fly from Teesside Airport down to Stansted later and appear at the festival hall rally at around 4 a.m.
No sign of Alistair Campbell there at the moment. Alistair Campbell, of course, is his press officer where Mr. Blair is. Mr. Campbell is not far away. No doubt as soon as he heads for the podium, we'll be seeing Mr. Campbell, the former political correspondent for the Mirror Group. We know which side they put their cross, don't we? Word or two with the supporters. Looks as though he's a Labour Party supporter, doesn't he? Just a word or two from people obviously congratulating him this evening. Sherry decided to take the roses for Mr. Blair.
Right, OK, I think we'll leave the Blairs there and join Emma Nicholson. Good evening to you. I don't know where you are, Emma. Where are you?
We're at the Liberal Democrat Party on Pizza on the Park, and we are indeed celebrating, as you can see and hear. We're right to do so.
What do you predict is going to be the number of seats you end up with this evening?
Well, I hope that we will end up with the largest possible number of seats. We are the cutting edge of the radical government, and I hope so much that if we can't be in government ourselves, that we can certainly influence Tony Blair and his government for the better. You see, the Liberal policies, the Liberal Democrat policies, the right ones, and that's why I think we've garnished so many votes this time round. I think we're doubling our number of seats. We've certainly got millions of people up and down the country who listened to Paddy Ashdown, believed him, listened to all of us on the ground, our 5,000 local councillors, and have supported us to take their interest to our hearts and work for them in Parliament.
Now, we know that Tony Blair's style is going to be an inclusive one. Do you expect him to come to some accommodation with Liberal Democrats, to give him a long-term, stable relationship, maybe to go for a second 5-year term and achieve things with you, offer you, I don't know, a couple of cabinet seats?
Well, if he was sensible, he'd take the whole Liberal Democrat Party right into his heart, and in fact he'd turn gold himself, but I don't suppose he'd be thinking of that.
Emma Nicholson, I must leave you there. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Let me just welcome Fox viewers in America, coast to coast, just joining us here on Sky News Election 97. It looks as though we've probably got a new Prime Minister this evening who's going to take us into the 21st century. It's the longest campaign in recent history, 6 weeks and 2 days of campaigning here in the UK.
Nothing for the Americans. They go on for months and months, don't they?
That's true, that's true. And he'll be the youngest Prime Minister in 168 years, I think, if he does become the new Prime Minister this evening. There's only one way of finding out, you people in America. Stay with us.
Adam. Well, 6 results in now from this general election. Only 653 to go. There we have it. It's another safe Labour seat. More than 3 votes out of 4 going to Fraser Kemp there. Let's have a look at how they swung round, though. This is a significant thing. Big vote. And Michael, talk us through.
Well, again, 9% swing, very similar to that in Sunderland. Again, the turnout down. It's a familiar pattern that certainly is developing in these northern constituencies. And let's just repeat, in these early declarations, we're more than likely to see Labour seats declaring simply because of the county council elections. People should remember that.
And those county council elections, just to remind us, we will be bringing the results. They are going on where?
Well, they're going in the English shires, those that haven't been, if you like, reformed out of existence, and elsewhere there's some unitary council elections, but they, of course, will not start counting those votes until tomorrow when the parliamentary results are out of the way.
Michael, I hear our first marginal Birmingham-Edgbaston is 5 to 10 minutes away, so that will give us a clearer idea whether those exit polls were really right. But we're joined now from Conservative Central Office by William Hague. William Hague, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, good evening to you.
Good evening,
It's
Alan.
not really a good evening for the Tories, though, is it?
Well, not so far. We've only got half a dozen results so far, and you know as well as I do that we shouldn't conclude the entire election on that basis, but clearly they're disappointing results so far.
You think you're going to lose?
Well, we'll have to see what happens, but clearly all the forecasts from the polls and the results that we've had so far are not looking very good.
Why do you think that is? What went wrong for the Tories in this election?
I think we have faced a completely changed opposition in its image in this election. I think we've faced an opposition that was prepared to do or say anything in order to get elected, and sometimes to speak the language of the Conservative Party in order to do that. And that has been a new situation. Whether they've changed their actual substance remains to be seen. And of course, we have had the problems of having been in office for a very long time, so that much of what we wanted to say about our positive agenda for the next few years was drowned out by grievances from the past.
So it's not your fault, in other words, it's New Labour's good, slick salesmanship.
Well, I think it has been a bit of a marketing con-trick by the Labour Party, but there will also be lessons to be learned by the Conservative Party if these forecasts prove to be correct. Those lessons should be learned in a period of cool and calm reflection over the coming months.
But isn't the big lesson that you should learn is that you can't stand there, as the Prime Minister did, and say Europe is the most important issue in this campaign and not agree a policy on Europe?
Well, I think the Prime Minister will be vindicated in what he has said about Europe in this campaign. And I think the position of the Conservative Party, that we should not go into a federal Europe, not give up the British veto, which were all things on which Conservative candidates were absolutely united, will be vindicated and will be supported by the people of this country over the coming years.
Final question, Mr. Hague. If there is now a leadership contest, will you be a candidate?
There shouldn't be and there needn't be a leadership contest. I and my colleagues in the Cabinet have campaigned for John Major to be the Prime Minister of this country. We therefore certainly believe he should be the leader of the Conservative Party.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Hague. William Hague talking to me there from Conservative Central Office. Now we go a few miles across London to David Mellor in Putney. Good evening, Mr. Mellor.
Hello.
Are you going to be all right tonight, do you think?
It's almost impossible to tell. It's obviously going to be a close race. We always knew it was going to be, and it's going to be a close race. And, as the votes are piling up, it's too early to say.
It's a bit of a meltdown for the party, though, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, one hears about all these exit polls. So far, of course, obviously, I'm somewhat semi-detached from what's actually happening because I'm looking at my own result. As far as I know, we haven't lost any seats yet, have we, or have we?
You haven't lost any yet because they've all been safe Labour seats.
Exactly. So let's wait and see.
Well, you actually think you might still have a government at the end of the evening?
But let's get into that. I mean, why don't you ask me about what I know about?
All right, talk to me about James Goldsmith. Whatever else happens in this campaign, he has had an impact on it, hasn't he? He's helped put that very uncomfortable European issue on the agenda.
No, I think it would have been on the agenda anyway. But the only thing I really want to say about Sir James at this stage is that it doesn't look from the votes on the table as though he's going to be the next Member of Parliament for Putney. Who is remains to be decided.
Why do you think things in the early stages appear to have gone wrong for the Tories? What do you blame?
Well, I don't blame anything except the inevitability of Britain not being a one-party state, the sense that people will obviously want a change, and the issue in the election was a change to what? The assumption, perhaps, has been that the change can be safely made because the Labour Party has repudiated socialism. And I hope one thing that's clearly understood, if the Labour Party are actually going to win tonight...
Mr. Mellor, can I just ask you, is it therefore healthy that there's a change of government?
Well, I don't know whether it's healthy that there's a change of government, but I mean, there's something inevitable about a change of government from time to time, and four terms was a long time.
Thank you for joining us, David Mellor. We must go now to Birmingham Edgbaston, a key marginal, the first marginal of the night, declaring its result. Birmingham Edgbaston, a seat which has been held by the Conservatives in previous elections. It would require a 4.97% swing to Labour for the Labour Party to take this seat. And that, of course, would also be above the swing which it would require to give Labour an overall majority. Now, in non-marginal seats, we've seen swings of 8, 9, 10% so far. So this really is a real battle, and this could be the first seat of the night to change hands. We see there at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, 7 safe Labour seats declared so far, but there seems to be a certain mood of apprehension.
This seat has been held by the Conservatives since 1922, so it's been in their hands a long, long time. So if they do lose it, we really are talking historic proportions in terms of the scale of Tory losses. We might indeed go back to the 1906 landslide, where the Tories got less than 200
Here is the returning officer in Birmingham Edgbaston.
The result for the Birmingham Edgbaston constituency is as follows. Derek Lawrence Campbell, the British Democratic Party candidate, 443. James Young, known as Jock Gallagher, Liberal Democrat, 4,691. Andrew Marshall, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,712. Jonathan Paul Oakton, the Referendum Party candidate, 1,065. Gisela Stewart, the Labour Party, 23,000.
Labour have won the seat, the first seat to be gained by Labour this evening, Birmingham Edgbaston, and that was on their target list, and it is a swing bigger than to give Labour an overall majority. Gisela Stewart, the new MP for Birmingham Edgbaston there. So, there we have the full result. Michael.
Well, there was a Conservative majority of over 5,000. It's now a Labour majority of around 5,000. So it's quite a dramatic turnaround. We don't have the share figures yet, I don't believe, but it's a 10% swing compared with the 1992 situation. Again, similar to the kinds of swing that we've seen in the North, and clearly the Conservatives are in deep trouble.
So there we have it, one Conservative loss so far. This is it, Birmingham Edgbaston. Gisela Stewart, the new MP, 48.6% of the vote. Andrew Marshall, the defeated, the former MP, 38.6. Jock Gallagher, Liberal Democrat, 9.7. Let's have a look at these swings. He's not.
It's not the former.
No, correction.
Jill Knight.
My confusion, I'm sorry. Jill Knight retired in that seat. And these here are the percentages. As Michael was saying, a swing of 10% there, Michael.
Well, this is a significant result for Labour because it certainly indicates to me that that Labour will almost certainly now win Labour Hall Green, leaving no Conservatives in the city of Birmingham. And in many other cities up and down the country now, I think we will see a very similar pattern to that. Conservatives being driven out of the city constituencies.
A 10% swing, of course, would mean that all those target seats that John Prescott went to see on his bus would fall, and more.
Well, I always felt that that was a very modest, if you like, target that they were going for. Indeed, some of those target seats included some that had switched to Labour because of the boundary changes. And if you like, Labour were playing it safe, that they were solely concerned with getting into power, and if you like, they were thinking if the opinion swings towards us, then obviously we will pick up many more seats than that.
Doug Hall?
Magnificent result. I mean, we've won this, a seat held by the Tories since 1922. I think I can say we're on our way based on that.
Nick Scott, sorry.
Well, it's a blow.
Yeah.
It was a safe Conservative seat, and Jill had nursed it very well and worked assiduously there to build up her support, and I think it's a big blow for us to see a swing of that magnitude.
Thank you very much indeed. There's the first seat changing hands of the night. Kay and Laurie.
Thank you very much. So we're seeing 8, 9, 10% swings. Let's join Martin Stanford in our virtual set now to see what he's making of it. Martin.
Laurie, I'm in the House of Commons here, and here come the new government based on these numbers. I better get out of the way of them, because we reckon, at the latest statistics, 417 Labour MPs will be on these, the government benches, in the new-look House of Commons. On these, the opposition benches, the Conservatives, 180 of them, only 180. What a night, if this proves to be right. And what a night for Paddy Ashdown. 35 is our expectation now in the number of Liberal Democrat MPs in this new House of Commons. 27 other MPs representing parties in Northern Ireland and also nationalist parties. It looks like Tony Blair's going to have a majority of about 175. That's our latest thinking. Okay, Laurie?
Martin, thanks very much indeed. Let's have a quick whip round the constituency, see what's going on. Our correspondent Alison Jack is up there in Basildon. It was one of the first to declare last time. Alison, what's happening?
Well, they had the county elections here, so it's taken a little bit longer, but counting's going well, and we're expecting a declaration within the next half hour. The mood on the floor certainly is in Labour's favour. They're talking about weighing the Labour vote rather than counting it. And of course, Basildon's a touch-tone seat. Traditionally, whoever's elected here, their party goes on to win the day. It's only going to take a 2.2% swing to turn it from Tory to Labour. We'll be back with you within the next half hour to give you that result.
Quick thought about Billericay. What's happening there?
Billericay is going to be later. We're not expecting that result until about 4 o'clock in the morning. Theresa Gorman defending a majority of around 20,000. Interestingly, though, she's opposed by a loyal Conservative candidate, Brian Hughes, who's basically is taking a stance against her views on Europe, for which she lost the party whip, and he's taking a line that's backing the Prime Minister. So it'll be interesting to see how much that split the vote.
Ali, come back to you later. Thanks a lot.
And now we're going to join David Wade, who's at Charnwood, which is the Stephen Dorrell seat. Hello, David. What's happening?
Hello. Well, the count is still going on. We too have county election results being processed here. So we're not expecting the result here till around about 4 or 5 in the morning. This is one of the 8 new constituencies created by the Boundaries Commission. So there are no results to look back to from 1992, except the notional result that they think this would have had a majority of somewhere in the region of 20,000 for Stephen Dorrell, for the Conservatives.
And a much, much safer seat for him, of course.
Well, that's right. He's been the MP for Loughborough since 1979, since he came into Parliament. He's come down the road here to Charnwood, which is just north of Leicester. So, yes, they are thinking this would be safer. But, as you say, looking at the results that have so far coming in, we still don't know how safe.
David, thank you very much indeed.
What's happening in Enfield and Southgate? That's Michael Portillo's seat. Let's find out now with David Boulton. Hello to you, David.
Okay.
So, what's going on?
Well, busy like everywhere else here. There's not too many candidates about. I've noticed the Labour candidate who's opposing Michael Portillo, Stephen Twigg, down here. He's very upbeat about the night as a whole for the party, but doesn't expect to overturn a 15,500 majority that Michael Portillo has here in Enfield Southgate. Though he does say he's going to put a substantial dint in it. His people tell him that his votes are piling up quite nicely, and he reckons he could really get within about 3,000 of Michael Portillo. The other interesting one here, of course, is Edmonton. That's the count going on in the middle. There's a temporary lull there at the moment as they open a few more boxes. But that one last time was held by the Tories by just 593 votes. It would take a tiny, tiny swing with some 60-odd thousand electorate here to turn that one over to the Labour Party. I think everybody here in the Conservative Party is thinking that that one has been signed out and is away with the Labour Party.
But it looks like the old Harrovian's safe in Enfield for the time being. We'll come back to you. Thanks a lot, David.
A Conservative hold there, so it's not all completely wipe out at the moment. But let's look at the results so far, and you'll see that it's going very much Labour's way. They've got Barnsley Central, Birmingham, Edgbaston, that's Jill Knight's old seat, has for the very first time gone Labour. Bootle, Hamilton South, that's George Robertson's seat. He's going to have to handle Scottish devolution. Houghton, and then we've got some more here.
We certainly have, Laurie. Should I go through them for you? Manchester Blackley, Sunderland North, Sunderland South. We saw both of them here on the Election 97 programme, didn't we? And also Wrexham of Alstead Labour this evening.
So there we are. 10 results and 649 to go. Adam.
Yes, Laurie, that Portsmouth North hold has an interesting aspect to it. By our calculations, based on the new boundaries, it would have required a swing of 8.7 for Labour to take it, and they didn't get it. Portsmouth North was held by the Conservative candidate Peter Griffiths there. So that perhaps suggests that the majority is not quite going to be as big as we thought it was at the beginning of the evening. Indeed, we are now revising downward our predictions as results come in, Doug Hoyle, to something below 150 now for an overall majority.
I'll settle for 150 and be very, very satisfied indeed. We never expected anything.
I'm sorry. Well, there we have a correction.
Now there you are. You've got to... Maybe it's going to be above 150.
Well, all right, a corrected result. Portsmouth North has fallen to the Conservatives.
Wonderful.
And we can go now up to Sedgefield and Jeremy Thompson.
Right. Hello. Well, with me, Alistair Campbell, taking a brief moment from running around with Mr. Blair all day. What sort of mood is Tony in?
He's in a fine fettle. I mean, you know, he's had a great campaign and he's had a great day, and I think he's feeling a sense of humility, actually, and a sense of responsibility, and I think that will come across when you see him speak later on.
A bit daunting what now lies ahead for him?
I think he's been, I mean, one of the things about Tony Blair is that he's got an extraordinarily focused mind, and he's focused. And, he's been focused on the campaign. The campaign has drawn to a close, and he's now focused upon what lies ahead.
Do you think it has been very much about him? Do you think he has been the single most important factor in the election?
Yeah, I've got no doubt about that. And I think that the Conservatives made a big mistake in targeting him in the way that they did, because that made him the issue, and that was a battle they were never going to win. I mean, he is an extraordinarily strong character, and the thing that came out through a long campaign is that, you know, Tony believes all this stuff. It is not some sort of cosmetic PR exercise. He keeps saying he believes it, and that came out over the campaign. And, you know, you followed it the whole way through, and I think anybody who's been with him the whole way through knows that this is a guy who believes what he says and who gets things done, and I think that's what the public saw.
Well, I mean, undoubtedly one of the things we noticed was just that it was more professional than any other campaign we'd ever followed in the past. What were the other things you think were important? What other things do you think you got right? Were there any turning points in the campaign?
I think that it's obviously a very complex thing, an election campaign, and I think that all the various parts worked. I think Tony was storming towards the end, really hit top form. John Prescott had a fantastic campaign. I mean, the Tories was telling everybody, you know, we're going to chase John Prescott, he's bound to cock up and all the rest of it. Prescott was brilliant. Gordon Brown handling the press conference was brilliant. The Millbank Tower operation was brilliant. The organisation on the ground, I mean, we have got fantastic organisation on the ground. A lot of the new young members have really played an active part in the campaign. And I think that as you talk about turning points, I think the fact that we got through the so-called wobble without any real damage, and frankly, I don't think it was a wobble. I just think the press were testing us out quite rightly, and the Tories were landing one or two blows for that brief period. But I think that the turning point for Tony was actually Edinburgh, the speech in Edinburgh, when he really felt strongly that the media he called it a news blackout on conviction and passion, and he let rip, and people saw him for what he is.
No more wobbles. Alistair Campbell, thank you very much. I'll hand you back to one of your great fans in the studio, Kay Burley.
Thanks very much indeed. Just to let you know that Portsmouth seat was won by Labour on a 14% swing, and not surprising, Labour have held Salford there. John Maples, Tory deputy chairman, said that if Blur turns out as good as he looks, we have problems. It's certainly looking that way this evening, isn't it? It's 1:30, time to update you on the election headlines so far. Shaping up to be a landslide victory for Labour. Early results and exit polls of voters suggest 18 years of Tory rule will be brought to an end in a dramatic fashion. Labour's first gain of the night came in one of its target seats at Birmingham Edgbaston, where there was a swing against the Conservatives of around 10%. Tony Blair has arrived at his count in Sedgefield. There he is, arriving, and later on tonight he's expected to return to London for a rally at the Royal Festival Hall. If the swing against the Conservatives continues throughout the night, there are likely to be some well-known Tory casualties. A short time ago, the Welsh Secretary William Hague conceded it was a bad night for the Tories.
I think we have faced a completely changed opposition in its image in this election. I think we've faced an opposition that was prepared to do or say anything in order to get elected, and sometimes to speak the language of the Conservative Party in order to do that. And that has been a new situation. Whether they've changed their actual substance remains to be seen. And of course, we have had the problems of having been in office for a very long time, so that much of what we wanted to say about our positive agenda for the next few years was drowned out by grievances from the past.
So 13 seats declared, and we've got huge swings to Labour, 8.5%, 9.5%, 14% in the case of Portsmouth North. Adam.
Yes, Laurie, and let's give you that corrected result now in Portsmouth North, which is indeed a Labour gain. It was 100th, number 100 on Labour's target list, and Peter Griffiths held the seat since 1979 for the Conservatives. No longer. Sid Rapston is the new MP with 47% of the vote. Peter Griffiths 37.6, and Steve Sollitt for the Liberal Democrats, 10.6. Let's have a look at how the vote swung around. 38. There we see it. Now that's a big swing. That is a 13.5% swing from Tories to Labour, and that would spell big trouble. And that is what we were predicting, Michael, in the marginals.
Well, if you remember earlier on, I was a bit reluctant to answer your question, but we've now seen that result, and it would suggest to me that where Labour has got to break through in the south and Greater London and the Midlands, for example, we could see some big swings such as that, bigger than in the north, for example, where the Labour vote is already fairly high, and that really does spell trouble for the Conservative Party.
Nicholas Scott, this is vindication, isn't it, for the strategy which the Labour Party have conducted in this campaign, concentrating much more on the marginals than, for example, Tony Blair concentrated much more on the marginals than John Major did. John Major's sort of prime ministerial progress around the nation, Tony Blair going for the votes.
It was a sensible strategy, and it's obviously paying off for them at the moment.
And your thoughts on the loss of Mr Griffiths?
I don't think I shed many tears.
Why is that?
Well, Mr Griffiths has a past, and I didn't agree with him with his stance on those occasions. And
on what issues are you talking
I think
about
he
here?
learnt a lot of lessons recently and has been, I think, forgiven. But I think it's sad, obviously, to lose any colleague from the Parliament, but I don't think I'd be particularly sad about this result.
Doug Hall, you won't be weeping either.
No, I won't. I won't. He has a past. He's certainly been very, very quiet.
What is his past?
Well, I think I'd better let Nick say.
He has played the race card.
He played the race card, let's say that. But
Yes.
he's been a very quiet MP since he came back, and it just shows that Labour can, if we can win that, we can win many, many more seats that weren't even on our target.
Well, let's look through some of the other seats that have been coming in. 14 results, as you see, we now have in. Let's have a look at that. Claire Short is back as an MP. What job will she get in the Blair government? It's an interesting question, isn't it, Doug Hoyle, as we go through this result?
One for Tony Blair.
It's not there.
Not for me.
You're not going to answer it?
There.
And let's move on. There we are. Well, a massive endorsement for Claire Short. And a smallish swing, but I suppose she had a lot of the votes anyway. And moving on, Manchester Blackley here, Graham Stringer, former head of the council up in Manchester. He's got 70% of the vote, also a massive result. Let's have a look at how things swung around there. And roughly speaking, a 10% swing. And Labour have held Tyne Bridge. That won't be a great surprise. Barnsley, let's have a look at that. Eric Ilsley, 77% of the vote. And let's have a look at how things swung around there. Well, it's fair to say we haven't seen the Labour vote going down anywhere, have we, Michael?
Well, no, we wouldn't have expected it in any of these results so far. But remarkably, the Liberal Democrat vote, the exit polls have said there, and some recent polls before the election said around about 18%, and that's what they got last time. So that would be a remarkable result for them, given that they started the campaign on about 11 or 12%.
And there we have an interesting result. Labour gain Crosby, Doug Hoyle.
Oh, that's wonderful. That really is unexpected.
Let's have a look at Ashton-under-Lyne. There we have it. Robert Sheldon, the well-known backbencher, is back. And moving on to how the vote swung around. Swing again there above 10%. Salford, let's have a look at that. Hazel Blears, 69%. Elliot Bishop, 17.4%. And Norman Owen there at 10%. And those are how the votes went. And there we have it. Again, a swing just under 10% in Salford. Barnsley West, let's have a look at that. And there we have it. Michael Clapham, 59.3%. Paul Watkins, Conservative, 18.4%. And again, let's have a look at how things went round. Nah, we'll have the full result from Crosby in a moment, but Michael, as I understand it, that was a more than 10% swing to take Crosby.
Yes, indeed. It's a good result, of course. I think Shirley Williams held that seat, didn't she, for the SDP at a by-election. Interesting, that last result in Barnsley, the Liberal Democrat vote going up rather more than Labour's.
I think what it tells us is that nobody in that Barnsley seat knew quite who was going to come second. So both parties were caught in the two-way stretch. I think what the results so far demonstrate, as far as the Liberal Democrats are concerned, is that we are likely, if the exit poll is right, to do extremely well in seats where we were running second to the Tories.
Fair to say, if we look at the Crosby result here, we can have a look at that. This was 120th on Labour's target list, but it was actually 124th on the Lib Dem target list. So let's see how the votes split between the parties on the night as we... There we have it, you see, Labour picking up from both there.
Yes, Labour picked up the squeeze there in seats where the Liberal Democrats have been running a good second. Hopefully we will pick up the squeeze from Labour.
Michael, overall, the pattern is we're now revising our overall majority up again, are we?
Well, it will fluctuate from time to time until the results stabilise, until we get many more results in. If you like, our assessment of where the party is going to be changes in terms of how many results we got in from each region.
Michael, thank you. Back to Laurie and Kay.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Adam. We can join the Chancellor now, Kenneth Clarke, at his Rushcliffe constituency. Good evening to you, Chancellor.
Good evening. Is that Adam Boulton?
I beg your pardon?
Is that Adam Boulton?
No, it's Laurie Mayer.
I'm very sorry.
OK, Adam's here. I'm sure he'd like to have a word with you as well.
No, I'm delighted to talk to you, Laurie.
You've heard the kind of swings, have you? 10%, 14% in the case of Portsmouth North. The Tories haven't got a seat yet. We've got 18 results in. It looks like meltdown, doesn't it?
It looks like a very disappointing evening. I mean, it's too early to say. I mean, if all your equipment and all your swingometers and everything else are producing forecasts, I will not compete with that. In a few hours' time, we'll have all the results, but obviously I'm going to be sharing the disappointment of most Conservatives that we have lost this election, I think. But after 18 years of really quite historic power, where we have changed this country remarkably for the better, country's decided, wants to see what New Labour's really like, and we have to go into opposition to that, I think.
You spent a long time telling us what a successful Chancellor you've been, how we have a booming economy. Why didn't that feel-good message get through?
I'd have liked to have spent more time saying that. I would like to have seen the economy feature much, much more in the campaign, and obviously the Labour Party didn't want to talk about it, and it kept being crowded out by other things. We had far too much on sleaze, which sort of completely wasted the first 2 weeks of the campaign. Then we had far too much on Europe, and we never really got on to the serious economic issues which lie behind so much else. But if you're not careful, I shall get back into the kind of election speech I was giving up and down the country.
But of course there was this tension also between Number 10 and Central Office over which issues the party should go on, really. There was John Major suddenly saying, OK, throw the script away, I want to talk about Europe, and people like you want to talk about the economy.
Well, I know nothing about tensions in the Central Office. I really don't, except what I read in the newspaper.
But do you think it was a good campaign then?
I was there when John actually made, I thought, an
I'm sorry,
impressive...
Mr Clarke, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're going over to Yeovil and Paddy Ashdown.
That's what we deliver.
The exit polls are looking and suggesting, and so are the early results, that it will in fact be a landslide victory for Labour.
You really can't tell, and I think we should wait till the British public's votes are counted rather than the exit poll, interesting though they are. Thank you all very much
Final
indeed.
question, are you getting any reports of your own party's performance from your...
As far as I can tell, it looks to me as though we're going to be on a good night, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
There from Mr Ashdown. What's going on up in Edinburgh this evening? No doubt we've got a very anxious Foreign Secretary and a very happy Agriculture Minister and a very happy Treasury spokesman as well. Quite a few big names up there in Scotland, haven't we, at Edinburgh? And our correspondent James Matthews is trying to have a word with all of them. Foreign Secretary's seat was considered perhaps quite a safe seat, but with the way the polls have been going, and indeed the swings have been going this evening, 14% swing in Portsmouth, it looks as though he could well lose his seat.
Malcolm Rifkind, Ian Lang and Michael Forsyth are all going to be dead men, aren't they?
I think there might be a few more apart from those this evening. We're going to go to Edinburgh in just a short while. Meantime, I think it's about time that we heard from Martin Stanford before we lose our lights as well. Martin, good evening.
Just while you're putting another battery in the lights, Kay, let me just tell you just the very latest results we're getting from the House of Commons. This is our interpretation of the results in so far and what we expect this new House of Commons to look like. Labour Party on the governing benches for the first time. Latest suggestions, 405. You need 330 in the new House of Commons. 659 MPs being sent there. 659, quite a number for our small country, isn't it? 254 on the opposition benches, though. Conservatives, we reckon, are going to end up with 196. Paddy Ashdown, reason to be cheerful. 31 reasons to be cheerful, in fact. He only had 20, of course, when the Parliament started 5 years ago. Other parties, the National Parties and Northern Ireland representatives, 27. So Tony Blair sitting on a majority of 151. That's our latest computations. Okay, Laurie?
Thank you very much indeed. Let's take a look at the state of the parties. I think we can bring you now. We're going to bring you the Labour gains, first of all. Quite a lot of those already. Right, let's have a look. Birmingham Edgbaston, that was Jill Knight's old seat, has gone Labour for the first time in its history. Crosby, Portsmouth North, that was a 14% swing. These are the Labour gains.
Not likely to be a Labour gain down at Putney, though, is there, this evening? And we'll be talking to James Goldsmith in just a second. But meantime, if he could bear with us for just a second, Sir James, because we're going to go to Birmingham Hall Green for a declaration.
Charles Alistair Dow, Liberal Democrat, 4,034. Andrew Rakes Hargreaves, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,952. Stephen James McCoy, the Labour Party candidate, 22,000.
Well, it's clearly overwhelming Labour victory there. Birmingham Hall Green, number 51 on the Labour hit list, but I think that hit list of 57's out of the window now. We're looking at much bigger gains. Right, let's, I think, Kay, you're about to talk to James Goldsmith, weren't you?
We are indeed. Sir James, a very good evening to you.
Good evening.
Thank you for being patient with us. Is it your fault that perhaps the Federalist government is being put into power?
I didn't hear that, I'm afraid.
Perhaps it's your fault that the Federalist government is being put into power.
A Federalist government? They've promised, I mean, you haven't been reading the declarations of Mr. Blair. He said he's against a Federalist government. All the parties have. If you read their literature and read what they write in the newspapers, Mr. Major sent out a leaflet saying the Conservative Party is the referendum party. Mr. Blair wrote in the Sun newspaper that the Labour Party is the referendum party. Paddy Ashdown said that the Liberal Party, or the Lib Dems, are the referendum party. Now, as we're the only genuine referendum party, I think I'm about to claim 100% of the vote.
Did we need a referendum party with the other three main parties saying that we would have a referendum over Europe?
The problem is, as you know what has happened, we are a pressure group. We were a pressure group. Our purpose was to break the unity of silence on Europe. We broke it. Europe became the principal issue of the election. That was the most important thing for us. We've had a real debate about Europe. It's now starting. The facts are out. The British people know about them. But all the parties became referendum parties suddenly. On top of that, they've all jettisoned their Euro-Federalist, or claimed to have jettisoned their Euro-Federalist policies, and they have adopted now Eurosceptic policies. All I can say is that none of the parties, as a result of this change, have a mandate from the people in the next government to pursue a Euro-Federal party.
Yes.
So James Goldsmith, thank you.
Basildon Man, let's see what Essex Man's doing. This is where David Amos, of course, took the chicken run, went to Southend West. Declaration coming up now.
I, being the returning officer for the Basildon constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. John Charles Barron, Conservative, 16,366. Lindsay Granshaw, Liberal Democrat, 4,608. Craig Barry Robinson, Referendum Party, 2,462. Angela Evans Smith, Labour, 29,646.
So the Labour Party has gained Basildon this evening. Essex Man has gone red. It was seen as a political weather vane, the seat that Labour must win if it was to form a government. Not only has it won, it looks as though it's wiped the floor with John Barron this evening. Adam.
Yes, indeed, Kay. That was the second new Labour female face we've seen taking seats this evening. Basildon, of course, was 29th on Labour's target list. Also, a number of other interesting results came in during that last sequence. For example, we now see from these indicators on the bottom of the screen that the Liberal Democrats have got one seat in Sheffield Hallam, and also, of course, we saw that second Birmingham gain for the Labour Party. Roy Hattersley, you're an old Birmingham hand. What does this mean for Britain's second city?
Well, first of all, there isn't a Conservative Member of Parliament in Birmingham. I mean, Joe Chamberlain City, the heartland of modern conservatism, they don't have a single Conservative Member of Parliament. There isn't a Conservative Member of Parliament in Sheffield either now. The Liberals have taken their one seat. I mean, the Conservative Party has been wiped out in Middle England. It's been wiped out in industrial England. And the swings are extraordinary. That Basildon swing, I mean, it's not a swing, it's an avalanche.
Well, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at this extraordinary swing. Basildon, Angela Smith there, 55.8%, John Barron, 30.8%. Let's have a look at that. And there we have it, the result in graphical form, and the way they swung around. There you see, a 14% swing. 14.7. We can now go to Dunfermline to see Gordon Brown in a safe Labour seat.
John James Ramage, Scottish National Party, 5,690. And James Tolson, Scottish Liberal Democrat, 2,164. And that Gordon Brown has been duly elected to serve in Parliament as a member for the Dunfermline East constituency.
Mr. Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen, can I first of all thank you, your staff, all those who staffed the polling stations today, all those who have counted the votes this evening, the police, and everybody in the Council in Fife for the very fast and efficient way that this poll has been conducted this evening. I want also to thank my fellow candidates for the keenly fought contest that we have enjoyed and for the sporting way that this contest has been conducted. I want to thank particularly those people in the Labour Party who not only during this contest but over the last 3 contests have helped me and helped the Labour Party achieve this great result this evening. This result, which is now being repeated in almost every corner of the country, is not just...
We're now cutting away from Gordon Brown on the significance of his win to cut to pictures of Cherie Blair and Tony Blair there, and on the left of the screen, John Burton, Tony Blair's agent, and in Sedgefield, and perhaps one of the most influential people in the new Labour Party, Mr. Blair, greeting the crowd. I should just say that we were talking earlier about Liberal Democrat gains. We are getting a picture across the country that Liberal Democrats are on course to gain Sheffield Hallam. As we understand it, that has not been declared yet. They have, however, made a gain in Southport.
Yes, Ronnie Fern is back in the House of Commons, one of the great characters of the northwest of England, a great Liberal. But I understand that we've lost Rochdale.
We are on the way to losing it.
On the way to losing Rochdale. Well, if Liz Lynn loses, it will be a great loss to the party.
And Labour gaining in Norwich North, that's significant, Roy Hattersley.
Yes, I mean, it's significant because we've done very badly in East Anglia for year after year. We only have big majorities when we do well in East Anglia and a few in the south of England, and East Anglia seems to be coming back as well.
East Anglia, of course, came back in part to you in Norfolk in the European elections, didn't it?
Yes, 26th target.
Yeah. But it certainly puts Waveney and Great Yarmouth and Peterborough and seats like that well within your range.
All there to be picked up
in East Anglia, yes, and maybe even some more difficult targets.
And as Tony Blair carries on greeting the crowd there, it really is a quite extraordinary picture so far. 37 results declared, and we have not a single Conservative on the board, even allowing for the fact that Steve Norris, those were largely safe Labour seats. It is a grim picture, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bad night for us. I think we all accept that. Certainly, you know, thinking back over the weeks of the campaign, it's very clear that in the event it was the opinion polls that were right. They held remarkably solid. Certainly our information, informal as ever, was that things were running rather better for us, but that was clearly perhaps candidates believing rather too enthusiastically what they were hearing from their
another
helpers.
gain. Labour have gained Wolverhampton South West.
Nick Budgeon.
That's Nick Budgeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, another one who's like Peter Griffiths, perhaps not been slow to highlight racial issues in his...
I was surprised about Nick. I've always regarded Nick as a very principled member of Parliament, whether I agree with him or not, which I didn't have to say I didn't always do. And I think many of his colleagues were taken aback when he played that card quite so openly.
It's not a great moment for Eurosceptics when Nick Budgeon loses his Wolverhampton seat.
I think that also what we're seeing is that we will lose a number of great characters from the House. Liz Lynn, I think, frankly,
Should you just say a touching...
will be a loss, and I think so will Nick Budgeon.
Yeah.
I mean, a very sharp intellect, very clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
The pictures in Sedgefield, very interesting. John Burton there, Tony Blair's agent, looking a bit fed up at the time things are taken. Tony Blair's taken his two sons, Nicky and Ewan, to the Count. Interesting that this is the first time during the campaign that we have seen them at all. We saw just the back of their heads in that broadcast, that documentary broadcast by Molly Dineen. But I suppose Mr. Blair and Mrs. Blair are facing up to the fact that, to a certain extent, the children who we see there and the three Blair children, and their grandfather, Leo Blair, standing there in the middle, a former Tory candidate, that they are, to a certain extent, going to be public figures, whether they like it or not, and so they've been brought out on this night, presumably taken time off from school.
I think we all feel for them.
I hope they won't be, and I hope that we'll all be able to avoid making them so. Because I think there's nothing more difficult for kids.
They are, let me say, they are going, I didn't mean public figures in their own right, I simply meant inevitably living in Downing Street, they're not going to be invisible.
It's fair for those of us who've been MPs, all of us here, to make a plea to the press, to leave the poor children to lead their own lives.
Well, should be said in defence of the press, that's what we've done, isn't it, Roy Hattersley?
In the future?
Yeah, I share my colleague's view that the Blair kids are going to have a tough time as it is, whatever happens. And all of us have a duty to make it as little tougher, less tough as whatever the word is as possible.
On the whole, if a member of Parliament doesn't push his family into the public light, the press will respect it.
Yeah,
but if you do try to take advantage of your family, then once you've done that, the press will not let go.
And are entitled to do so. I mean, you have to make up your own mind whether you want to be that sort of...
What about Mrs. Blair, Cherie Booth, the QC? You're a QC too, Alex Collar. Will it be difficult for her to pursue a legal career, do you think?
Well, I think it will be difficult. She's a very fine QC. She's got a brilliant career. She's one of the best lawyers in the employment and administrative law field in the country. But I think her clerk, who runs her practice, will be feeling very uncomfortable tonight. Cherie is an assistant recorder. That's the first foot on the judicial ladder. I hope she'll be able to continue to do that, and I hope she'll be able to continue to do practice. But there will, of course, be problems. A lot of the work she does, because it's employment law, because it's public law, has political undertones, at least, and that may cause some difficulties.
Roy
I'd
Hattersley...
rather see her on the bench than as an advocate. I think it would be easier.
But she'd be an excellent judge, and perhaps Cherie will be...
Well, let's go now to Battersea, where John Bois is the defending MP for the Conservatives. The declaration in Battersea.
Being the returning officer for the Battersea constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Banks Ashley, UK Independence Party, 250. Bois John, Conservative Party, 18,687. Keaveney Paula, Liberal Democrat, 3,482. Linton Martin, Labour Party, 24,000.
Labour have won Battersea, which was number 62 on their target list.
47. Marshall Joseph, Rainbow Dream Ticket Party, 127. Slater Mark, Referendum Party, 804. And that Martin Linton has been duly elected to serve as the member for Battersea.
So there we see pictures back live in Sedgefield, Tony Blair waiting for his result, but another victory for him there. John Bois, the minister, has been defeated by Martin Linton, the Guardian journalist. Steve Norris, your thoughts?
Well, particularly disappointed in that. That was one that we thought we might hold, accepting that John wasn't too far away from the territory Labour looked likely to hold. We did think at one time that his own personal popularity, he's been a very, very good MP and a good minister, might just protect him. Very sad.
Michael, talk us through this.
Well, this is an astonishing result because, in actual fact, this seat did not feature on Labour's hit list for the simple reason that it's in the London Borough of Wandsworth, of course, where, if you recall, this is Mrs Thatcher's flagship council, rather. So Martin Linton was rather dissatisfied by the Labour tactic, but he didn't need it. With this kind of landslide that Labour's confronting now, seats like Battersea and almost certainly, I would have thought now, Putney, would go Labour's way.
It is, in fact, the same hall as where we're going to get the Putney Declaration with David Mellor fighting for his political life, so we'll have that shortly. But this is now the declaration in Sedgefield, Tony Blair's seat, a safe Labour seat by any definition, and on a night like this, I would offer odds of 1,000,000 to 1. Liberal Dems have gained Portsmouth South.
That's Mike Hancock.
Mike Hancock, former MP there.
Very good, ladies and gentlemen. This is the result
and they've
of the
gained North Haven as well.
For the Sedgefield constituency. I, Norman Vaux, being the acting returning officer for the Sedgefield constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election held on Thursday, 1st May 1997 was as follows. Ronald Walter Alexander Leslie Beadle, Liberal Democrat, 3,050. Anthony Charles Linton Blair, the Labour Party candidate, 33,526.
Tony Blair is back as an MP and as the next Prime Minister. We'll hear from him in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I read the other ones out, please? Brian Gibson, Socialist Labour Party, 474. Miriam Hall, the Referendum Party candidate, 1,683. Elizabeth Mary Alice Pittman, the official Conservative Party candidate, 8,383. And I do hereby declare that Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Sedgefield constituency.
Labour, we're just seeing there, have gained Oldham East. That was a redrawing in the Littleborough-Saddleworth Oldham area, and will mean that Chris Davis, the Liberal Democrat MP, is out. A Liberal Democrat loss, although technically on border changes it was a Conservative seat. But now the next Prime Minister accepting his victory in his constituency.
Thank you very much indeed. And can I first of all give my sincere thanks to Norman, the returning officer, and to all the staff who've worked here so magnificently this evening and given us such a quick count. Many, many thanks indeed to you all. Can I also thank the police for their work in doing this in a slightly unusual set of circumstances this evening, and I think, as ever, they've been absolutely wonderful for us, and I should like to thank them very much. In addition, I should thank to all the staff here at the Leisure Centre who have done a wonderful job. All of you have helped to make this count work extremely smoothly. Many thanks indeed. Can I also take this opportunity, too, of thanking the other candidates in the election. I'm sorry they haven't seen quite as much of me as they perhaps would have liked, or perhaps not. But if I may just say, I know that it's been a very clean, a very good campaign. And if I can say this to Lizzie, who came second and who is the Conservative candidate, I once fought a very hopeless Conservative seat in Beaconsfield in the south of England, and look what happened to me. So you never can tell.
with that from Norman,
I think it's the only comment from a Conservative tonight.
Back to you, Laurie.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Adam. Just a quick recap on some of the results that have been coming in. Labour have held Hartlepool, so Peter Mandelson's safely back in, no surprise there. Labour have gained Wirral South, technically gained it, although they wanted the by-election. Ben Chapman's back there. They've held Livingston, so Robin Cook's safe. Labour's held Great Grimsby. Austin Mitchell, we're all delighted to see him back. And Joe Ashton back in Bassett Law. David Hunt has lost his seat in Wirral West. Labour's won that. And surprise, surprise, Labour have held Rhondda.
Right. And Mr Hattersley will be very pleased that his old seat of Birmingham Sparkbrook has been held. And Labour have gained the Vale of Clwyd from the Conservatives. Do you want to tell me what that was on the hit list?
Yes, number 33 on the hit list, yes.
It's amazing. You can tell you any of them. You can't tell me what they're drinking up at Trimdon, though, at the moment. Helen Morton is celebrating. Oh, who's with you, Helen?
Well, I'm joined, Kay, by Father John Caden, who, as well as being a long-standing friend of Tony Blair's, is also actually his tennis partner too. And together in the club, we've just witnessed some amazing scenes, haven't we? What went through your mind just now?
Well, I was really a bit overwhelmed by it all. I heard Tony's acceptance speech, and I think this was so typical.
This is live now from Hong Kong. James, much interest in the British election there?
Well, I certainly wouldn't say overwhelming interest. I think most people in Hong Kong now realise that Britain is, in a sense, a spent force. There are only 2 months to go before Hong Kong...
An hour or two's time. Richard?
Well, Laurie, the celebration...
Saw Tony Blair there at his relaxed best, speaking to his own people, but translating what he felt about Sedgefield over these years in national terms. And I think that that's why he is quite an outstanding character and fully deserves to win. I'm overjoyed for him.
By comparison with 92, you couldn't get a starker contrast in emotions, presumably, tonight and then.
No, then it was a time of mourning. And I think that Labour supporters did feel as if they'd been bereaved. That's what they communicated to me. Today is literally a new dawn, and they're going to enjoy it, and rightly so.
David Steele, what do you make of the Liberal Democrat results so far? Rather encouraging.
It's very encouraging. I'm very sad that Liz Lynn and Chris Davis have lost. What seems to be happening, actually, is that the hot Labour competition, we haven't been able to hang on, but we're picking up more seats from the Conservatives. And there is some evidence, I think Neil and I were just talking about this, that there is a real tactical vote going on.
Jonathan. Sedgefield, look at the happiness there as he hugs, I suspect, one of his children down there. I can't quite see it from here.
I think that was Catherine,
yes.
Yes.
And there's his father on the left that he spoke of so touchingly, and saying how he wished that his mother could have been there as well. His father had the stroke, which he said was the turning point of his life, or one of the most important seminal events of his life. Happily signing autographs of his admirers and supporters there. The man who will be the new Prime Minister. He's not yet, of course, Prime Minister. That won't happen until John Major moves out of Downing Street and sees the Queen, and he goes and accepts the job of Prime Minister.
101. Coleman Tony, Labour Party, 20,000 and...
On David Mellor's face. Look at that face.
Atika, Independent Beautiful Party, 49.
Tidal wave that has moved the Labour Party into office. What has happened is that we had 18 successful years, but this is not a one-party state, and it is inevitable, therefore, that at some point we should leave office, and that's what's happening tonight. I would like to make clear, though, that the Labour Party has won tonight, not on a socialist platform. The Labour Party has won tonight on a platform of moderation and a platform that is in many respects indistinguishable from that of the Conservative Party. And I think the Labour Party...
Liz Lynn, as we predicted, it's now confirmed, is out in Rochdale. Liz Lynn, the Liberal Democrat MP, has been defeated in...
to say this to Sir James Goldsmith, who's got nothing
Cyril
to be
Smith's former
smug
seat.
about. And I would like to say that 1,500 votes is a derisory total. And we have shown tonight that the referendum party is dead in the water. And Sir James, you can get off back to Mexico knowing your attempt to buy the British political system has failed. Thank you very much.
And there we are, riotous scenes at Putney. Sir James Goldsmith joining in the cheering with Michael Yardley there the anti-gun candidate. And we see Nicholas Bonser, the Foreign Office Minister, has lost in Upminster. Sir Nicholas Bonser has lost in Upminster. Just to recap some of the prominent and Liberal Democrat gain in Weston-super-Mare. So
that's good news.
Lord Archer's backyard.
That's very good. That shows we're gaining the seats that were on our target list. Very satisfactory.
And just look at that picture at the bottom of the screen there. We're seeing there the Liberal Democrats at this stage, with just under 100 seats in, are on 6, and the Tories are on 2. Now, I know that's partly how the seats fall, but it's fairly dramatic. And Labour, Roy Hattersley, 87.
Well,
You're running away with it.
What Ted Heath said a year ago? He said in the Canadian general election, the Conservatives only won 2 seats. Now, I wonder who the other one is going to be, said Ted. Well, there we are.
Well, he knows it's the MP for Solihull, I think. But we should just recap on some of the prominent Tories who've gone this evening. We just saw David Mellor going there. We've also seen David Hunt lose his seat, Nicholas Budgeon lose his seat. And in the last few minutes, Michael Forsyth, the first Cabinet Minister casualty of the evening. We should say there was a Cabinet Minister who lost last time round. That was Chris Patten. But at least he had the consolation of winning the election as party chairman. No such consolation for the losers this time round. We are also hearing, incidentally, that there is a recount has been asked for in Michael Portillo's constituency, and also that a recount, not such good news for Alex Carlisle, a recount has been asked for in Simon Hughes's constituency as well, Bermondsey. It could be that the Labour tide may be threatening Simon Hughes there. We will, of course, bring you those results as quickly as we get them. But Stephen Norris, isn't really much you can say, is there, beyond shaking your head?
Yeah, I think Michael Forsyth is a significant loss. Michael Forsyth was considerable intellectual power in the last Conservative government, and I think many people did see him playing a very prominent role in the future of our party, which I'm sure he will still do. It was, of course, not a seat that was ever safe. I think Michael accepted from the beginning. We were talking about a few hundred here, and very sadly, he's gone down. We're seeing some very big hitters lose.
Michael Forsyth.
A great shame, because I think he was one of the half dozen or so people, near the top of the party with as Steve has said, a great deal of intellectual ability to go in there. I'm glad, incidentally, to hear that it appears that my successor has safely held Chingford.
Ian Duncan Smith back there.
My goodness.
Well, who knows, he might be party leader. I mean, he's a prominent member of the party.
Yes, it would have been a pretty bad night if we'd lost that one.
Just a quick word, Alex Carlisle, on the Liberal Democrat performance. Good on the whole, but some losses.
It's good on the whole. We're losing 1 or 2 seats, unfortunately, to Labour, like Rochdale. Lislin will be a great loss. I very much hope that Simon Hughes doesn't lose. But we are winning seats well down our target list. Upminster, incidentally, is extraordinary. Labour have gained their 144th target.
All right, an
seat.
interesting one we just saw there, Perth. Now, we were calling that a Conservative seat on the basis of the 1992 general election. Since then, of course, it has fallen to the SNP and Rosanna Cunningham, but now Labour have retaken that seat.
Yes, I would want confirmation of that, Adam. I find that result quite incredulous.
Well, let's hope we have. Lib Dems have held Montgomeryshire. Alec Carlisle, we have got to hear from you on this.
Well, I'm delighted that Lembit
Your old
Opik
seat,
has held my old seat. I understand from a message I've had that he has an increased majority, though not quite the number of votes that I had at the last election. So I think we can all take great satisfaction from that. He will make waves in the House of Commons. Lembit Opik.
Adam, it's very important that we don't just keep expressing our astonishment at these results. This is a major shift to seeing in British politics tonight. I mean, this is a...
It really is a sea change.
This is a sea change. This is a change which is so fundamental that this is an extraordinary general election. It's a general election we've not
absolutely.
seen in our
It was
lifetime,
James Callaghan who made that point about 79, and 97 will now rank up there with it.
I think the 3 great changes in British politics since war were 45, 79 and now. And this is probably more permanent than the other 2.
There's a double sea change, Roy, isn't there? That it's been accomplished on the back of the Labour Party having embraced virtually every one of the reforms which was undertaken between 79...
Tony Blair there.
I mean, you were one of the best Labour leaders ever, Norman.
I'm very happy for Norman to take...
Let's talk about Tony Blair. Tony Blair here, leaving Sedgefield. He's going to board a plane and fly back to London. He's expected at that Festival Hall rally round about 4 a.m. He's signing autographs. He hasn't done too much of that during the campaign. Alistair Campbell and Jonathan Powell there running ahead. Mr Blair coming out to meet the crowns. Labour have held Isloin, Neil Kinnock's old seat. No surprises there, it has to be said. We are getting confirmation on Perth, but...
Tony, happy birthday today.
Tony Blair here exchanging greetings with autograph hunters. I think for the first time in this campaign, not surprisingly, but he's now allowing himself to look tired. Hitherto he's been a very determined man. Roy Hattersley, your thoughts on Tony Blair?
I think he's going to be a remarkable Prime Minister. He is going to be a Prime Minister of what he calls himself the centre-left. He's imposed his centre-left will on the Labour Party, partly by changing its constitution and partly by changing policy. And I reckon, like the priest said, that he'll go on being himself and impose that centrist, mildly radical policy on the country for 5 years. And the other thing that I was going to say about this evening's result, I mean, what we're seeing in Britain tonight is the triumph of centrist politics. If you take the Labour Party, which I guess are going to win about 48% of the vote, and the Liberals 18%, centralist politics has swept the country.
Now, there's a corrected result. We were wrong there. The SNP have held Perth. Rosanna Cunningham has confirmed her by-election win. Just look there at the bottom of the screen, over 100 results now, and the score is Labour 95, Liberal Democrats in second place on 7, the Tories on 2.
Can I just comment on what Roy has said about,
you can in a minute.
About the triumph of centrist politics? I think it is very important that the Labour government we're going to have and the Liberal Democrats should look at the state of centrist politics in Britain and take stock of this result without immediately starting to attack one another in the House of Commons. It looks as though the Liberal Democrats are going to be a significant part of the opposition, and I hope that my Liberal Democrat colleagues will be taking a long look at the situation.
OK, thanks for that. And we see there that Shipley, Marcus Fox, is out in Shipley. Marcus Fox, the chairman of the 1922 Backbench Committee in the last Parliament, is out in Shipley. The voice of the backbench is out in Shipley. Another sensational result, Laurie and Kay.
Thanks very much indeed. It is. We can also just tell you that David Blunkett held Sheffield Brightside, the safest seat in the Labour shadow cabinet. No surprises there. The recount in Michael Portillo's seat, Enfield and Southgate, not confirmed yet, but the Defence Secretary did have a majority of almost 16,000. What's going on this evening? Scores on the floors now with Martin Stamford. Martin.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. This is our target 57. It looks like we should have chosen a few more. Underneath the target 57 indicators, we have the colours of Britain after that 92 election. Let us spin the map round and start to show you what's happening in 1997. And the indicators that are steady are the results in so far. Now, we thought before this election came round, if Labour were going to form a majority government, they had to turn all these indicators their way. And look, with these number of results in so far, that is certainly happening. In here, at Stirling, Michael Forsyth's seat, it's gone to the Labour Party. Right throughout the Midlands, Keighley, at Rochdale it's gone. At Oldham East it's gone to the Labour Party. At the Vale of Clwyd it's gone to the Labour Party. Birmingham Hall Green, Norwich North here. And even at Basildon, Essex Man has gone to the Labour Party. So at this rate, it certainly looks as if the Labour Party will be turning all these target 57s. Indeed, Crosby, which is target seat 120, 120th on the list, that's already gone to Labour as well. The latest prediction we have for our Commons majority for Mr Blair is a 137-seat majority in the new House of Commons. Okay, Laurie?
OK, thank you very much indeed, Martin. Well, some very big names gone already this evening. David Mellor, Michael Forsyth, John Bowes, Nick Budgeon, David Hunt. Anyway, let's take a look now at... Oh, we're going to Hull. We've got a declaration, I think, at John Prescott's seat. No? OK, let me give you the Labour gains while we wait for that. It's just only a moment or two away, so I may break into this. But here are the Labour gains. Basildon, Battersea, Birmingham Edgbaston, Birmingham Hall Green and Crosby, all from the Tories.
And some more for you. Keighley, that's Bob Cryer's widow, and she won that seat there. Norwich North, Oldham East, Portsmouth North and Putney, David Mellor's seat. He lost that this evening.
And then we've got Rochdale, Shipley, that's Marcus Fox's seat, Stirling, Stourbridge and Upminster.
And another couple for you, Vale of Clwyd, Wirral South, that of course was one in the by-election, Wirral East and Wolverhampton South-West all went to Labour from the Conservatives so far this evening.
And we can bring you the latest state of the parties now. Conservatives down 25. Just 3 seats thus far. Labour 101 plus 19, Liberal Democrats 7 plus 5, others 3 plus 1. That's the state with just 114 votes in. Now back to Adam.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I'm joined now by our panel of pundits. This is a night for superlatives, or the opposite of superlatives, isn't it, Bernardingham?
Well, it's an astonishing outcome. I mean, the public opinion polls have scarcely moved during the election, although there were fluctuations.
Well, they've been right, though, haven't
They've been absolutely right, and I would never, frankly, I would never have believed it in view of what I was being told by Conservative people who've been out canvassing.
They've been lying to you, Bernard?
I don't think necessarily they've been lying. I mean, there's no reason why they should lie to me. But I just think
you're
they...
a journalist.
Well, hang on. I mean,
it usually goes the other way. Journalists lie to politicians.
I really do think that they have either misled them.
All right, let's go to a declaration now, which is John Prescott in Hull. John Prescott sitting there in the town hall. Line 1 will be going to sound in a minute. John Prescott, Norman Tebbit, while we wait for the result, what do you think of John Prescott?
I think he's a very able politician. I think he was underrated for a long time because he had a terrible chip on his shoulder and underrated himself. And I think since he's got rid of that chip and has rated himself properly, you see him as a pretty formidable politician.
Will he, do you think, fill Michael Heseltine's shoes adequately?
I don't know. And I don't know how well Michael filled the shoes of the job of Deputy Prime Minister, or how well anybody could fill that job. I don't know what job Prescott is going to get, but I imagine he'll want a big job, and if it's in the way of an overseeing minister in any way, I could see quite a lot of problems arising.
One of the suggestions Richard Stock for John Prescott has been, as well as being Deputy Prime Minister, being in charge of transport and environment protection. That seems to me to be a contradiction in terms.
Well, I think it'd be rather a nice idea, because Prescott is a good motoring man. As you know, he loves big Jaguar motor cars and gas guzzlers and things like that. There's something sound about the fellow underneath.
Labour hold Wigan, and Labour have gained Hales Owen from the Conservatives. That's another significant milestone. Let's just, while we wait for that result in Hull, they seem to be uncertain whether the Tory had even bothered to turn up to lose in person. Labour have gained Stockton South there, but let's have a look at some of those results. This is the Putney result. David Mellor out there, Sir James Goldsmith getting 1,500 votes. Yes, let's have a look how things swung there, and there we see... this is the way it goes. Of course, the neighbouring seat of Battersea was also gained by the Labour Party, but we can go now back to Hull, I believe. The Conservatives have held Bournemouth.
190. John Leslie Prescott, Labour Party candidate, 28,870. Gordon Rogers, Referendum Party candidate, 1,788. James Hilton Wasselin, Liberal Democrat, 3,965. Angus James West, official Conservative candidate, 5,552. David Forrester Whitley, Natural Law Party, 121. And under the under-mentioned person has been duly elected to serve in the said constituency, John Leslie Prescott.
John Prescott taking it pretty calmly there, looking like he was filling in his pools coupon, but he's now the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party and probably the Deputy Prime Minister. And, of course, this is the safest of the 3 Hull seats. John Prescott now will make his acceptance speech in his constituency before heading down to the Festival Hall.
First of all, thank the returning officers who've had to do a difficult job. There were times I thought that it was going to be more difficult than expected, but they turned out well, and they've got us, for me, a good result. But the organisation I'm most grateful for. Secondly, I'd like to thank the police, who've had difficult circumstances with all the threats in the air that we've heard over the last few weeks or so, and they've done a wonderful job. I'd like to express my appreciation to the candidates also for what has been clearly a very good, clean contest. And I'd certainly like to thank my own party, of course, for all the support that they've given me. I'd also like to include very much to thank the electorate in Hull, As many of you know, I've not spent as much time as I would like to have spent in my constituency, because one had to see that we got that message across in the country. I think that message certainly got across, and with overwhelming support, as we've seen in the polls. People have turned to Labour this time, and I'm delighted to see they've turned, and we have earned their trust. And we will actually pay that in full kind by making sure what we promised is actually delivered, so that, as I've always said, it's not only one election it's about 2 elections. So I'm looking forward to the next election when, with the Labour government, after the ending of 18 years of a Tory government, we'll have a government now that will deliver what we've promised. At the same time, I hope bring a lot more honesty back into politics than we've seen in the last few years. That is the purpose of a Labour government. I'm glad that we re-established the trust with the British electorate, and I'm looking forward to getting on with the job in a new Labour government after 18 years of a Tory government.
John Prescott there. Richard Stott, your verdict on him?
He's had a terrific campaign. He's been out in the field, out in the shopping malls, and out in the streets, and he's had a terrific reaction from people there, and I think he's had a marvellous time.
Now, we may be about to enter a historic point in this election. The Tories may be about to overtake the Liberal Democrats in the number of seats they've taken. But we did see one interesting result there, Michael, which was the Leeds North West seat.
Sittingbourne's gone.
And Sittingbourne, they're obviously gone from the Conservatives. But Leeds North West, talk to us about that. That was a three-way, wasn't it?
Well, Labour were just marginally behind the Liberal Democrats, but it was a seat that the Liberal Democrats had not targeted. But that said, the Liberal Democrats have been picking up seats, Weston-super-Mare, North Avon in the southwest, and it really does look as though a Liberal Democrat tide is going to sweep across the southwest with these kinds of results. Interesting set of results in Wirral. Wirral South, which, remember, Labour gained in a by-election just before this Parliament ended. They retook it with almost a similar swing, just slightly below it, and Wirral West fell on a more than 13% swing, I think. So it's a huge amounts of swing around, which we normally associate with by-elections, not general elections.
Or local elections. Des Wilson, the pattern of things.
Yeah, well, it's beginning to look as if this is more than just time for a change. It's beginning to look as if it is a real rejection of the Conservatives. I think it's a much stronger feeling than perhaps we realised. Just to add a word about John Prescott, I think John Prescott is going to be absolutely vital to Tony Blair. I think he's going to be the solid man who's going to sort out the problems when they arise, hold the party together with the government, and I think his role up to now has been underestimated, but in government it's going to be absolutely vital.
We must pause there and go back to the dot on the question mark. Laurie.
Thanks very much indeed. I think we've got a shot in Tatton in Cheshire. No, we will have in just a second. That, of course, is where the White Knight from the BBC, Martin Bell, is standing. Lots of people are shouting me at the moment, but I can tell you that the former merchant seaman, John Prescott, is riding a crest of a wave this evening. There's Martin Bell. So he has got his white suit on. It's easy to pick him out, isn't it? Will he win this evening? Not very likely, but the thought is that he's probably made his point as the anti-sleaze candidate.
Remember, Christine Hamilton said that he may have been shot, but he hadn't had any shrapnel from her yet, and he seems to have survived this quite well.
Looks to me as if Martin Bell may well have won this seat. Looks to me as if Martin Bell may well have won this seat. He's been congratulated, big smiles on the face of his daughter, shaking hands with a lot of people here. It looks to me like Martin Bell has indeed defeated Neil Hamilton.
That's a majority of 22,000 overturned, Adam, if that's the case.
Well, yes, indeed, but what we must remember there is that the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats stood down in favour of Martin Bell, so there were only a handful of fringe candidates, but certainly, obviously, that result hasn't yet come in, but from the looks on the face of Martin Bell and his team, the handshakes, I think we may well be looking to a defeat there for Neil Hamilton. I don't know how you veterans of counts would interpret the body language. That's how I would see it.
Yes, I think that's probably so, and I think that it's probably expected. He would have lost a few votes, anyone in the tide, but I think this is a very special case, and I don't think he stood a chance.
Labour have gained number one on their target seat, the Vale of Glamorgan. That means that John P. Smith is back in the House of Commons. That means there'll be John Smith again, of course, I suppose. In some way, that's a tribute to the last Labour leader.
Which side of the House do you think, what's his name?
Martin Bell.
Martin Bell will sit upon?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Because
will he be a crossbencher, do you think?
Well, you can't be in the Commons.
No, I know, but
certainly
they may
be across
have to invent
MPs.
it.
I take it he'll be called the Guardian Party as opposed to Independent.
Well, there'll be no room for him on the Labour side, that's for sure.
You
That's
have
gotta
to
be
sit on
full
the
up.
other side. It's the only place there's any room.
Yes, except that Labour endorsed him.
Well, so do the Liberal Democrats.
Well, yes, but they'll all be lining up, won't
Well,
they?
we're going to have a genuine independent voice, the voice of TV journalists in the House of Commons. Can't deny us everything, can you? But,
everything.
But I should say that result has not yet been declared.
No,
but we were just all of us agreeing there that the body language looked as if Neil Hamilton could well be out in Tatton. Back to you.
Speculation,
We've
certainly
got
at this stage.
national share for you now from Martin.
I've got my map here as well, Laurie, which I'll just show you first of all. This was 92. We'll be getting rid of that. Those are the colours from 5 years ago. Let's bring ourselves right up to date with the colours we have so far in terms of the results that have come in onto our computer, and we're colouring them onto the map now and bringing them to you, and this will fill up as the night goes on. Of course, we have to say, as Michael was warning us a little bit earlier, it does tend to be those areas where Labour's candidates are most likely to win that get their counts done nice and early. But so this map won't be quite this colour by the end of the night, I suppose, in terms of all the blank holes. There will be some blue in it at one time. Labour, though, doing very well, pushing out from their stronghold in the northwest, already taking seats there they've never taken before. This is Montgomeryshire for the Liberal Democrats. They've taken that there, so things are going well for them. In terms of which party everyone is voting for, well, this is what happened last time. 4% for smaller parties. Liberal Democrats were on 18. This is in 92. 35% for the Labour Party and 43% for the Tories. Now, this time round, OK, we've only got 100 results in so far, so this may well change, but this is the very latest data we've got for you. 8% for the smaller parties. Liberal Democrats showing down on last time at this stage, 10%. But look at this, the story of the night for the Labour Party. Up from last time, 56% for them, 25% for the Conservatives. OK, Laurie?
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. We hope to go to Yeovil, which is Paddy Ashdown's constituency. In fact, we're going there now, of course, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. The declaration very imminent there. It is quite a safe seat as far as the Liberal Democrats are concerned. A majority of almost 9,000, gained about 1,000 votes in the boundary changes. 102nd on the Tory hit list. They're not expecting to take Mr Ashdown's seat this evening, certainly not the way things are going. In South Somerset, and it had been Tory for 75 years until Mr Ashdown moved in and decided to make it his own.
You can my left hand and I'll step my front way.
Just before we get that declaration, shall we risk it and go to Tatton? This is Martin Bell's count on the right-hand side. Just look at them stacking up. They're stacked in piles of 50. And he's got quite a few of them, hasn't he?
They all look whiter than the others, don't they?
Whiter than white.
Yes. Yeah.
Sleeves washes cleaner. And on the left-hand side, those are Mr Tatton's votes.
Well, Mr Hamilton's.
Mr Hamilton's votes, I beg your pardon, in Tatton. Don't think that many, do they? Those are Martin Bell's seat, the White Knight. Those are his votes. Not doing too badly there, is he? And that's Donald Dewar's seat, I think, in Glasgow and his land. Yep, he's won that quite safely. Let's find out what's happening in Yeovil. Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Paddy Ashdown, about to hear that he's no doubt held on to his seat quite safely.
The result for the Yeovil constituency is John Robert Archer, musician, 306, 306. John Jeremy, Paddy Ashdown, official Liberal Democrat candidate, 26,349, 26349. John Caldwell Beveridge, the Referendum Party candidate, 3,574, 3574. Nicholas David John Cambrook, the Conservative Party candidate, 14,946, 14946. Patrick Joseph Anthony Conway, the Labour Party candidate, 8,053, 8053. Christopher John Peter Hudson, the Rainbow Dream Ticket Party, 9797. David Ronald Taylor, Green Party candidate, 728, 728. And I declare that Paddy Ashdown has been elected to serve as the member for the Yeovil constituency.
With a significant increase in his majority, around about 12,000, Mr Ashdown takes the podium.
Thank you, Mr Returning Officer, or as we all know you, George. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged indeed to be given the trust of the people of Yeovil to serve them again, and I look forward to doing that in the future. Again, it's a tremendous privilege and a tremendous honour. I'd like especially to thank my campaign team, who in my absence have once again won this seat for me, and I'm very grateful to all of them for the tremendous hard work, and especially my agent, Nick Speakman. And if I may also say, my colleagues from the other candidates, from the other parties who have fought this seat, have fought a vigorous and honourable campaign, and I wish them well in the future. And also to the returning officer and all the staff and the police and others who make this election possible. I do not yet know what the result of this election will be, although I think the trends are now fairly clear. I do not wish to predict the future, but I will say this, that I think we are now going to see a change of government, and I believe that there will be a very substantial, perhaps even a two-thirds majority for constitutional change and the modernisation of our system of government in the next Parliament. And I believe that can deliver a new era for our country, an era of politics which is more in touch with people, and an era in particular where more power is in the hands of the voter and perhaps less in the hands of the political establishment and the elites. And I think that will be a very, very good thing for our democracy. For our part, we shall use the votes that are given to us tonight in this constituency and elsewhere, where we've already made a number of gains, to make sure that in the next Parliament we continue to fight for the things that we have fought for during this campaign. Above all, for more investment in education, for more investment in the health service to tackle the crisis, and for a clear commitment to make sure that the constitution of our country is modernised to make our country ready for the next century. Thank you all very much indeed.
We're just hearing word that Norman Lamont may have lost in Harrogate. He spent a long time trying to find a seat after Kingston upon Thames was dispersed. He tried about 12 other seats and ended up in Harrogate. But as I say, we think he may have lost there. We'll get a result, we hope, in about 5 or 10 minutes.
We've seen the other two main leaders tonight then, haven't we? Where is Mr Major? Hopefully we'll see him soon. With the way things are going, Alan Clark, who's got the safest Tory seat in the country, might have to worry. Our political editor, Adam Boulton, was suggesting that Martin Bell might well have taken the seat in Tatton. That's why we pay him so much money to come up with these predictions. Adam?
Yes, indeed, Kay, and a monumental result, this really, isn't it? Look, 142 Labour, 7 Conservatives, 8 Liberal Democrats. We've got some shots now of Neil Hamilton. Let's have a look at his body language, see how that compares with the smiles on Martin Bell's face. Well, I think that tells its story, doesn't it? Neil Hamilton, arms folded with the redoubtable Christine. They don't look happy. I think we can say that when the result is declared here, Neil Hamilton will have been defeated in Tatton. But anyway, there were some very interesting results while we've been talking. Let's have a look at some of those. Stirling, first of all. This is where Michael Forsyth, the Scottish Secretary, lost to Labour. Let's have a look how the vote swung around there.
Adam, Kingston and Surbiton was Norman Lamont's old area, so even if he'd stayed there, he might have been in trouble.
And Labour have gained Kingswood, which of course was in boundary changes that went back Tory again, but they've lost it. And there we see the swing in Stirling. 8%. And let's have a look at the Vale of Glamorgan. This was the most marginal seat. John P. Smith beats the incumbent MP Walter Sweeney, and this is how he did it. 34-54, and the way the votes changed there, a straight 10% swap from Conservatives to Labour. This is how Nicholas Budgeon lost next in Wolverhampton South West, beaten by Jenny Jones, another woman. It is true, we are seeing a lot more female faces, certainly on the government Labour benches this evening. 40-50 plays 50 for Labour, and that's how it went. In that case, another straight 10% swing. And Yeovil, this is Paddy Ashdown's seat. Let's see what his personal vote was like. 48.7% there. Paddy Ashdown, who freely admitted he hadn't spent that much time in Yeovil. Like all the other leaders, he's been dashing the country rather than canvassing his constituency. 49% of the vote. And remember, a slight drop, actually, interestingly, there in Paddy Ashdown's vote.
Tories up.
I think it's the others there as well, but we also think that Labour are doing particularly well across the southwest. And, of course, naturally, the Liberal Democrats wouldn't have targeted Yeovil. They would have put resources into Taunton, Somerton and Frome, Weston-super-Mare, seats around, that area.
Let's have a look at Shipley. This is how Sir Marcus Fox The outgoing chairman of the 1922 committee lost to Christopher Leslie. Those are what it looks like, and let's have a look at how things swung around. 38 to 43 for Labour, and this is the way the votes changed. And again, that's a bigger swing. Labour picking up from the Liberal Democrats a little and from the Conservatives, a swing of about 13%. Now, this is a sensational swing coming up next, which is Hove. Now, Des Wilson, you've stood in Hove in your time for the Liberal Democrats. Talk us through this one.
Well, I find this quite astonishing. I remember when I fought Hove, I thought no matter what you did there, the Conservatives would win. And at that time, certainly, it was about the 8th safest Conservative seat in the country. It has moved a bit over the years, but this is an astonishing result. And if the Conservatives can lose Hove, then they really are...
Now, there you are. That's interesting, you see. We've seen the Labour Party taking off both the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives.
16% swing.
Now, will this upset the Liberal Democrats? Were they targeting Hove, Michael
No,
Thresher?
no, they weren't. And if we should recall, in 1995, at the local elections there, Labour won, I think, 30 seats from the Conservatives, prompting a visit by John Prescott down to the South Coast Council by way of congratulations. We've seen some enormous swings. In Sittingbourne also, we've seen 14% swing to Labour there. We're also seeing across Greater London, Upminster, big swings again. So the Conservatives are in deep trouble in both in London and the rest of the South East.
Well, now, Norman Tebbit, I want to put a point to you, which is that simply, whatever may have been wrong on policy, that the Tory machine is not working. You're an ex-party chairman. You know, they're just running rings around you with this targeting.
I don't think the machine did work very well, and certainly the Labour machine worked extraordinarily efficiently. I think it was, in many ways, a very unscrupulous campaign. More unscrupulous.
But this whole business of leaving it to the constituencies, of not having a strong centralised party, is a liability the Tories can no longer afford, surely.
I think you can still have a party in which candidates are allowed to express their own opinions, and as you know, that's not allowed in the Labour Party anymore. But I think what you have to do is a very strong lead from the centre. And I don't think you should have allowed, or we should have allowed, the Labour Party to set the agenda.
No, but what I'm saying is, in opposition now, the Tory party are going to have to rethink all their structures, aren't they? Their organisation, whether they carry on with the union and all the rest of it, aren't they?
I don't know that that's necessary, because there are two separate bits to my mind. There are the constituency parties and there's the central office organisation. Now, they work intimately together. But you don't have to put all the power in the hands of people in the centre in the way that Labour did.
Well, if the other people, Liberal Democrats and Labour, are playing it like that and winning, surely you've got to change.
No, I think that that's not necessary. I think that what was the reason for the defeat was not the organisation. We've been lagging 20, 30 points in the polls for a very long time, and that's not the campaign. The campaign didn't change very much.
Well, I think that the truth is that I've been around a lot of Tory seats over the years since I retired, and latterly I am absolutely clear they were demoralised. There is a great demoralisation inside the Tory party, and the people who are responsible are the minority of Tory MPs who have behaved abominably during the recent years.
Now, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the Eurosceptics or the pro-Europeans?
I'm talking about the Eurosceptics predominantly, because I think they've been very silly in having a great argument within the party, bringing about an eventuality that bringing about a Labour government which could achieve exactly what they don't want.
Birmingham, thank you. Back to Laurie and Kay.
Thanks very much indeed, Adam. I don't know if we can have a look at what's happening in Tatton. We'll save that for just a second, because I think we can chat to Michael Forsyth.
Who's lost his seat in Forsyth. Good evening to you, in Stirling, I beg your pardon. Good evening to you, Mr. Forsyth.
Hello.
Are you fairly devastated by this result?
Well, we're obviously very disappointed by the result. It's pretty clear that there's been a huge swing to Labour in the country, and that the electorate have decided it's time for a change, and there was no way we could resist that in Stirling or in many of the other seats in Scotland held by good members of Parliament with small majorities, and where a relatively small swing will take them out.
What was the swing against you exactly, do you know?
I haven't got a clue what the swing against me is. The fact is that we've lost the seat, and we've lost it to Labour. We've lost Ayr, and we've lost George Kynech, who was an outstanding minister, Phil Galley, who was a good MP, and all of us in politics know that when the swing comes, it comes. We live by the ballot box, and we die by the ballot box. and we have to accept the verdict of the electorate.
Was it really the unanswerable argument that it was time for a change?
I think that's probably what was behind it. That's certainly the feeling that one detected on the doorstep. I mean, after all, we have a Labour Party which has campaigned on the basis of embracing most of the policies which we have pioneered and saying me too. And I think the electorate probably felt that it was time to give the other side a chance and that it would be safe to do so because they were saying that they were in favour of low taxes and multilateral disarmament and the nuclear deterrent and trade union reform and so on. And to that extent, we can claim victory in having changed the nature of the political debate and the nature of our opponents. But obviously we're very sad that we are not going to be in a position to be in government and to hold those important seats up and down the country which were so well represented by members of Parliament.
Briefly, Mr Forsyth, what must the Conservative Party do now?
Well, the first thing to do is to pause and reflect on the results and not rush to judgment. And the second thing to do is, having reflected on the judgment of the electorate, regroup and begin fighting to get a Conservative government back in power once again. And I believe that the Labour Party in government will be unable to deliver and that the opportunities for us in opposition will be very considerable indeed.
Michael Forsyth, thank you very much.
We heard Mr Major talking about the four corners of the union. Just a couple to tell you about. Mo Molam, the Northern Ireland spokesman for Labour, safely held onto her seat of Redcar this evening. A lot of support for her. She campaigned through illness. And Ron Davies Caerphilly, the Welsh spokesman for Labour, he is held onto his seat as well. What's going on in Tatton? We sort of have all these great books that we look at, and it says the seat will be a uniform seat now, and the colour of that uniform is deep true blue. Doesn't look like it there. It looks as though it's very white, doesn't it? That's Martin Bell's votes this evening. It is a bit of a surprise. He was the anti-sleaze candidate, and it was thought that he would hold, and that is Neil Hamilton's vote this evening. Christine's not going to be too
I don't think
happy
Martin
about
Bell
that.
ever thought it would come to this. I thought that he thought that once he stood that Neil Hamilton would stand down. And he suddenly had to develop all kinds of policies.
Indeed, and it just looks as though also Lord James Douglas Hamilton, the highest-born member of the House, has lost his seat also in Edinburgh West this evening. It was said that he would need a Harry Houdini act to keep hold of that seat. Doesn't look as though he's managed it, does it?
Oh, that's a very modest gain, really. It was only fifth on their target list. They're way into the hundreds now. Right, let's join Martin.
Laurie, hello again. We're in our House of Commons here tonight. Let me show you how the opposition parties are going to be faring as we think. 330 the number of seats you need in order to take control of this brand new House of Commons. 256 members of the opposition, we reckon, is the latest numbers. 193 members of the Conservative Party, 38 members of the Liberal Democrats. That'll put a smile on Paddy Ashdown's face if this proves to be accurate. And 27 members of the other parties. 147 seat majority? Well, let's have a look. Here come the Labour Party, filling up the seats here. We reckon they're going to be 403 of them if they can all squeeze in onto the government side of the benches here. Yeah, it looks like Tony Blair could be going for that 147 break. That's our latest majority figure. Laurie, Kay?
Thanks very much indeed. Let's have a look at the way the latest news headlines are looking on our Election 97 special for you. 18 years of Conservative government looks set to end within the next few hours with a landslide victory for Labour. The biggest cabinet casualty so far is Michael Forsyth, the Scottish Secretary, defeated by Labour with a swing of 8% in Stirling. There's a recount in Enfield and Southgate, which is Michael Portillo, the Defence Secretary. Steve, bringing you more on that as we have it. Other high-profile Tories who lost their seats include David Mellor, the Transport Minister John Bowis, and the Chairman of the influential Conservative 1922 Committee, Sir Marcus Fox. It's also been a good night for the Liberal Democrats, who look poised to significantly increase their number of seats. Ross Appleyard has tonight's story so far.
And I do hereby declare that Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Sedgefield constituency.
The last 2 hours have been the most important in Tony Blair's political career. There was little doubt that he would win his constituency of Sedgefield, but when first blue Basildon turned red, Then former Minister David Mellor lost his seat in Putney. It was clear this was to be Labour's night.
To David Mellor.
We can tackle the problems that our country faces. In our schools and our hospitals, on the crime in our streets, the jobs for our young people, the industries of the future, the very basic things that determine whether a country succeeds or fails. We are a great country. The British people are a great people. There is no greater honour than to serve them, and serve them we will. Thank you.
The real litmus test of this general election came in Birmingham, where the results showed the Tories were facing meltdown, and it wasn't long before senior politicians like Kenneth Clarke were admitting defeat.
I'm going to be sharing the disappointment of most Conservatives that we have lost this election, I think, but after 18 years of really quite historic power, where we have changed this country remarkably for the better. The country's decided, wants to see what New Labour's really like.
As the night goes on, casualties among the Conservative hierarchy continue to grow. The Scottish Secretary Michael Forsyth joined Sir Marcus Fox, chair of the 1922 committee, into the political wilderness. But there were celebrations at the Liberal Democrat headquarters, where Paddy Ashdown's party was making significant progress.
And I declare that Paddy Ashdown has been elected to serve as the member for the Yeovil constituency.
But with the Conservative bubble well and truly burst, it looks certain Tony Blair will become Britain's youngest Prime Minister for 185 years. Ross Appleyard, Sky News.
One result we haven't had so far is Theresa Gorman, who has the seat in Billericay, hoping that she'll still hold it after this evening. I believe you're behind me, Ms Gorman. Good evening to you.
Hello.
Not looking too good for your party, is it?
Well, you know, you please all of the people some of the time, some of the people all of the time. At the moment, we haven't seemed to have pleased as many of the people as we would like to. Clearly, the policies which we were offering have not been as attractive as we hoped, and so we have to regroup behind a new set of policies which people will support.
And a new leader, perhaps?
In my constituency, those policies certainly focus on Europe, a clear line on Europe. And in my constituency, thousands and thousands of people have told me that they want to keep the pound, they want to retain their independence, and they want to keep border controls, all of which we would lose if we continue towards a federal Europe.
You lost the party whip over Europe. You lost the party whip over Europe, didn't you? Do you think it was Europe that actually has made the difference in this election?
No, I think that in my constituency and that of many of my colleagues that I've talked to, the Europe issue came up with natural Conservatives. I believe that the heart of the Conservatives in the country is with those of us who feel that we have gone far enough into Europe and that people should be given a choice.
We'll come back to you, Ms Gorman, as soon as we have your result coming through. For the time being, thank you.
David Michael Chater, the Labour Party candidate, 28,573. Richard Stewart Halliwell, the Referendum Party candidate, 1,337. Neville Arthur Kenyon, Liberal Democrat, 4,536. And I hereby declare David Michael Chater to be elected a Member of Parliament for the Bury North constituency.
Yes, so Alistair Burt there, another junior minister, is out in Bury North. Right, let's join Adam and the panel.
Yes, indeed, Laurie, and we saw another one there. Gloucester, that barometer seat which would have given Mr Blair an overall majority if he had been struggling, that has indeed fallen to Labour and to Tess Kingham, another Labour woman in there. Michael Thrasher, Professor Michael Thrasher,
Thank you, Adam.
At this point, can you give us an overall picture of what is happening in this election?
Well, from the south of England, Labour is doing phenomenally well there. Their vote share is going up by about 15–16% in the seats that have declared so far. Again, in Greater London, particularly in the very safe Conservative seats, their vote, Labour vote that is rising rapidly. Not too many seats in yet from the Midlands, but if we go to Wales, there is a very real danger that the Conservative Party could be, if you like, completely destroyed in Wales. Their safest seat is Clwyd West, which is the seat of Rod Richards, and there may well be if you like, a slightly greater swing against him than other MPs in the area.
Scotland?
And in Scotland, I've seen a phenomenal result in Dumfries, for example, where Labour gained the seat from Conservatives, a 16.5% swing.
Michael, we're going back to Nicholas Scott's old constituency. This is Kensington and Chelsea, where Alan Clark, who sat out the last Parliament, is the new Tory candidate.
The total number of votes cast for each candidate at this election was as follows. Atkinson John Robert, 10,368. Bear Edward, 218. Clark Alan Kenneth Mackenzie, 19,887. Ellis Jones, Angela Catherine Francis, 540.
UK Independence Party.
Hamza Susan Jacqueline, 122. Oliver George Paul, 176. Parliament Pete, 44. Sullivan Paul, 65. Woodthorpe Brown Robert, 5,668.
Liberal Democrat.
And I hereby declare that Alan Kenneth Mackenzie Clark is elected as the Member of Parliament for the Kensington and Chelsea constituency.
Alan Clark has some pithy things to say, no doubt, but let's go to Harrogate now, where Norman Lamont is fighting a new seat, having moved from Kingston, and is trying to get back into Parliament. Doesn't look like he's made it from the positioning on the stage. Let's see.
I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the Harrogate and Knaresborough constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Blackburn, John Michael, Independent Loyal Conservative, 614. Boyce, Barbara Ann, Labour, 4,151. Lamont, Norman Stewart Hewson, Conservative, 18,322.
Looks like Norman Lamont has lost.
Willis, George Philip, known as Phil Willis, Liberal Democrat, 24,000.
The Liberal Democrats have defeated Norman Lamont in Harrogate and Knaresborough. Norman Lamont, the former Chancellor, will not be an MP in the next Parliament.
Into the bargain and Phil Willis.
Let's go to Paddy Ashdown with that news. Paddy Ashdown, your reaction to your party seeing off Norman Lamont?
Well, I'm delighted. You know, you've got a first-class council there and a first-class candidate, and I think that reinforces the strength of the night. The Liberal Democrats are clearly doing very well, and we're doing very well because we fought a very positive campaign. We fought a campaign in which we have put forward the messages the people of this country wanted to hear with a degree of honesty. The press said we couldn't do it and gain seats, but we've done it, and I understand that we've just gained Carshalton as well,
Indeed.
which is an astonishing victory. So we'll use that strength that people have given us, the votes that have armed our strength in the next Parliament, to push forward especially the issues of education and tackling the crisis in the health service. And we'll also be able to push forward the whole business of modernising our constitution.
We're just hearing now
and bringing about constitutional
Paddy
change.
Ashton, you want to hear this? We're just hearing you won Torbay as well.
We've won Torbay. I gather that was a two-vote majority, so tight, but a victory.
All right. Now, can I ask you about your losses? Because you have seen two losses up there in the north of England, Liz Lynn and Chris Davis both going down. Your thoughts for them?
Well, bitter disappointment. They're both first-class members of Parliament. Liz Lynn has really worked hard in Rochdale. It was a phenomenal personal achievement of hers to be able to take over that seat and win it from Cyril Smith. She's done that, and she's worked tremendously hard. Nobody could have done more for Rochdale. And Chris Smith, who fought such a terrific by-election, Chris Davis, who fought such a terrific by-election campaign, a personal friend of mine, and I have a very high regard for him, one of the most courageous politicians I think I know, and he'll be a great loss to the party, but I'm absolutely certain they'll be back. But beyond that, the bitter disappointment of theirs, of course, is great, but beyond that, the party's had very considerable success. And if we continue like this throughout the night, we will be by far and away the largest third party, the largest liberal force this country has had, well, for the best part of 50 or 60 years.
Final question. What is your message tonight to Tony Blair and indeed to John Major?
Well, I'd prefer to leave that till tomorrow morning, if you don't mind.
Well,
the results haven't yet been announced in full. If Tony Blair is the new Prime Minister, he's a man of exceptional quality, gifts and ability. He will have won the confidence of the nation, and he'll have won an extraordinary victory. I wish him well in that, and I can assure him, if he is indeed the Prime Minister tomorrow, that the Liberal Democrats will act, and I hope be able to develop a new kind of politics, of cooperative politics, in partnership, opposing the things we don't like, but supporting the things we do. It is about time this country broke out of its mood of destructive tribalism in politics. And if we can help to make that process happen,
Mr.
I'll go along with that.
Ashton, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Back now to Trimdon, where Tony Blair is returning to the Labour Club, being greeted by the crowd outside on the village square in Trimdon. Of course, called Trimdon Colliery originally, but no coal mining now in County Durham. And Tony Blair being greeted by his constituents, the people who actually voted for him. Doug Hoyle.
Well, there he is. He's a triumph there, and it's now down to London for the what will be a great occasion for him, because all the party workers there at Central will be waiting for him coming, and then tomorrow going to 10 Downing Street.
Now, the Scottish National Party, we're seeing they're gaining Tayside north from the Conservatives. That's yet another Conservative loss north of the border. Astonishing picture up there in Scotland for the Tories, isn't it? It does look like they're disappearing, Nick Scott.
And Wales too.
Yes,
and what,
there will probably be no Tories left in Wales at all.
Probably none in Scotland.
And what does that say for Britain?
Well, it says a lot about Wales. I think it shows how Wales has rejected the patronising attitude of the Tory government, in which they put in a viceroy in Wales.
Well, there we have it, with 250 results in. The score is Labour 213 seats, Conservatives 16 seats, Liberal Democrats 13 seats, and others 8. That includes at least 2 gains for the Scottish National Party. So that is the picture of the night. It is a sensational night. The individual swings not quite telling the story of what is pretty close to a Conservative Party meltdown this evening, and a sensational victory on course for Tony Blair. Looks like he's on course for an overall majority of well over 100. Looks like the Liberal Democrats will be up to well over 30. And this is the interior of Trimdon Labour Club, which incidentally is one of New Labour's models. Tony Blair, as an MP, organised the kind of mass membership drives with cut price membership for those people who couldn't afford it. It's got one of the biggest memberships in the country, and it was used very much as a model by John Prescott when he was trying to expand Labour Party membership throughout the country. So Tony Blair, reformer even before he was a leader or indeed a prominent member of the shadow cabinet, and getting bleeding. These really are his people. We all know the famous story in 1983. Time was running out to find a seat, and Cherie Blair jumping up and down there with joy that Tony Blair was running out of chances to find a seat, drove up to... and Labour have gained Clwyd West from the Conservatives.
Very interesting one. Rod Richards. One has to say that that seat has been lost partly on Rod Richards' personal unpopularity and arrogance.
Rod Richards, of course,
has offended the people of Wales.
Was also caught out in a adultery affair. Ian Lang, we're hearing, has lost. Ian Lang has been defeated by the SNP in Scotland. Nick Scott, your thoughts on Ian Lang?
Deeply sad about that. I've admired him tremendously. I've looked at him as a possible future leader of our party in a quiet and understated way. He's done great service to our party, in government in particular, and he'll be very, very sadly missed.
Well, we will be going up to speak to Ian Lang in due course, but for now, this is Tony Blair's personal moment of triumph. We've already heard from him at his declaration. And now we're going to hear from Mr. Blair speaking to his constituents in the Trimdon Labour Club. But he's gone off to the side for a moment, but here he comes. Well, I can just see him, the far distance of the picture. Labour holding the Western Isles there, no surprise there. I don't think Labour are likely to lose anything this evening. And now John Burton, Mr. Blair's constituency agent, at the lectern. Mr. Blair just in front of it. I think tonight is probably a night where he'll lean on the lectern rather than stand in front of it. But Britain's youngest Prime Minister this century, Mr. Blair will be, unless there are some very severe upsets in the next few hours, 43, I think, next week. Tony Blair. 44 next week, he's 43 now. I stand corrected. 44 on Tuesday. He'll still be the youngest Prime Minister this century, however, and indeed the youngest Prime Minister, I'm told, for more than 170 years. So, Tony Blair. Cheltenham, Nigel Jones, Liberal Democrat, has held that seat. No surprise there, I don't think, looking at the way the
no
votes
surprise, but he won it in slightly unusual circumstances at the last general election. He's worked incredibly hard.
The black Conservative candidate.
Yes. He won it running a very normal, sensible, positive campaign, but it has to be said there was a campaign against a black Conservative run by others. Nigel Jones has worked very hard. He's an excellent constituency MP, one of the best.
Can you have a seat?
John Burton, Mr. Blair's agent.
This is the best job I've ever had to do. And it's very, very special. But it's for a very special person, someone who's been very special to us since 1983 and who's made all the changes necessary to lead this country into the next millennium. Come on, Tony Blair.
Thank you very much indeed. And, well, you know me, I'm never complacent, but no, it's looking very good all around the country. I just want to say a few things to you on this evening that is more moving and more important, certainly, than any of my life before. I want to say to you, first of all, thank you, because it's you people here who've been my foundation and support all the way through my political career. And you've given me the chance to lead my party, and I hope now to lead my country. Thank you. As you know, it was here in this constituency that we created New Labour. Here that we recognised how important it was that we took the values of the Labour Party, the basic beliefs in justice and progress and a fair deal for ordinary people, in a sense of community and society, and we said, these are the values of the Labour Party, but we've got to make them live and breathe again for the modern world. And we did it. And we built a party here of which we're proud. Proud because we knew that all over this country there were people that were crying out for a sensible, mainstream, moderate alternative to the Conservative Party. A party they could support and look up to and respect. A party that would set about changing the things in British society that people know need changing. Decent schools for all our children, not just a few. A national health service rebuilt as the pride of the nation again. Our young people given hope, our elderly security in their old age. A nation reborn and renewed. That is what New Labour was always about. Not just about changing the Labour Party, but changing it for a purpose so that we could make the changes in our country that we know need to be made. That is one reason why tonight we are content and happy. Because we know that we have the courage to build a new Labour Party capable of taking this country through to the new millennium. But there is a second reason too, and a reason that I am very conscious of. That support that's been given to us tonight has been given to us as a new Labour Party. And it's been given to us so that we can bring our country together, so that we can unify it, so that we can put an end to divisions, so that we can build one country, one nation, one society, where every person gets a chance and a stake in it, where no one is left out. That is the message that we have taken round this country, and that is the message the country has heard and celebrated. And it's a great thing, is it not, to think of people from all walks of life, all classes, all sections of society, coming behind a party that wants to unify this country. A party that will govern this country, not on the basis of sectional interests or vested interests, not on the basis of paying off this deal or that deal, but on the basis of bringing this country together and giving it unity and purpose for the future. We can do that now. And I learned those simple lessons and values here in this constituency. It's a strange thing to think as I look around this room and I see so many faces that I've known over all the years. So much good and decent and loyal support. And through all those bad and sad times in the Labour Party when we were trying to build this party into a modern party of the future, and sometimes it seemed difficult to do, but we persevered. And I was able to persevere because of the strength that you gave me. This is the foundation of my political life and career here in this constituency. And I cannot tell you what pleasure and pride it gives me to see so many people here whose loyal support and whose basic decency have made me what I am today. And my greatest pleasure will be to repay the trust that you've put in me. I believe in you, and I believe that you represent all the best in this country. And the greatest pride I could ever have is to repay that trust 1,000-fold. Thank you very much indeed.
Tony Blair, very emotional this evening. We're going to bring you up to date now with the Leeds North East. Now, that was the one at the beginning of the evening. 57, the winning post, that's right. OK, let's bring you up to date with all of the Labour gains. Here we go. Aberdeen South, Amber Valley, Basildon, Battersea, Bedford, all from the Tories.
Broxton as well there from the Conservatives at the bottom. Also Birmingham, Edgbaston, Birmingham, Hall Green, Boulton West, Bury North and Bury South, which was David Sundberg's seat.
And then we go Bury South back up there again.
He lost it twice.
Yes, Cardiff North, Cleethorpes, Clwyd West, Coventry South, all all gone from the Conservatives.
Cardiff North was the only seat which had remained Tory, the only Cardiff seat. That lost that as well tonight. Crosby, Croydon Central, Croydon North, Dumfries and Eastwood all gained from the Conservatives.
And the gains go on. Gloucester, Halesowen, Harwich, Hendon, Hornchurch.
Hove, Keighley, Kingswood, Leeds North East. That was the 57th seat on the Labour hit list. If they won that, it looked as though they would have a majority of one in the House of Commons. Looks as though they might have significantly more than that this evening, doesn't it? Leeds North West as well.
And one more, four more. Middlesbrough South, Norwich North, Oldham East, Portsmouth North and Pudsey.
Lots more for you. Here they come. Putney, Rochdale is Lynn's seat, Romford, Shipley, that's the Marcus Fox's seat, and Shrewsbury.
And I think we may have one more. Yes, Sittingbourne, Stirling, Stockton, South, Stourbridge and Upminster. And we've still got more.
Here they come. We're working quicker than the graphics, aren't we, for you this evening? Vale of Clwyd, Vale of Glamorgan, the narrowest majority in the land, Waveney, Wirral South and Wirral West.
And I think that is it. No, Wolverhampton South West, Nick Budgeon's seat. Right, that's it. That's the Labour gains, bringing you up to date there.
OK, let's find out how that all converts to the virtual reality set. The man in the know, Martin Stamford. Martin.
OK, thanks very much indeed. This is the target 57 that we started the evening for. As you've been talking about them, they're the ones that Labour thought they would have to win just in order to get a golden majority. Have to pause there. Back to you.
Here we have a declaration in Leeds.
Done Leeds North East, I think, but let's just hear it from the declaration from the returning officer.
Fabian Hamilton, Labour, 22,368. For Timothy John Robert Kirkhope, Conservative, 15,409. For Ian Simon Rose, Referendum Party, 946. For William Winlow, Liberal Democrat,
Confirmation there then that the seat has gone to Labour this evening. A former seat of Sir Keith Joseph, an advisor to Mrs Thatcher. I wonder what he'd be advising her this evening. Let's get a bit of analysis now from Adam and his team. Adam.
Yes, indeed, Kay. It should be said that by our reckoning, we believe that this is now the worst performance by a party this century. This even beats the defeat of the Conservatives by Asquith in 1906 when Balfour went down. That would be right, wouldn't it, Michael?
Oh, certainly. We now are looking at the all-time low share for the Conservative Party of 1832, 29%. So this is an historic election in terms of the number of seats that are changing hands and the size of the swing. And quite frankly, what the Conservatives have suffered from tonight is that they've been caught in a pincer movement in the key seats where Labour were challenging. They've been hit by Labour, but crucially, where the Liberal Democrats were the main challengers, there they've suffered. So they've been caught in that tactical voting pincer movement.
Yes, Monmouth has gone Labour. Okay. Roger Evans, another minister, is out there.
No Tories in Wales.
No Tories in Wales. Tory wipeout in Wales. And it should be said as well that the Liberal Democrats have also been making substantial gains this evening. Let's have a look at some of the dramatic results. First of all, Galloway. This is how Ian Lang lost, beaten there by the SNP. Let's have a look how things swung around there. 44%, a substantial defeat for Ian Lang, the President of the Board of Trade, and there you see a net swing of round about 8%. Harrogate, this is how Norman Lamont bit the dust. 51% of the vote going to the Liberal Democrat. The Labour Party, it was a three-way. Labour Party been squeezed there. Let's have a look at that. There you are.
There's clear tactical voting there, Adam. You can see that Labour voters have plainly switched over to the Liberal Democrats, and we've seen that in many other seats, but I don't think we've seen one quite as much as that.
Let's have a look at Carshalton. No, we haven't got that. Torbay, this is where we saw the end of Nigel West, also known as Rupert this is Carshalton, I am sorry. And there we have it. Let's have a look at the swings there. Oh, possibly not. Yeah, there we have it. A close victory there, and the way the things swung around is as follows. There we have it. Again, Tories going down, and both Labour and Liberal Democrats picking up. Let's have a look at Kingswood. This is a complicated seat because the boundaries were redrawn, making it nominally a Conservative seat, even although it was, in fact, under the old boundaries held by Labour. Let's have a look at what happened there. Labour 54%, Conservatives 30%.
Well-established Labour MP fighting it.
Yes, but I mean, it had about 4,000 Tory majority, so he's done very, very
And we
well.
can now
Very
go
well.
over to
Very well.
Tatton, where we are expecting that we are going to... This is Macclesfield, I'm sorry.
Oh, my.
I'm sorry, it's in the same constituency area. This is Nicholas Winterton's seat. Nicholas Winterton already has attacked the Tory campaign in this election. And is a chance that Nicholas Winterton could even be out in Macclesfield, although that, again, would be a fair sensation. Elmet has gone. I've seen that there. New seat. Nicholas Winterton, it looks like there's quite a lot of conferring going on, so I'm not sure how near we are to the final result here, because normally the last thing before a declaration is made is that there's an argument over spoilt ballot papers, so we don't have that result there. I don't know if we have any more that we might look at. Let's have a look at Pudsey. This is another one on Labour's target list. Peter Bone there, the Conservative, defeated, and this is how it happened. 48% for Labour to 36% for the Tories. And again there, some tactical voting there. We see Liberal Democrat vote going down, helping to boost the Labour vote.
Adam, in terms of the Pudsey result and other results that we've seen now from the North, Yorkshire and the North West, our forecast is for the Conservatives to have just 18 seats in those 3 English regions. So virtually wiped out in Scotland and just 18 seats north of the Midlands.
Right, let's go to Kenneth Clarke's declaration in Rushcliffe in Nottinghamshire.
All of you ready? OK?
That was good timing.
I'll now announce the result. Being the acting returning officer for the parliamentary election for the Rushcliffe constituency, I do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Boot Samuel, Liberal Democrat, 8,851. Chad Salary Catherine, the Referendum Party candidate, 2,682. I'll repeat that, 2,682. Clarke Kenneth Harry, the Conservative Party candidate, 27,558. Misiewska Anna, Natural Law Party, 115. Moore Joseph Duncan, UK Independence
Kenneth
Party.
Clarke has been re-elected, although with a reduced
403.
majority.
Pettit Jocelyn, the Labour Party candidate, 22,503.
Just a 5,000 majority. Previously, his majority was much larger than that.
And I do hereby declare...
We'll be hearing now from Kenneth Clarke. I think we do have to ask ourselves, having seen what's gone on tonight, whether we're looking at the next leader of the Conservative Party. We're hearing, may well be about the biggest figure left standing. We are hearing, incidentally, that Michael Portillo is in trouble and that there are recounts at his constituency.
Well, Mr. Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I'm very grateful to the people of Rushcliffe for returning me to represent them again, which is a privilege I've had for 27 years, and I look forward to representing all of them to the best of my ability for another Parliament, which looks set to go well into the next century. For 18 of those years, I've had the pleasure of serving in government in many posts as a much reshuffled career. I'm extremely proud of what we've achieved in that 18 years, and I believe we can look back on a period of office in which we have transformed this country to make it a much more successful, self-confident and proud state. And I trust in the national interest that those who are now going to take responsibility for our affairs take good care of them and achieve success themselves. I particularly hope that in terms of jobs and prosperity and
growth of the economy, we do well. I also hope we continue to improve the quality of our public services and demonstrate to the world that the quality of life in this country is one of the finest that you can find anywhere. And I hope they enhance what we have achieved over our period of office. On this occasion, when we are facing a tremendous change in the country, obviously we're reaching the end of a long night that people will analyse tomorrow, and then we see how the Conservative Party will shape up an opposition constructively, I trust, using our experience to the best, seeking to ensure that the ideas we put forward forcefully in this election are pursued forcefully in the next Parliament. We continue to make a worthwhile contribution to our national affairs. For this evening, I would only say, as everybody here has made a political speech to our electors and against each other at mass meetings and so on, firstly, I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Returning Officer, for the great effectiveness which you carried out the count. I said you wouldn't finish before 3 o'clock. I won't repeat the time at which you said you would finish. You have beaten my dire forecast, and I'm very grateful to all those who've done a long night's work on the count. I'm very grateful to all the people who've worked with me in the streets and villages of Rushcliffe. I'm afraid I've been away rather longer than I would like in this campaign and only spent a limited amount of time in Rushcliffe, quite a few days, but I've relied heavily on my agent Roger Stewart and all the party workers who have achieved what on this particular occasion is a pretty good result. But I'll also be fair to my opponents. I think in this constituency we've seen an extremely fair and straightforward campaign. I have never known so few of my posters to be damaged, and I'm not aware of any act of discourtesy between any of the parties. And I actually congratulate Jocelyn Pettit on, I think, the best result the Labour Party have achieved in Rushcliffe so far, and I trust the best result they ever will achieve in the future.
A magnanimous performance from Kenneth Clarke. That reference at the end is to the fact that his majority has been cut from 20,000 to just 5,000. And we saw some more interesting results coming through there as we were watching, that Malcolm Bruce, who by most reckonings had a very good campaign as the Liberal Democrats' Treasury spokesman, their Shadow Chancellor, has won against the odds in Gordon because boundary changes made that a difficult seat for him to hold on. But more Tory casualties coming through. Lord James Douglas Hamilton, the minister, going there. We've also seen Harry Greenway going, Lady Olga Maitland going, Philip Oppenheim, the middle-ranking minister, going. It is an absolute cull of the Tory party this evening, and it really is. Just look at that result there. Sensational. 18 Liberal Democrats, 25 Tories. That is the picture of the night. We are seeing a sea change in British politics. Labour obviously going to form the next government with a majority, but a great deal of positive voter expression behind the Liberal Democrats as well. The Tories losing across the board. Back to you.
Thanks. Well, Elizabeth Peacock lost in Batley and Spen. Nicholas Winterton held on, though, in Macclesfield. A small glimmer of light for the Tories
Sports
there.
Minister's lost his seat as well this evening. Ian Sproat has lost his seat in Harwich and High Peak, which withstood the Labour landslide of 1945. That's gone Labour as well this evening. What does all that mean for our virtual reality studio? Let's find out now with Martin.
We can give you all that again, Kay, but this time in full colour. This is the snapshot from 1992. But that's 5 years old now. Let's get on it. Let's turn the years round. This is our 1997 map, and let's put these results in. Here we go. And that tells the story of the night, doesn't it? Labour successes, Labour successes, Labour successes, spreading away. These areas yet to declare in grey. Some Tories having successes in the home counties, as one would expect. And indeed, we will probably see some Tory successes. Greater London already some results in as well. But the good news for the SNP, they've taken constituencies here in Galloway and Tayside North. They're bright yellow beacon shining out there. Plaid Cymru have taken or have held on to the seat they held here. We'll update this map throughout the night for you. Which party are we all voting for this time round? Well, let's take you back 5 years. First of all, here we are with the numbers from 1992. Smaller parties, 4% support. The Liberal Democrats, 18. The Labour Party could only manage 35, and the Tories did 43%. Let's bring ourselves up to date. With the 300-plus results we have in so far, this is what we're looking at. The smaller parties, 11% support. The Liberal Democrats, 15 so far. This is the story of the night. Labour Party support, 49% on the results in so far, and the equivalent result for the Tories down from their 43 down to 24%. Where's your MP going to be sitting in the House of Commons? Let's get off to Westminster and show you.
Order! Order! can't have two right honourable gentlemen on their feet at the same time.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Speaker. Indeed, she is back as Speaker of the House. She's been re-elected today. This is how we think the House of Commons will look. These are the government benches. Here come the Labour MPs, led by Tony Blair, filling up the benches here. 412 of them is what we anticipate at this stage of the night. The winning post, 330, exceeded by a great deal. The Tories, 181 of them, we think, just 181 of them. A figure to bring a smile to Paddy Ashdown's lips, perhaps 37 Liberal Democrats, we're predicting now, others on 30. Tony Blair will be in the House of Commons with a majority, we are saying now, of 165. Okay, Laurie?
Very much indeed. Well, the seat, notionally, which meant that Labour had a majority of one, was Leeds North East, and the Conservative candidate there, Mr Tim Kirkhope, was beaten there. Good evening to you, Mr Kirkhope.
Hello.
What do you think went wrong with the campaign?
Well, if we're talking about my own campaign, obviously...
No, generally.
Oh, generally. Well, it's a great disappointment. I think it clearly has reflected people's decision that they wanted to have a change. And I don't think that, I mean, obviously you wouldn't expect me to think it was a sensible decision, but that was a decision taken by people
right,
in
Mr. Kirkhope,
democracy.
we're taking pictures now just for a second of the Tatton Declaration, Martin Bell and Neil Hamilton. And yes, I think we can still hear you, Mr. Kirkhope. What do you think is going to happen to the party now with this complete meltdown situation?
Well, I wouldn't quite describe it like that, but I do think the party will
Well,
have
what
to
else can you call it? 261 seats to Labour so far and only 26 to the Conservatives.
Well, you used that particular description. What I would say is that the party will obviously have to think very carefully indeed after this result. It is very, very serious for the party, and we've got to think carefully now.
And we must leave you now. I'm sorry, we're going...
Result from Tatton.
We have the result now for the Tatton constituency. I, Brian Longdon, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Tatton constituency, held on the first day of May 1997, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Martin Bell,
Independent Anti-Sleaze,
29,300.
29,000 for Martin Bell. That, I think, will probably be enough, bearing in mind that Neil Hamilton had 32,000 in 1992. Martin Bell, the former BBC war zone correspondent and news journalist, has defeated Neil Hamilton, the man at the centre of the Al-Fayed sleaze allegations.
29,354 votes. David Lawrence Bishop,
Lord Byrow,
116 votes. Mostyn Neil Hamilton,
the Conservative Party,
18,000.
Neil Hamilton is out. Neil Hamilton defeated.
18,277 votes.
18,277. Apologies for the microphone sounds here, but more than 20,000 for Martin Bell and 18,000 for Neil Hamilton, so he ran him close. But remember, this was the Tories in rank order. It was their 339th most vulnerable seats. Let's stay to hear Martin Bell's speech in a moment. A lot of fringe candidates there, including a rather extravagantly dressed transvestite candidate.
Lib Dems have gained Twickenham, I understand.
And we understand the Liberal Democrats have gained Twickenham, which is a defeat for Toby Jessel, one of the local MPs to Sky News headquarters here.
And Labour have gained
Who American viewers may be interested to hear thought we only broadcast in the southeast.
Julian Matthew Price, 73.
Member of the Media Committee, Toby Jessel has lost in Twickenham.
I sense not a great deal of regret in your voice there.
Well, I do wonder sometimes when you have a Media Committee, House of Commons, National Heritage Committee looking into television and your local MP doesn't know what you do when you're one of the biggest employers in his area. But anyway. Martin Bell, the new MP, sensational result, independent MP for Tatton.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Longden, I believe this is a proud moment for the people of Tatton, though I have to say a rather humbling one for me.
Sensational news. We understand Michael Portillo has lost his seat in Enfield Southgate. The Defence Secretary, Michael Portillo, we understand, is heading for defeat. No official declaration of that result yet, but Michael Portillo, we understand, is out. Angela Rumbold is also out in Mitcham and Morden. Let's go to Martin Bell now.
Shed light in some dark corners and illuminate the Mother of Parliament itself is a strong signal to the rest of the country, which will be heeded. My thanks go to the returning officer and his staff, to the police, of course to my own staff, Kate Jones, my publisher and agent, Melissa, my daughter and spin doctor, Nigel Bateson, my former cameraman and close friend, to Kate Hedgley, Dave Keane and many others. What you have accomplished here has been to me some kind of a political miracle. I shall be and shall remain independent. I shall take no party whip. I shall serve for one term only. I am deeply grateful to all of you, and may I just repeat for the last time a couple of lines from G.K. Chesterton that I used during the campaign. Smile at us, pay us, class us, but do not quite forget that we are the people of England, and we have not spoken yet. You have spoken tonight magnificently, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Well, we've just passed the halfway result in the number of declarations in this House of Commons. We're going to hear now from Neil Hamilton, the defeated Conservative candidate. Neil Hamilton. Many in his party would have liked him to have stand down, but he didn't, and now he's paid the price.
Mr. Longden, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Longden, for the exemplary way in which you customarily have carried out your functions this evening, and to the police and all those who have been responsible for maintaining the security of this building to enable this democratic process to be carried out to the full, and to all those who have been responsible for counting the votes and delivering them here this evening. I have been proud to represent the Tatton constituency for the last 14 years, and of course am devastated at the result here this evening. I know it will come as a great disappointment to all those who have worked so hard to attempt to elect me for the 4th time as the Member of Parliament for this constituency. Foremost amongst those, of course, are my wife, Christine, my chairman, Alan Barnes, my agent, Peter McDowell, and many others.
We must now leave Neil Hamilton because we're going live now to Edinburgh Pentlands, where the Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkind, is trying to defend his seat, and I'm afraid things look bad looking at the stage for Malcolm Rifkind. Let's have a look.
Stuart Gibb, Scottish National Party, 5,952. Robin Charles Morton Harper, Scottish Green Party, 224. Alistair David McConaughey, UK Independence Party, 81. Malcolm MacDonald, Referendum Party, 422. Malcolm Leslie Rifkind, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,813. And I declare that Linda Margaret Clark...
The Foreign Secretary has been defeated. Linda Clark has defeated Malcolm Rifkind. Another Scottish Tory seat lost. We have yet to see the Tories get on the board in Scotland. Linda Clark defeats Malcolm Rifkind, member of the Scottish Legal Aid Board, a former candidate, but Linda Clark now has defeated Malcolm Rifkind. We've already seen the Scottish Secretary, Michael Forsyth, go. We've seen Lord James Douglas Hamilton go. We've seen George Kynott go. Now we've seen Malcolm Rifkind go. This is the new MP for Edinburgh Pentlands.
Democracy in action is awesome. Today at the polling station, I met by chance an old lady who was almost blind, and she was crippled. but she was determined to vote. And I'm so pleased that so many people all over Britain have voted today. I thank the voters in Pentlands in particular for voting, and for so many of them voting for me. I thank the returning officer.
While we're
and
here
the police
from Ms. Clark, let's just have a quick look at that result, because we did cut to that slightly late. Those are the figures. Linda Clark, 43%, Malcolm Rifkin, 32%. This is how the seats fell. And let's look at the swings there. Yes, indeed. There we have a 10% swing to Labour. Tactical. Let's go back to Laurie and Kay.
Thank you very much. And in fact, I think we now have Ian Lang joining us, who has lost his seat. Good evening to you, Mr. Lang.
Good evening.
What was the swing against you?
I have no idea, but it was a substantial majority against me.
And why do you think you lost?
Oh, you can't resist a tidal wave that sweeps through the country like that, and that was what we had tonight.
Why, at what point do you think did the public lose faith in the Conservatives?
It's very hard to tell. The mood on the streets and in the houses as I went around canvassing and at meetings and talking to people was very positive, very good. The opinion polls have obviously always been bad, but it's very difficult to read these things.
Do you think that the party can possibly get itself together now?
Oh yes, I think so. The
How?
Labour Party has come in with massive expectations and it will fail to deliver them. Every time the Labour government has failed in the past, the Conservative Party has come back to pick up the pieces. That'll happen again.
I think Adam Boulton has a question he'd like to put to you.
Commiserations, Mr. Lang. Can I ask you from the Scottish perspective whether you think that there's been such a comprehensive wipeout of the Tories because of your opposition to devolution, and do you think the party should now reconsider its position?
No, I don't think it's to do with that specifically, although obviously our stand for what we believed was right was not necessarily a popular one. I think it's part of the national trend, only the margin was smaller in Scotland because we've had setbacks in 1987 and that had left us considerably weakened.
What's going to happen to the party in Scotland, though? It's lost all its leaders, hasn't it?
Well, you're asking me when the field of battle is still littered with the defeated. I think we have to wait for a day or two and see when the smoke clears how it looks.
Will you, if now it looks as if at least there will be a referendum on devolution, is that something that you will continue to oppose wholeheartedly?
Well, the party as a whole will have to take a view on that, but my own view is one of absolute conviction, and so speaking for myself, yes.
And your thoughts tonight for John Major, is this all his fault?
No, on the contrary. He has been a very fine leader, badly let down by his party.
Thank you very much indeed, and we are seeing now pictures of John Major. The first pictures we've seen of John Major this evening, arriving at Huntingdon, Norma Major and John Major. Not many smiles there as they go in for their count. A cataclysmic result for the Prime Minister, who will be resigning tomorrow. John Major going in, and we're now forecasting here on Sky a majority of 160 plus, but it's fair to say it is a difficult task. Steve Norris, as we look at the Tatton result, can I have your thoughts on Neil Hamilton, probably the man who did single-handedly more to cost you this election than any other?
I don't know that that's true. I think Neil always had a very difficult decision. He either resigned in the face of what he has always maintained were unfounded allegations, or he stood, and in this particular case, of course, the Labour and Liberal parties managed to pincer him.
Well, let's look at the swing there. Of course, by standing down, Labour and Liberal Democrats inevitably cast their vote in Martin Bell's direction, but even on his own, his vote was down 25%. He should have gone, shouldn't he?
In retrospect, he may perhaps think that that might have been a wise course, but I think many people do sympathise with the predicament that he was in.
Michael Portillo has lost by 400 votes.
I'm very sorry indeed to hear that. I think of all the losses we've heard tonight, that's the one I regret the most.
Roy Hattersley.
It's the one I rejoice at the most.
Perhaps for the same reasons.
Well, it's not quite for the same reason. First of all, I think Michael Portillo represented two things which have been wrong with the Conservative Party over the last 3 years. One is the chauvinism. The second was the disloyalty that Michael Portillo, first and foremost, was one of the men who was staking out his case for the leadership.
Simon Hughes has survived, should just note that there.
I'm not pleased about that because I like to see a Labour member of Parliament there, but Simon Hughes was a good member of Parliament, and in a sense I welcome his election, even though I would rather have seen a Labour man there.
Lord Tevitt, your thoughts on the loss of Michael Portillo and indeed Malcolm Rifkin?
Well, I think very sad.
They're both very considerable politicians, so we shall be the poorer for them in the House of Commons. I wish their success as well, but they'll have to do extremely well in order to fill the shoes of the men whom they've defeated. But this evening, what we've seen is a massive rejection of the government. Whether you're standing for the SNP or Liberals or Labour, if there's a chance of getting a Tory out, you're going to be in.
But what is left of the Tory party now?
This is the question.
Oh, what's been left of it? Well, there's a great deal of it.
Well, look,
hold on a minute. Just look at what the Labour Party are now proposing. There is left of the Conservative Party privatisation, low tax, labour law reform, a whole raft of things that we carried through. But if and Tony Blair, I remember saying to him a long time ago, I know your rotten game, you're trying to offer a better Conservative alternative than we do.
Now this is a difficult thing for us to do. These are the results in Michael Portillo's Enfield Southgate seat. We have to say it has not yet been declared. This is illegal. One of those things which, well, all right, there it is. but let's just have a look at that. 44% to 41%. And this is how the votes swung around, 41 to 44. Let's have a look at the moves. There we have it. A massive swing. One would have to say that it looks like a personal vote against for Michael Portillo.
Well, 17.5% swing certainly is slightly larger than some of the others that we've seen in London. But you know, we've seen some by-election type swings during this general election. It really is phenomenal. And in the southeast, we're currently forecasting that Labour will have at the end of the night at least 30 seats in the southeast, and this is simply unprecedented.
Piers Merchant has held Beckenham. That's an interesting result.
Well, it's entirely predictable. It would have been extraordinary had he lost it.
It's one of their safest seats.
Extraordinary. Any Tory holds a seat.
But Adam, look at the point you asked Norman about, and Norman gave you an oblique answer. This result has immense implications for the Tory party as an organisation. Half its potential leaders have been swept away. Its parliamentary party is going to be smaller than any time in history, actually putting itself together again. I mean, we've seen the Tory party demolished, and putting it together is going to be a major...
Labour gained Finchley and Golders Green.
Yes, I must say, Adam, I wish now I'd put money on William Hague as leader of the Conservative Party. Apart from the fact that he's one of the few candidates left, it seems to me he's emerging tonight. He's appeared actually very impressive on television tonight. He's emerging tonight as the front runner.
I mean, we have to say we are more than halfway through the seats to be declared here, and look at that score. We've got we've got 35, 294, 23 Liberal Democrats. If we double this roughly, we could be talking about less than 100 Tory MPs, Michael.
But no, we shouldn't do that, because it's the rural shires that haven't yet declared.
Well, no, all right.
But certainly the Conservatives, I think, are going to have fewer than 200 MPs, and that really is
for the first time
historic.
this century.
Yes.
Kay.
Thanks very much indeed. Who'd be Mr Major tonight? He's lost his Foreign Secretary, he's lost his Defence Secretary, he's lost Mr Lang from the Department of Trade and Industry, he's lost his Scottish Secretary. What about his Health Secretary? He's joining us on the line now. Mr Dorrell, goodness me. Not looking good, is it?
This is obviously a very, very disappointing result from the Conservative point of view. We've been on the receiving end of a political earthquake. And I think the important thing now for the Conservative Party is to ensure that we have a time for sober reflection, that we look at what has been said to us by the electorate, and we ask ourselves what are the right lessons and the right conclusions to draw from this unprecedented evening in British politics of the 20th century.
There's not going to be anybody left to be leader, is there?
Well, frankly, I think the question of leadership is a question for later. What the Conservative Party has to do first is to look at the lessons that are to be drawn, look at the things that have been said to us on the doorstep, look at the messages that are coming from the electorate, and ensure that we rebuild the position of the Conservative Party as the authentic voice of the centre-right in Britain. I still believe the centre-right in Britain represents a majority of the British people. And the challenge for the Conservative Party is to ensure that it presents itself as the credible voice of the decent centre-right in Britain.
Finally, Mr Dorrell, how much of this is left at your door? You're the Health Secretary. It was health that people voted on.
Well, I don't accept that it was a single-issue campaign. Indeed,
it was one of the major issues, wasn't it?
It was, of course, one of the major issues. The interesting thing is actually how difficult it has been to secure high-profile debate of health issues over the last few months. I think that we need to look at all the issues that arose during the election campaign and ask ourselves which were the key issues that determined the way the electorate behaved. And as I say, we need to ensure the Conservative Party
we're going to have a declaration.
rebuilds its bridges with its own natural constituency.
We must interrupt
declaration from Enfield
for a
Southgate.
second.
Michael Portillo.
I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the Enfield Southgate constituency, held on the first day of May 1997, hereby give notice that the total number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Brown, Jeremy Richard, Liberal Democrat, 4,966. Luard, Nicholas Lammett, Referendum Party, 1,342. Malakuna, Andrew, Mal, Voice of the People, 229. Portillo, Michael Denzil Xavier. Thank you, members. Conservative Party, 19,137. Storkey, Alan James, Christian Democrat, 289. Twig, Stephen, Labour Party, 20,570.
So confirmation there that Michael Portillo has lost his seat to Labour this evening. Whoever said whatever you say about me, it doesn't matter as long as you pronounce my name right. Doesn't count for Mr. Portillo this evening, does it? Mr. Dorrell, looks as though you might be leader.
Well, I've already said that that's an issue that I'm certainly not going to talk about now. I'm very sorry to see Michael Portillo, who's a man who's contributed greatly to the Conservative Party. I'm very sorry to see him lose his seat, and I look forward to the day, an early day, I hope, when he will return to the House of Commons, because he has an important contribution to make to the politics of Britain.
A word for Mr. Major this evening?
I'm sorry, didn't hear that question.
A word for Mr. Major this evening?
No, if I have words to offer to Mr. Major, then I shall offer them to him direct rather than through your programme, I'm afraid.
Mr. Dorrell, we must leave it there for now. Thank you.
And rumours that John Redwood may have lost in Wokingham. But back to you, Adam.
Yes, well, I just thought we'd get some quick thoughts there on the defeat of the man many people saw as the next leader of the Tory party. I have to say, including me, I would have put my money on Michael Portillo before tonight. Steve Norris.
I have made it clear I'd have put my money on Michael Portillo, and I'm very sorry to see him lose. And I do think that one of the aspects of this election that will cause many of us to reflect is that those right-wing Eurosceptic candidates appear to be doing less well than the Conservative average, against, I have to say, my judgment, and I suspect the judgment of many, including many who did not share that Eurosceptic opinion.
That is a point, isn't it? That 15,000 majority turned into a 1,400 deficit. Roy Hadley does suggest that perhaps there is something going on in the country that they're sending a very clear message they don't like the right wing.
I think 2 hours ago, it seemed like 2 days, but 2 hours ago I said I thought the country was coalescing around the centre. And I think a more sophisticated electorate is identifying what we'll call the extremist candidates and don't like that sort of wildness. They want something more moderate.
Worthing East, is that Mr. Bottomley?
Well, what's happening is in the marginals, right? there was a big swing. But it's in the south of England where the swing has been greatest of all. It's of the order of 14, 16, and as we saw in Enfield Southgate, 17.5%. So if you like, it's Labour catching up, you know, in terms of the south and
10
London.
years ago, Neil Kinnock and I used to hold our heads and talk about the London effect. Now, I'm quite sure the Labour Party leader and his deputy are cheering the London effect, quite the opposite thing.
You see our sky forecast is climbing up again, close to where we were at the beginning of the evening. 170 plus Labour's overall majority we're projecting now.
There's another phenomenon. There are stronger swings against ministers, particularly members of the cabinet, than there are against others. For example, Richard Shepherd held his seat very well indeed as a noted Eurosceptic on the backbenches.
Well, noted man of integrity as well, has to be said.
There should not, in your mind, be a contradiction between the two, Adam.
No, I wasn't saying there was. I was suggesting that there might be...
I think you were.
No, with respect, I was simply suggesting
if I may say so, my successor at Chingford, again, held the swing. Again, a noted backbencher.
Let's just hear what Michael Portillo has to say.
He'll be a very good member of Parliament, and I wish him well with it. We're obviously also going to have a new government. Government has to represent this country and do its best, and I wish the new government well too. It has been a great privilege to serve, and I thank all those people who made it possible for me for 13 years. In this election campaign, I'd like to thank Malcolm Tindall, I'd like to thank all my supporters, and the Conservative Association that has supported me for all these years. A truly terrible night for the Conservatives. I would have wished to have been part of rebuilding it inside the House of Commons. I can't now do that, but I would like to do whatever I can from the wings to help rebuild a great party which has a great future. One thing alone I will not miss, and that's all the questions about the leadership. Thank you very much.
Yes, well, there we have it. Michael Portillo saying he was hoping that he was going to play a part rebuilding the Tory party. Now he's not going to get that chance. We saw a few more Tory scalps falling there. We saw Henry Bellingham in Norfolk North West, and we saw the loss of the second seat in Northampton. Michael Morris went earlier on this evening. Tony Marlow went. We've seen a Labour clean sweep in Luton. Across the board, the Labour Party now cutting into not just their target seats, but some of the Tory heartlands as well, and I think we're now up to half a dozen cabinet ministers, certainly 5 who have now fallen by the wayside. Laurie.
Thank you very much indeed, Adam, and Scotland and Wales Tory-free zones at the moment. Britain is turning to New Labour, Tory strongholds are crumbling, and Tony Blair is surging towards a landslide victory. Among the top Tories out tonight are the Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkind, the Scottish Secretary, Michael Forsyth, the Defence Secretary, Michael Portillo, and the President of the Board of Trade, Ian Lang. And another sensation tonight came in Tatton, where Neil Hamilton was defeated by the man in the white suit, the journalist Martin Bell. It's also been a good night for the Liberal Democrats, who look poised to significantly increase their number of seats. Ross Appleyard has tonight's story so far.
Heading for the capital, Tony Blair is on his way to Downing Street, where he'll become the youngest British Prime Minister for 185 years. In an emotional speech, he thanked his party and his father for their support leading up to this moment.
And I would never, ever have done what I've done without him. And if I'm... I know that for him, like me, all that could have made this moment complete was that my mother was here as well.
In his wake, Tony Blair leaves a list of Tory casualties, which reads like a who's who of the Conservative Party. Scottish Secretary Michael Forsyth, President of the Board of Trade Ian Lang, Foreign Secretary Malcolm Rifkind, Sir Marcus Fox, David Mellor and Norman Lamont, all out in the cold. Eurosceptic Theresa Gorman is one who may be blamed for splitting her party.
Well, you know, you please all of the people some of the time, some of the people all of the time. At the moment, we haven't seemed to have pleased as many of the people as we would like to. clearly the policies which we were offering have not been as attractive as we hoped, and so we have to regroup behind a new set of policies which people will support.
Sleaze, also an issue in this election, claimed Neil Hamilton's share of the vote. War correspondent Martin Bell will now take his seat in Parliament. But if the Tory campaign fell flat, the Liberal Democrats were positively bubbling.
We're doing very well because we fought a very positive campaign. We fought a campaign in which we have put forward the messages the people of this country wanted to hear with a degree of honesty. The press said we couldn't do it and gain seats, but we've done it.
At Labour Party headquarters, Tony Blair was greeted with enthusiasm but no new Labour champagne. A pint of beer and the cheers of his supporters were enough to celebrate what will be a famous victory. And a night John Major would rather forget. Ross Appleyard, Sky News.
Father of the House, at least, has held his seat this evening. Sir Edward Heath has held on to Old Bexley and Sidcup. But even the seat that holds Harrow School, Harrow West, has gone Labour this evening, as has Harlow, which is Jerry Hayes' seat. Gravesham, almost always represented by the government of the day, that has gone Labour. Worcester Woman goes Labour, the same way as Essex Man in Basildon.
And look how close we are getting to the magic figure of 330. Preseli, Pembrokeshire. Oh, do you know, I've forgotten. No, I don't remember. 8? It's gone completely out of my mind. I did know it at the beginning of the evening, but we're going to check out with Martin Stanford now, who has the latest on the cyber set. Hi.
This is the colour of Britain in 1997, Laurie and Kay, and it's dramatic in so much as there's the absence of blue. Admittedly, there are some safe Tory seats still to be declared, but this is the dramatic thing. Look, the Isle of Wight has gone yellow in the south, and look at Scotland. Let's have a look at Scotland. There are no Tory seats so far in Scotland. Edinburgh Pentlands, we've marked there. We saw the Foreign Secretary lose there. These are safe seats for the other parties. Highly unlikely that Tories can hold on to them. So it looks like Scotland will be a Tory, a blue-free zone. Okay, Laurie?
Right, thank you very much indeed, Martin. I think we can join Judith Dawson in Huntingdon. Judith, what's happening there?
We're just waiting for the Prime Minister to come through into this room where the declaration will be made for the seat of Huntingdon. The Prime Minister, of course, is an extremely popular member of Parliament here. We expect his majority to either hold or be slightly reduced because they've had boundary changes. I think the most astonishing thing is there are very, very few Conservative Party supporters here. At least they're not identifying themselves by wearing rosettes. The ones we have come across are absolutely shell-shocked by what is going on, as I think the Prime Minister is too. We had a glimpse of him coming into the building, since when we haven't seen him at all. He was quite cheery earlier on in the day. I think he knew that they were going to be defeated. I didn't think he thought they were going to be annihilated. His famous instincts have deserted him. Everything he went for in the election was wrong, it now appears. He went very hard on Scotland. He's lost all his members of Parliament in Scotland, perhaps as a consequence of it. He went very hard on Europe. It didn't seem to have made any difference at all. He told voters not to risk everything for Labour, and they've done exactly that.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, that he said all the time it wasn't what they were hearing on the doorstep, that the internal party polling contradicted everything we saw in the polls. How did they get it so wrong?
I think there will be a massive inquest into how they got it so wrong, but I think one of the reasons that their judgment deserted them is because of the schisms within the party, because when they were talking to each other, they couldn't trust what their colleagues were saying to them. There were only probably a couple at the most half a dozen people in the Conservative Party who the Prime Minister could trust to tell him the truth, and maybe he wasn't listening to them as hard as he should have been. But he is an instinctive politician, and we'd always thought he was a good strategist. But I think things had come to such a pass within the party by the time they got to the election that they really didn't have a foot to stand on. They didn't have a foot to stand on with the electorate or with themselves.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we've got some pictures now of the Deputy Prime Minister Michael Heseltine at Henley.
Looking very glum indeed, Mr. Heseltine. We would say normally that his seat should be extremely safe this evening, but who knows the way things are going.
But let's look at the other side. This is... What have we got here? This is John Major in Huntingdon, is it? Yes, there he is. Yes, what that was briefly the festival hall, don't worry. We've now got John Major back. Norma there, shaking hands, putting a brave face on things. But there is clearly an atmosphere of stunned disbelief. I don't think any of us were expecting a Labour victory on quite this scale. William Waldegrave, we're just hearing, has lost in Bristol West.
Mr. Major always said he wanted a classless society, a nation at one with itself. It looks as though the nation has decided to go with Mr. Blair this evening. Keep an eye on that red figure there, why don't you? 327. When it goes to 330, 328 as I speak, 330, the winning post. Adam.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And let's just have a look there at the bottom of the screen. 328 there. The Labour Party need 2 more and they will have an overall majority. Now, this is the state of the parties, the story of the night, as it were. The Conservatives have lost more than twice as many seats as they have held. 52 Conservatives, 121 losses. Labour have gained 329, won 329 seats and have gained 101. The Liberal Democrats have won 24 and have gained 16. The others, mainly the SNP, have 11 seats. That's a gain of 4. So the Labour Party currently teetering in our official statistics, which are based on declarations, not speculation, just teetering 1 seat away from that historic moment of forming an overall majority in Parliament. And one other thing to note this evening, we appear to be seeing stronger swings against cabinet ministers and particularly against Eurosceptic cabinet ministers. 330, there we have it. Tony Blair is the next Prime Minister. He has an overall majority. So, as I was saying, with 6 cabinet ministers down, the question is, what will happen to other potential leadership candidates, such as John Redwood and Michael Howard? Those are the ones to watch now. Kenneth Clarke is back. Ted Heath is back. John Major, we're pretty sure, is going to be back. But what will happen to those other potential leadership contenders, given that Michael Forsyth and Michael Portillo have fallen by the wayside? Back to you.
Thanks, Adam. Let's take a look at our virtual reality House of Commons now with Martin.
I've had to sit down with the breathtaking surprise of it all, Laurie, but this is the figures that we started the evening with. In fact, we started this campaign with 6 weeks ago. This is how the House of Commons looked then, you'll recall. 325 Tories on this side, the government benches, and on this side of the House, well, there were 326 combined opposition. Now, it was 6 weeks ago that John Major finally decided to call the election after it seemed to be the New Year and then Easter. No, it was May, he decided. They all cleared off. They went off to their constituencies, and now this is what we think is going to happen. We know exactly the Labour Party will be on this side of the House. They will be making up the new government, but how many? Well, at the moment we're predicting 415 Labour MPs in this new administration. 330 is the winning post, well past that. A combined opposition of 244, 176 Tories, 176, that's all, 38 Liberal Democrats, Paddy Ashdown will be pleased, others 30, 171 is the size of the majority. Okay, Laurie?
Thanks so much indeed. We're not sure which seat it was yet. Maybe Wellingborough, which has been Conservative since 1969, Sir Peter Fry. That could well be the seat that gave Mr. Blair the chance to call himself Prime Minister. Look at these people celebrating for him this evening.
This could be D. Ream, could it not? Let's see if we know the tune. Oh, they sing something else, do they? Right, OK, let's... I think we've got Martin Bell, haven't we?
The National Heritage Secretary has held on to her seat at Surrey South-West. Somebody who won a seat this evening, Martin Bell, in Tatton, against all the odds. Hugh Dykes has lost his seat there in Harrow East. Martin Bell, good evening.
Good evening.
Shocked?
Surprised, gratified, delighted, and a little bit humbled.
Overwhelmed, obviously. First of all, which side of the House are you going to sit on, do you know?
That is the most difficult question. What I need is a crossbench in the House of Commons. It happens that there isn't a crossbench in the House of Commons. The best compromise I can think of at the moment is the equivalent of alternate parking on different sides. I might try government side one month and the opposition side the next. I still have to work it out.
You said that you'll only stand for one term. Why is that?
Because I think it is important to send a signal to the voters here that I was only asked to do this in the very unprecedented situation of Mr. Hamilton's candidature. I have no long-term political ambitions at all and no short-term political ambitions except to serve my constituents here and be as effective MP as I can for the duration of this next Parliament.
And which party would you like to take the seat next time?
Something else I will do, because I have to remain totally neutral, is not to endorse the candidate of any of the three parties when they return to politics as usual next time.
Martin Bell, many congratulations. Thank you very much.
Just put you right that John Redwood has held Wokingham and Jonathan Aitken has lost in Thanet South. I'm joined now by Sir Norman Fowler, past chairman of the party, of course, who's held on in Sutton Coldfield. Good evening to you, Sir Norman.
Hello.
Are you staggered by the scale of the Labour victory?
Well, I'm very disappointed by it, and obviously very disappointed by it. I think what has happened has been something which had been building up over a number of years. I don't think it's just one campaign, and I'm afraid that we didn't manage to put it right, by which I mean that we gave the impression of being a divided party, and that is normally fatal in electoral terms.
But John Major was saying, wasn't he, for the last few weeks, that the message that was coming through on the doorstep was that it was going to be okay.
Well, yes, it was quite
was
interesting.
He lying?
No, not remotely. Quite interesting what actually happened there, because I certainly, in my own constituency in Sutton Coldfield, spent virtually all the time on the doorstep. What actually happened was in the last week of the campaign, you could actually feel that opinion was going against you, not just in my seat, but in other seats in the Midlands. So there was, it seemed to me at any rate, from my impressions, there was a change in that last week, perhaps 10 days of the campaign.
What did it then? What brought that change on?
You don't
know?
Well, I think that there are a number of reasons. I can only give you elements of them. One of the reasons, obviously, is time for a change. Has always been a very powerful, the most powerful and emotive thing in politics. It was something that was tried in 1992 because John Major was a new leader, a fresh leader. He managed blunt that. He managed to defeat that against all the odds. But of course this time was always going to be more difficult. Winning 5 elections in a row is obviously quite a difficult thing to do.
What should John Major do now?
I think I think first, let me say that I think that John Major has been a tremendous leader, and he has produced the best economy that I can remember in my lifetime. What he should do now is indeed up to him. He should not be rushed. He should not be pressed. He can do it in his own time. And what he will want to do is obviously seek to serve the party in the same way that he has before. I think the tragedy is that we have not given him, by which I mean the parliamentary party, has not given him the kind of support that he deserves. That's the real tragedy.
Sir Norman, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Adam.
Thank you very much indeed, Laurie. And Angela Knight, we're seeing there, a former minister loses her seat. Another minister bites the dust, Angela Knight in Erewash. We also saw some other famous Tory names going there. Jackie Lay's gone. Jonathan Aitken, the former cabinet minister, has gone. With more than 400 seats in, the Tories have still to break 100. And Michael Portillo joins us now, defeated this evening by the Labour Party in his constituency. Mr. Portillo, commiserations.
Thank you, Adam. That's sweet of you.
What went wrong?
Well, we've been swept away by a tidal wave, but I think the party ought to reflect for some time as to what's gone wrong. And although I'd like to contribute to that debate, I'm obviously not in Parliament, and the debate will be carried on mainly by those who are in Parliament, and I hope they'll carry on the debate in a way that doesn't lead to divisions or recriminations, because it is a great party. It can be rebuilt, it must be.
Something does seem to have gone particularly wrong in your constituency, because the swings are bigger than they are nationally. It does look as if there's something about you which your voters didn't like.
I haven't been able to analyse the swing yet.
Well, it's a fact. You've lost by a bigger swing against you. Do you think that's because people this evening want to send a message no to the right wing of the Tory party?
I very much doubt it.
Why? Why do you doubt that?
Well, I've only got your word that the swing is bigger than anywhere else, and even if it were, it might be for all sorts of reasons.
Across London, it's 14%. I think it's nearer 17. But anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's talk.
Well, I've heard of other swings that are 18.
Well,
so
let's talk about the future of the Tory party.
Yeah.
As you say, you're not going to be able to play a role in Parliament rebuilding it. You are going to remain an extremely prominent Conservative. What is your advice to your party now?
Find a way of uniting. Otherwise, opposition stretches ahead. And if there is anything I can do to contribute to that cause, I will do so. And it's welcome to be able to make that point at a time when no one can suspect that I have a personal axe to grind.
But uniting, is it possible, given the deep divisions on Europe?
Well, having disunity, is that possible, given the scale of this defeat?
Well, it's what's happening. But I mean, will you now say to your party, look, I had a position on Europe, but I think you really should look at the fundamentals and possibly consider being more positive towards Europe?
No, I wouldn't say anything like that, but I would just say that the party needs to work out a policy on Europe that commands the total respect of the whole party. It has to be sorted out one way or the other, but in a way that carries the party with the conclusion, so that everybody then is covered by the discipline of agreeing with what the party as a whole has subscribed to.
Mr. Portillo, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again. And let's now go to Huntingdon, where the Prime Minister has taken to the stage for his declaration. One of the safest seats in the country, so I think no doubts there. Interesting to see that Norma Major has been
we'll now have the official declaration
smiling quite a lot
here in the Huntingdon constituency, and that will be read to you by the High Sheriff of Cambridgeshire, Mr. David Rampley. Mr. Rampley.
I, David Temple Rampley, being the returning officer for the Huntingdon constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows: David James Bellamy, 3,114. Charles Raymond Coyne, 331. Veronica Hufford, 177. John Major, 31,501.
Mr. Major's vote is down.
Matthew James Owen,
Liberal Democrat.
8,390. Jason Rees,
Labour.
13,361.
Big jump in the Labour vote.
Duncan John Robertson, 89. And that John Major has been duly elected to serve as a member for the Huntingdon constituency.
John Major has been re-elected. Who knows, perhaps given the losses the Tories have suffered tonight by faute de mieux, for want of anyone better, he will stay on as leader of the Tory party. John Major.
Mr. High Sheriff, I'd first like, if I may, to congratulate all those who've carried out the count of this very large constituency with such skill and with such speed. I'd also add my thanks to all those who cared for the security of the polling booths throughout the day and manned them. It is a job that has been done, as we have come to expect in Huntingdon, with immense efficiency, and I'm very grateful to everyone who played their part in carrying that out today. I'd like also, if I may, to thank my fellow candidates in this constituency. I have been something of an absentee candidate, at least in the Huntingdon constituency, but I understand that the battle here has been fought with great courtesy and great skill. And I congratulate all those who played a part in the campaign. I'm sure they will look forward to their future campaigns. I'd like also, if I may, to thank a number of people to whom I owe almost more than it's possible to express readily and easily. Perhaps I may start with my agent, Peter Brown, a peer amongst agents. Not only my agent, but a very old and dear friend, and I'm very grateful to him for all he has done not just during this campaign, but during recent years when he's perhaps had to undertake many burdens that perhaps would not normally have fallen upon the shoulders of anyone's agent. I'd like to thank also my constituency officers and the literally thousands of people who've worked in this constituency on my behalf during this campaign and over recent years. Their work has been immense. The affection I have for this constituency is not easily expressed, but I think it is known by those people who live in the constituency, and I'm deeply privileged to have the opportunity of representing it yet again. Huntingdonshire has only had 2 members of Parliament since 1945. I have just been elected for the 5th time in this constituency, and I look forward with the same pleasure at serving my constituents in the future as I have found in doing so in the past. Above all, though, I'd like to express my thanks to Norma and to my family. Perhaps these thanks are most appropriately expressed in private, but I think most people who have known Norma, most people who have seen her, will realise that not only has she graced this constituency for 18 years, I think she has graced a much larger stage in recent years, and my debt to her and my debt to her is one not easily paid. It is perfectly clear now that the Labour Party has had an extremely successful evening. I telephoned Mr. Blair a little over an hour ago to congratulate him on his success and to wish him every good fortune in the great responsibilities that he will have in the years that lie ahead. This is a great country. He inherits a country in extremely good economic shape. I wish him every success in sustaining that in the interests of all the people of this country. I think I can promise that the Conservative Party will be a vigorous opposition. Where it is appropriate to support, we will support. Where it is in the interests of the country to support, we will support. Where we believe the policies are wrong, we will oppose vigorously, but honestly and fairly. But all that, I think, lies ahead for another day. For today, let me perhaps just add one further thought. Elections always have winners, and they always have losers. It is a very great occasion to win an election, a very great occasion to be elected to Parliament. Many colleagues and old friends of mine will have contested seats tonight and lost them. Many colleagues will have contested seats on behalf of my party this evening, contested them well and bravely, but lost them. I would like, if I may, to express to all of them my thanks for all they've done on behalf of our country and our party, and my thanks also to the literally hundreds of thousands of people who have helped in the Conservative Party campaign and the millions of our fellow citizens who voted for the Conservative Party on this occasion. We are a great and historic party, the Conservative Party. We have had great victories in our time. We have had defeats in our time. We accept them both, I hope, with a certain dignity and a certain grace. Tonight, we have been comprehensively defeated. We will listen to the voice of the electorate. We will consider what has been said to us. I think we must reflect upon it. I know that we will, and I know when we have reflected, we will begin to prepare once again for that day in the future, I hope not too far distant, when my party may once again return to government in the service of this country. Thank you.
So there we have it. The outgoing Prime Minister, John Major, concedes defeat and calls on his party to reflect. While he was speaking, some interesting news came in. Michael Howard managed to hang on in his Folkestone and Hythe constituency. He did it because he had 20,000 votes, but the Lib Dems had 13,000 and Labour had 12,000, i.e. the split of the vote between them kept Michael Howard in Parliament. Let's hear what he's got to say. Giles Brandreth's losing there at the bottom of the screen. Michael Howard.
And I would like, above all, to thank the electors of this constituency who have kept faith with me on what is obviously a very difficult night for my party, it has been the most tremendous privilege to serve the electors of this constituency of every party for the last 14 years, and I greatly look forward to doing my very best for them again in the next Parliament. I would like to congratulate the leader of the Labour Party. He has won a famous victory for his party tonight. And I would like to pay tribute to John Major for the immensely courageous campaign that he has waged on behalf of the Conservative Party during this general election. This is obviously a dark night for the Conservative Party. But I am proud to be a Conservative, and I am proud of the achievements of Conservative government over the last 18 years. And it is worth noting that Mr. Blair has won his famous victory tonight by promising not to dismantle those achievements. The task of the Conservative opposition in the next Parliament will be to protect those achievements and to think of new ways of meeting the challenges which will face the nation as we approach the next millennium, new ways consistent with and constant to our principles. And finally, to my party tonight, I say this. This is not a time for recrimination. This is a time for coming together, for reflection, and not for looking back, but for looking forward to the challenges that we face in the future. Thank you very much indeed.
So, Michael Howard lives to fight another day there. He would have to be, I assume, a potential next Tory leader. Some other interesting results. David Heathcote-Amory is back in Wells. He also a prominent Eurosceptic. Sir Ivan Lawrence has been defeated in Burton, and also Skye's local MP Nurj Deva has been defeated here in Isleworth. Let's have a look now at some of the key constituencies. John Major, that's his result. David Bellamy, incidentally, scoring twice as many votes as Jimmy Goldsmith did in Putney, although I think the top referendum party candidate so far is John Aspinall in Folkestone, who got more than 4,000. Let's have a look at how things swung around in Huntingdon. There we have John Major, still more than half the votes, but what, Michael, a swing against him of...
Just 7%. 7%. Which, under tonight's figures, is a very good result indeed for the Prime Minister.
Personal vote for John Major. I have to say, he looked quite chipper as he conceded defeat there. I think he must have prepared himself for it, although I would also say he's lost a great deal of weight in the course of this campaign, in spite of those Marmite sandwiches he ate on the plane, apparently. Let's have a look at Thanet and Jonathan Aitken. Jonathan Aitken, well, there we have it, defeated by Stephen Ladyman. Let's have a look how things swung there. Jonathan Aitken, of course, still has a court case pending against certain media organisations because of sleaze allegations made against him. And there we have the 15%. It does appear that any association, wrongly or not, with sleaze is a liability this evening.
Well, voters have really ganged up on prominent personalities, there's no doubt about that, but the swings across the south, particularly in the southeast, along the south coast and so on, have been quite phenomenal, really. I think the Liberal Democrats will be disappointed not to have picked up a couple of those seats in the southwest, but they've been more than compensated for seats elsewhere.
Devizes and Salisbury, I think.
We've won Colchester and one or two other very good ones.
Yeah.
Barry Legg is out, we're hearing, in Milton Keynes. Let's have a look at Harlow. This was always a soft target for Labour. Jerry Hayes, he got punched in the course of the campaign, he got bitten by a dog, and now he's lost the seat. Let's have a look at how that happened there. Essex Man is going red, 54%, more than half the votes. Monumental 12-13% swing there. Northampton South, let's have a look at that. Michael Morris, Liberal Democrats have held Roxburgh, they'll be pleased with that. That was Archie Kirkwood's seat. And let's have a look at how the votes swung around in Northampton. 42-41, fairly close. Liberal Democrats with the balance of power. A 13-14... 13.5% swing. Well, let's just talk for a moment. Peter Lilly is returned in Hitchin and Harpenden, although, of course, St Albans is very much on Labour's target list, and Labour gaining in Warwick and Leamington there. We've got, as it were, two wings of the old Tory party. I know you're not both still members here, with Nicholas Scott and Lord McAlpine. Liberal Dems have gained Colchester.
And Richmond Park.
Yeah, so your figure now there, just see it there, up to 29 there now. And Richmond Park, Jeremy Hanley.
Jeremy Hanley's gone.
He's gone. The former Tory Party chairman.
We should be 30 now, I think.
Former Tory Party chairman.
Wonderful result for the
Well, I
Liberal
think our
Democrats.
computer just can't cope with the way
It's a wonderful result for the Liberal Democrats. Remember, Adam, we won 20 seats at the last general election. We're already 50% ahead of the last general election. We're past the 26 we had with defections and by-election wins, and we seem to have held all our by-elections so far except one, which was Chris Davis in the old Littleborough.
But that was a redrawn boundaries.
There were redrawn boundaries.
I mean, on these kinds of performance, do you think you're going to hit 59 seats, which is what you won in 1929?
I don't think we're going to hit 59 because there are one or two, I'm using your book, Michael, which we haven't won, Ribble Valley, Salisbury, Folkestone and Hythe.
There you are, Richmond Park, you see.
Yeah,
it was in our
action. But we are going to be well over 40, and I must say, we've seen quite a lot of Paddy Ashdown tonight. I think he's fought a wonderful campaign. He's led the party. He's really been the leader. And it's been very good leadership, and we've all enjoyed it.
Well, there's John Major going back inside. He was coming out for a moment, but he's gone back inside now. He will come back to London. He will say thank you to party workers at Conservative Central Office and then pass his last few hours at number 10 Downing Street before going to see the Queen tomorrow morning to hand back the seals of office. Now, we were talking about the Conservative Party. I was saying Lord McAlpine, a Conservative on one wing of the party in the past, although you're now a referendum party candidate, and Nick Scott on the other end. So where does the party go from here, do you think?
Well, I think it needs a time to reflect. I really don't think they want to get involved in a leadership battle.
Would you consider rejoining them?
I mean, first of all, they've got to have me. I mean, it's. But I mean, I don't see the referendum as completely blown out the water. I think that's going on. I mean, Goldsmith said that we're going on. We've got to be there to press the thing we believe in, which is the people to have a vote on Europe.
We're being told that John Major has said that he will go and see the Queen for the last time as Prime Minister at 11:30 tomorrow morning. My understanding from the Labour Party is that Mr. Blair will see the Queen shortly after that, but he won't actually assume command of number 10 Downing Street in the government until into the afternoon. We will, of course, be bringing you all of that live on Sky. Let's cross now to our Central London studio and Bob Worcester of Moray, one of the pollsters who throughout this campaign has been most bullish about Labour Party's chances. And now I imagine Mr. Worcester feels very much vindicated. Can you hear me, Mr. Worcester?
Indeed I can.
And are you vindicated?
Well, what I think are vindicated are the British public, because I've had hundreds of journalists over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years tell me about how the British public lie to pollsters. Even, Adam, dare I say, you have suggested it. The British public didn't lie to pollsters. They told us exactly what was going on. The Prime Minister called the poll that we did a few weeks ago that said 25% for the Times, 25% Labour lead, absolute rubbish, and said that their private polls showed nothing like that. Well, I'd like to see now those private polls, and I think it's time for an apology or two.
Of course, that does mean that you were wrong in '92, but let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about politically what's happened in England, or not England, Britain, the United Kingdom, because of course we're going to hear from Northern Ireland tomorrow, but Britain, what's happened? It really is a sea change, isn't it?
Oh, there's no question about it. It's a monumental sea change. Been nothing like it in terms of losses for the Conservative Party since 1906. It's probably the worst wipeout, really, since 1822. I mean, this is just a monumental thing. The Labour Party has never had a night like this. Now, it's going to mean a great deal to this country. We hear also a lot of commentators and interviewers talk about, well, there's not a lot of difference between the parties, but there are massive differences between the parties in their relationship with Europe, which will go from a negative to a positive, the constitutional changes, devolution to Scotland and Wales, the reformation of the House of Lords, Freedom of Information Act, constitutional change across the board. It will take time. It will be difficult. But with the majority he's got, he can say Yabu sucks to the old Labour and the people who would have otherwise, with a majority of 40, say, given him quite a hard time, and New Labour will triumph.
Interesting result there. We're just seeing it reported that Diana Maddock has not held on in Christchurch, that the Tories have taken that back. I think that's John Cope, the former minister.
Excellent.
We'll have to get that clarified. Mr. Wilson, I just want to ask you one final question, perhaps appropriate at that point. What is the relevance, do you think, of the Liberal Democrat result?
Well, it's a phenomenal success for the Liberal Democrats. I have to say I'm waiting for Ladbrokes to open because they were kind enough to give me 14-1, tax-free, against the Liberal Democrats having 32 or more seats. And 2 years ago at the Liberal Democratic Conference, I forecast 36 seats would be the outcome tonight for the Liberal Democrats.
Well, one man's meat's another man's poison. I'm going to have to be handing over money to Lord Home, their campaign manager, because I said they wouldn't get past 30. Anyway, Laurie and Kay, back to you.
We heard Bob Worcester there saying the biggest wipeout since 1822. That's all history. Let's project into the future now. And here in his cyberspace is Martin.
Yes, I'm on the cyber swingometer floor. Here we are, Laurie. This is the numbers of the majority in Parliament that a party gets. This is the swing required. We started this off, if everybody had voted yesterday the way they did 5 years ago, John Major would have been back in number 10. He would have had a 27-seat majority in the House of Parliament. We thought that the first thing the Labour Party would have to do, this was the first hurdle, they'd have to move the country in this direction. It would have to go towards them. 4.3 was the swing they needed to look like they'd get a majority of one in the House of Commons. A hung Parliament seemed quite a likely option with all the caution that was being paid to the opinion poll results by the party leaders. But look where things have gone. Far, far, far further on. We're looking at a swing nationally of about 11.5%. Latest figures, a majority in the House of Commons, 180 plus. Okay, Laurie?
We might have to get a new swingometer by the end of the evening, Martin. Thanks very much indeed. A few left-wingers back in this evening. Tony Benn held his seat, and Ken Livingstone's got his seat, and Diane Abbott's got her seat. This is Huntingdon, where we heard the Prime Minister make his emotional speech just a few moments ago. He's always been described as uncharismatic but ambitious. I'm sure that most people will spare a thought for Mr. Major this evening. I believe, just as I was going to say, we can be joined by Peter Spencer. He's gone to probably have a chat with Brian Mulwiney, and we'll find out the outcome of that in a short time.
Dr. Mulwiney looking surprisingly happy. I don't know whether you saw him. He was actually cracking a few jokes with friends a moment ago. And here he is. Perhaps it's a great burden off his shoulders.
Well, I think he's probably glad that he went on the chicken run now, actually. Don't you think so? He was Peterborough. He went to Cambridge, Northwest, I think.
He did indeed. And we've got Peter.
Spencer. Peter. Hello, very good evening. Good morning to you, Peter Spencer. Tory Central Office.
Indeed, it has to be said it's probably one of the most unfestive sites in London at present. The humour that's around is dark humour. The alcohol that's being consumed, which it is in reasonably generous quantities, is being consumed in the spirit of a wake rather than anything else. And in spite of all the calls that we've had for unity and kindness between the wings of the party, from the party leader and from others, what we've been seeing actually is those entrenched hatreds coming out. I've got in my hand a press release from the Tory Reform Group, which is a left-leaning pressure group, and it says the election defeat that the Conservative Party experienced was wholly unnecessary, brought about by the rank treachery of the Tory right. Now, at one point it did rather look as if there weren't going to be any standard bearers for the Tory right for any future leadership contest. As it now stands, of course, sufficient numbers of them will be in frame, and so I suspect the bloodbath will start, and will start any moment now.
What was the thought there when Mr. Portillo, amongst others, lost his position?
The thought there was that, I mean, there was rather interesting about candidates in actual fact. There are going to be a great deal of questions asked about a number of the candidates. Obviously, there was deep gloom when officially when Mr. Portillo lost his place, but they're talking now about a root and branch in examination of everything the Tory party stands for, its constitution, its identity, its policies, and I come back to its constitution. The point has been made in a spirit, I have to say, of considerable rancour, although also considerable frankness, that while a great many good candidates have been lost in their view, also a great many wholly unsuitable ones have been lost as well, and they
Peter.
actually include Neil Hamilton.
Peter, thanks very much.
And we're joined now by the Deputy Prime Minister, Michael Heseltine, from Henley. Good evening to you, Mr. Heseltine.
Good evening to you.
Are you staggered at the scale of this now?
Yes, certainly. I didn't foresee anything on this scale, and it is quite beyond, I think, what anybody thought was likely to happen.
Can you begin to account for it?
Well, everyone has their own views, but what I believe very strongly is that these are views which should be discussed with colleagues behind closed doors. One should listen to what others have got to say. A period of reflection is required, and the very worst thing we could do would be to have a sort of public debate, which would only be of great satisfaction to our political opponents and to the media that sought to exploit any differences of views that emerged. So I'm absolutely clear that a period of reflection and a constructive private debate within the Conservative Party is now required.
What should Mr. Major do? Should he stay on as leader?
Oh yes, I think he is going to stay on, as I saw from the interview he gave at his count. I think the implications were clear there. He's made a very great contribution to our country and to our party, and I think that there's a great deal more that he can do to serve in the way that he's always been prepared to do.
So how do you think the party now goes about rebuilding itself?
Well, we're now going into opposition, and in opposition there are quite different skills. I remember it from, fortunately, a very long time ago. But the fact is that's where we are. And the focus of attention now will be on the new government and its new policies. They're going to be tested and they're going to be called to account. They're going to have to face realities and they're going to have to actually answer questions. Our duty is to oppose. In the processes of opposition, we will regroup, we will rethink, we will analyse, and we will come forward with the programmes on which we intend to win the next election. But at this moment, there is absolutely nothing to be said for a sort of public exposure of one's own analysis of what went right or what went wrong, with everybody else chipping in and everybody else having different conflicting views. That's not the way to deal with our present situation.
But very briefly, you're no longer a national party, are you? You have no members in Wales or Scotland.
Well, the fact is that we are a party that has governed this country longer than any other party has governed a democracy of our sort. And we may have taken a reverse tonight, that's undoubtedly the case, but the party has an instinct for government and a resolve to fight its way back.
Mr. Heseltine, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Gloom at Henley then. They're celebrating further up the Thames, though, aren't they, at the Royal Festival Hall in London, where the Labour Party revellers have been gathering to welcome the new Prime Minister. That will happen shortly, and we'll see it, of course, here on Sky News Live. What about behind us? Let's have a look at our wonder wall and find out how all that converts around the country.
Okay, it'll be this door that Tony Blair will be going through at some point during the day later on today. But this is the map of our Target 57. Target 57, it was that we thought they were going to be crucial seats because these were the ones that Labour would have to win just to get a majority of one in the House of Commons. That was the 1992 map. That was the job in front of them. Let's update it. 5 years went by, and this is the scale of what Labour have achieved. There are the target seats they had to win if they were going to form the next government. The flashing indicators just showing some Conservative seats where the results are not yet in. So even these seats, Blackpool North, they were, for instance, yet to declare. Falmouth and Camborne down there in Cornwall, still to declare. They may yet turn red. But as you can see, well, the country went red today, didn't it? Okay, Laurie?
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. Jubilation, of course, on the South Bank. Let's join Richard Bestick, who's at the Festival Hall. We're expecting Mr. Blair there quite soon, aren't we?
We are. The next Foreign Secretary, Robin Cook, and we're assured he has that position, excuse me, has just walked through the door to the cries of Labour supporters, "We have won, we have won." And he'll be followed shortly by Tony Blair, who has flown down from his Sedgefield constituency, knowing full well, as he did, having already received a phone call from from John Major saying that he was conceding defeat, congratulating the Labour leader and the next Prime Minister. So you can imagine the scenes here are ecstatic.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. We're going to rejoin Adam.
Thanks, Laurie. Of course, the Prime Minister, John Major, has already said that the party has been comprehensively defeated and that he's spoken on the phone to Tony Blair to confirm as much. Tony Blair is currently flying by chartered jet back to London. We are expecting, as Richard said, to see him around 4 a.m, greeted in triumph. But for now, a few more results there. We saw that in the interesting contest in Inverness, in Russell Johnston's old seat, that the Labour Party have prevailed there over the Liberal Democrats. But nonetheless, look at this picture. Here it is, more than 500 seats now in. Conservatives 89, that's well below 20%. Labour 372, the Liberal Democrats on 31, that is a post-war record for them, and the others on 11, the SNP making gains as well. There are 5 cabinet ministers who have been defeated tonight. They are Michael Forsyth, Malcolm Rifkind, Ian Lang, William Waldegrave and Michael Portillo. There are a number of other ministers, including John Boas and Alistair Burt. There have been some other prominent figures defeated in the party as well. We believe that Gillian Shepherd is in trouble in Norfolk. We know that these are some of the prominent Tories who have got back. Make of it what you will as to the future of the party. John Redwood is back. Michael Howard is back. Virginia Bottomley is back. Francis Maud is back. Kenneth Clarke is back. Norman Fowler is back. Ted Heath is back. And, of course, John Major is back. A fairly disparate bunch there, Nick Scott.
Yes. I think the main thing we have to do at the moment is to lick our wounds and reflect on what's happened, and then John Major continuing to lead the party into the summer, in my view, and seeing what we have to. Incidentally, I'm delighted about the magnanimity that's being shown in this. You know, normally Churchill said, "In defeat, defiance; in victory, magnanimity." Here, I think in defeat we should show magnanimity, and we've done it properly. And I hope that it will be possible, therefore, for us to have a constructive opposition in the early months of the new Parliament, so that we won't be entirely destructive from the start. We will be helping that while seeking to preserve the achievements that this government has undoubtedly managed to acquire over the last 18 years.
Doug Hoyle, you've left the Commons, you've gone to the Lords. Many people think you will be playing a prominent part in the new Labour project. With a majority of this size, which I think, Michael, will be the biggest majority since the war, probably?
Well, certainly it's on a par with the 1906 landslide.
Right, OK. With a majority of this size, what are you going to do? What's New Labour going to do?
Well, we're going to carry out our programme, and with a majority like this, it does point ahead that surely we'll get our 2 terms. We can't lose a majority of that after 4 or 5 years. Now, that's the big side.
One election at a time, eh?
We'll take one election at a time, but we never imagined that we'd get so many seats.
Alex Collard, it is a good night for the Liberal Democrats, but nonetheless, we've seen a few casualties by the wayside. Diana Maddock in Christchurch has strong personal support. Also, you didn't get Eastbourne, which might have been one of your targets.
Diana Maddock won Christchurch at a by-election. It was actually our 281st target. I believe she's lost by 2,000. She's been an excellent MP, and it's a great tribute to Diana that she nearly made it. We have, by and large, held on to our by-election victories. It's a very, very good night for the Liberal Democrats. We're going to have the strongest third party in the House of Commons for more than half a century.
We should say that on our notional House of Commons, given what happened to David Alton with his seat being revised away, you were in fact on 18 going into this election
and we're
tonight,
going to more than double
31, so you're going to more than double.
We're going to more than double. I think we're on 41, aren't we, at the moment? But we're certainly going to more than double it.
We're forecasting
41, but you're actually in the bag is 31,
yes.
Which is an important thing. And you will, by and large, assist the New Labour project with your votes?
Well, as Paddy Ashdown said, we're not into confrontational politics. We have an agreement with Labour on constitutional issues, and we expect them to keep to it. We'll assist them with that, and we'll look at the other issues as they arise.
The redoubtable Anne Widdecombe is back in Maidstone. The Law and Order Minister, Anne Widdecombe, has survived. And tribute to her in these circumstances, Michael? Or?
Well, it's difficult without seeing the voting figures, but because the swing against her would have to be considerable. But Conservatives hold Rayleigh there. I mean, now we will see the Conservatives picking up seats as these Shire county constituencies declare, but we're currently saying that the Conservatives will only get around about 170 MPs in the next Parliament. They literally have been savaged by the twin opposition parties, Labour and Liberal Democrats, in their key target seats.
I mean, 170, that's about halved.
Yes, indeed, it's been halved. And of course, people say, when was this kind of defeat coming? I would make the point that this, if you like, the opposition parties have rehearsed this general election in local elections since at least 1993, where the Conservatives have been trapped in a pincer movement by Labour and the Liberal Democrats, where those two parties have targeted in winnable seats, and if you like, we see a reflection of that in tonight's general election.
We see now John Major leaving Huntingdon. Some cheers for him as he gets into his limousine to head back to London. And it takes something around 2 hours, I'd imagine, maybe an hour and a half until
Can I just pick up Michael's point? It's always been said about...
Lib Dems hold case nest, though.
Very good. That Bob McClellan. It's always been said about the Lib Dems that we could win local government, but we couldn't convert our local government successes into election wins. We've actually done it tonight in places like, for example, Harrogate, in the whole of the Richmond area of West London.
Well, all right.
Sutton and Cheam.
Lord McCarthy, quick final comment?
Well, I mean, the Conservative Party's got plenty of leaders left. What it's not got is a lot of supporters. And that's what it needs to address its mind to.
Thank you very much indeed. Back to you.
It's just gone 4 o'clock. You're watching Sky News.
Labour landslide, Tony Blair is the next Prime Minister.
John Major concedes defeat. It's one of the biggest in political history.
And Martin Bell, the man in the white suit, takes tack.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
A very good morning. The Labour Party is heading for a landslide victory led by Tony Blair. A short time ago, John Major accepted his party had lost the election. For the Conservatives, it's been a devastating night. Among the top Tories out, the Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkind, the Scottish Secretary, Michael Forsyth, the Defence Secretary, Michael Portillo, and the President of the Board of Trade, Ian Lang. William Walgrave, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, is also out. Another sensation came in Tatton, where Neil Hamilton was defeated by the journalist Martin Bell. It's also been a good night for the Liberal Democrats, who've increased their number of seats. Ross Appleyard has tonight's story so far.
The youngest Prime Minister for 185 years gets a hug from his youngest fan as the Labour Party celebrates the end of 18 years of Tory rule. As Mr Blair heads for number 10, John Major can only wonder at the meltdown his party has suffered in a remarkable election which has left the Conservative front benches as empty as the counting hall at Huntingdon. Defence Secretary Michael Portillo, Foreign Secretary Malcolm Rifkind, Scottish Secretary Michael Forsyth and the President of the Board of Trade Ian Lang join many other famous names cast out by the electorate.
Tonight, we have been comprehensively defeated. We will listen to the voice of the electorate. We will consider what has been said to us. I think we must reflect upon it. I know that we will. And I know when we have reflected, we will begin to prepare once again for that day in the future, I hope not too far distant, when my party may once again return to government in the service of this country. Thank you.
The mood in the Blair camp was very, very different.
Thank you very much indeed. And, well, you know me, I'm never complacent, but no, it's looking very good all around the country.
As celebrations got underway among Labour Party supporters, Conservative war horses were left wondering where it all went wrong. Ross Appleyard, Sky News.
And we understand that Tony Blair is expected to have an audience with the Queen at about midday. Well, joining me now from Tory's central office is Tory strategist Lord Cranborne. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Did you expect anything on this scale?
No, I must confess I didn't. It's, of course, as the Prime Minister said a moment ago, it's more than a comprehensive defeat. But I think it's extremely important for the Tory party to realise that it's got nothing to be ashamed of in its achievements of the last 18 years, and that what it must now do is appreciate that you can come back from even the most devastating defeats so long as you take a deep breath and you think how best you can once again transform yourself into a credible government in waiting, and I have no doubt that that is what we will do.
But did you honestly have no inkling that this sort of thing was going to happen in the closing weeks and days of the campaign?
Well, I got some sensation that perhaps we weren't going to win, and I thought that there was pretty likely to be a substantial Labour majority, certainly by the closing days of the campaign. But I must say I didn't expect anything as overwhelming as this, and I think that it's important for us to congratulate Mr. Blair on his victory and to say that we wish him well in his plans to govern this country, because it is in all our interests that he should govern it well as the Prime Minister.
But you very briefly, you accept it now looks as though this is going to be a two-term Labour government?
No, I certainly don't. If you look back to previous comprehensive Conservative defeats, just take 1945, we were back in power within 6 years, and in 1906 we very nearly won the two 1910 elections. So I don't accept anything of the kind.
Lord Cranborne, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Major will be seeing the Queen at 11:30 tomorrow. Judith Dawson joins us now from Huntingdonshire. Judith, hello.
Good evening.
Good
morning.
Good morning indeed. Even Mrs. Thatcher's old seat's gone Labour tonight, hasn't it?
Extraordinary what has happened, and I must say there's just a sense of shock around these parts amongst Conservative supporters. And so far as Mr. Major's senior advisors who've been with him in the closing days of the campaign and stayed with him for the declaration tonight, one of them said to me, he's stunned, we're stunned, we didn't see it coming. And having been on the campaign with them for 6 weeks, I don't think any of us saw it coming. I think most people were predicting a defeat for the Conservatives. I think the Prime Minister, by the end of last week, had given up being the only person in his team not to think that he couldn't win, and had shrugged his shoulders, and I think just resigned himself to the prospect of being in opposition. But I don't think the scale of this sort of defeat had ever crossed their minds, so that any of the plans that they may have made for being in opposition, for being defeated after 18 years of government, are absolutely smashed to pieces in the early hours of this morning. They don't honestly know what to think. They are like a person who has suffered the most devastating blow. They will have to be given at least a few hours to regain some semblance of sense before they will be able to start planning what they want to do. And
Judith,
so far as the leadership question is concerned...
I was just about to ask you that. He's given up his official card. Do you think he'll give up his official title as leader of the Conservatives?
Well, that's what I was coming to, because I think in the closing days of the campaign, when they knew they couldn't win, probably Mr. Major had thought to himself, OK, it'll be quite simple. I will stay on as a caretaker leader. I will announce that I'm going to resign, stay around till summer, make sure there's a clean handover, make sure there's not too much blood on the floor, and then do it all in this dignified and controlled fashion. And certainly Michael Heseltine and Kenneth Clarke were giving very clear indications that they would support him in that. But as Lord McAlpine was saying a few minutes ago, you've got lots of potential leaders now, but hardly any party.
Judith, you might not want blood on the carpet, but it's certainly looking very red tonight. Thanks a lot.
Well over 500 results in now. Let's take a look at the national and the regional picture with Martin Stanford. Martin.
Laurie, yes, here in our cyber studio we have the map of the country and how things have changed from 1992. Well, this is how things have changed in terms of the colours that have the constituencies been won by the various parties. And what a remarkable result is up here in Scotland. Look, a Tory-free zone, as evidenced by our map here of the constituencies already declared. Some other of the grey areas here, still constituencies to be declared, notably in the southwest. Some more successes for the Liberal Democrats almost certainly to come from there. Let's have a close-up view of London. Greater London, always a Labour stronghold, but look at what the Liberal Democrats are doing here as well. Southwark they had anywhere. Simon Hughes, very popular local MP, he's back in there, against the trend, some might say. But look at this. Southwest London has become a Liberal Democrat area. Everything is going orange. We've got Richmond Park, Jeremy Hanley, the former Conservative Party chairman, booted out. Twickenham has gone Liberal Democrat. Kingston has gone Liberal Democrat. Sutton and Cheam has gone Liberal Democrat. And Carshalton neighbouring to that as well. So the Liberal Democrat wedge of power here, well, I suppose they're on their march towards central London and to Westminster. We're looking, Laurie and Kay, at a majority for Tony Blair, incidentally, in the House of Commons of 181.
Right. Thank you very much
Trying to do my maths. We're almost there, aren't we? Only 100 seats or so to go.
Adam.
Yes, indeed, Laurie. And one measure we should take account of, look at it here, the Conservatives have got into triple figures. They've now got 100 to Labour's 382. And we're just hearing now that Theresa Gorman has held on at Billericay. There's some other news, incidentally. In overnight trading in Tokyo, the pound has actually risen against the dollar and the yen. So the international market's not, at this stage, taking things too severely, the prospect of a new Labour government. Now, Norman Tebbit, the Tory Reform Group, this evening, have said this election defeat was wholly unnecessary. It was brought about by the rank treachery of the Tory right. They've run a vile campaign of hatred against John Major and his administration, almost from the moment of the sensational victory of 1992. I would imagine they're talking about people like you, aren't they?
Well, they're talking rubbish, aren't they? The vile treachery was committed by 3 left-wing Europhile Tory MPs who defected to other parties. No Tories from
and
I can't remember the damn names.
Emma Nicholson.
Yes, and there was another fella too. But no Tory MPs have defected from the right. They've all remained loyal. Now, earlier, by the way, you in the course of your remarks were referring to this marked swing against the Eurosceptics.
I have to admit that's
6%
changed.
against Redwood. So, you know, I think that it's very wise that you do admit that it's changed.
Now, I admit we were looking at that stage of the night. There was a pattern.
And I think the TRG similarly made up their mind before the figures came in, as you did.
All right, well, I wasn't making up my mind. Our job is to commentate on the results.
Yes, but you got it wrong. You got
no,
it
no,
wrong.
we were right.
I told you at the time
we were right at
wrong.
the time.
You were right at the time. You were right at the time, certainly.
Well, the Conservatives have held Hampshire North East. Can you see any pattern in the Tory party, Des Wilson? What's left?
Well, no, I think I took the view that you did earlier on. I did agree with what Roy Heddesley said earlier, that the British don't like extremes, and I think they were picking out to some degree. But
let's see how Theresa Gorman's done. She'll be a test of this argument, really, whether her vote's gone up or down.
She's won.
22,033.
Up tonight.
Brian, Robert, John, Owen, Hughes, Loyal Conservative, 3,377. Paul Adrian Richards, Labour, 20,677.
Looking close.
Geoffrey Williams, Liberal Democrat, 8,763. And that Theresa Ellen Gorman has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Theresa Gorman is back. We didn't hear her results.
But Adam, it's a 17.6% swing, which is way over what the South East...
Against Theresa Gorman.
Against her, yeah. So it's a bigger than regional swing
who have worked
against her.
so hard and so late to produce these two counts. It's a bit like some of the late nights we have in the House of Commons. Secondly, I would like to thank all of my supporters who have also worked extremely hard in the campaign for me, and most particularly my agent, Ron Turner, and my mentor, who has seen me through now 2 successful election campaigns. and my husband, who of course is giving me enormous support even at this late hour, I am delighted with the result and particularly grateful for the trust and the support which the people of Billericay have shown in me. I have had the great honour of representing them for 10 years, and I shall continue to do so in my usual style for the next 5 years. I will thank too all of those
Liberal
people
Democrats
on the
have
doorstep
gained in
of
Hereford.
Billericay and
Let's leave Theresa Gorman and go over to Henley, the declaration for the Deputy Prime Minister, Michael Heseltine, who, of course, has been dotting about this evening. Michael Heseltine, they are assembling there. Des Wilson, you want to come in at that point?
Well, I just wanted to say that I think that one thing that's happening here tonight is we're seeing tactical voting for the first time really having an impact. And I would think that the Liberals are in particular benefiting from tactical voting, the swing against the Conservatives. And what's quite clear is people really want the Conservatives.
Des Wilson, let's go to Henley now.
I hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election for the Henley constituency is as follows. Nigel Vivian Piers Barlow.
Natural law.
221. Duncan Shaw Thomas Enright.
Labour.
11,700. Michael Ray Dibdin Heseltine.
Conservative.
23,908. Thomas Roderick Hibbert.
Whig.
160. Timothy Richard Horton.
Liberal Democrat.
12,741. Susan Miles.
Green Party.
514. Sebastian Charles Sainsbury.
Referendum.
2,299. And I hereby declare that Michael Ray Dibdin Heseltine has been duly elected as member for the constituency.
Well, Michael Heseltine is back. What happened there was that his majority of 19,000 was cut to 11,000, largely by a drop in his vote. Let's listen to Michael Heseltine.
Through the arduous effort of counting both the constituency for Parliament and, of course, of dividing out the county results. And thank you very much for your long patience this evening. May I also thank the police for providing their customary excellent service in looking after us all in what has, in this particular election, been a particularly worrying time. Can I thank all of my supporters and all of my constituents who have elected me and say that I will do all I can to serve them in the years that lie ahead, whether they voted for me or not, in the traditions of British parliamentary democracy. Can I thank all those candidates who were not able to secure election here tonight for what has been an exemplary election campaign.
Let's leave Michael Heseltine there. He's been safely re-elected for becoming the 106th Tory MP to get back this evening. And let's go over now to the Festival Hall, where Labour are holding their victory party. And we're joined now by Robin Cook, MP for Livingston, and it looks like Mr Cook, the next Foreign Secretary.
Well, that's a decision for Tony Blair. I'll be having a discussion with him tomorrow. But right now I have to say I'm not so much interested in what place I play in the team, but rejoicing in the fact that we're now playing in the winning team. The British people have put an immense trust in us. Now it's down to us to make sure we repay that trust.
Can I ask you, bearing in mind the fairly extraordinary results we've seen this evening, something which no one dared predict, the scale of it, the fact that 3 cabinet ministers have been wiped out in Scotland, it looks as if Scotland, your area, won't have any Tory MPs. What do you think has happened? What is the significance of what's happened this evening?
Well, I almost regret the fact that one Tory didn't survive in Scotland, just to remind us what they're like, so that people are never tempted to go back to them. But the reason why they were wiped out in Scotland is that they are recognised in Scotland as having failed Scotland. And Scotland has delivered an immense, overwhelming endorsement for Labour's policy of devolution to Scotland. And one thing that will clearly arise out of tonight is a Parliament for Scotland to run Scottish affairs. And we also got immense successes right across England and Wales. And that reflects that Labour fought this election under an inspired leadership by Tony Blair on the issues that affect the lives of the real people, on health and education. and on jobs. And now we have a chance to get on with those policies.
Do you think that your party, if it does go now for devolution, as you predict, will have to face up to the question of representation for Scotland at Westminster or not?
Well, we fought this election on seeking a clear mandate for devolution of Scotland, not federalism, but devolution. And in our campaign, we made it quite clear we did not see that on the basis of devolution there was any ground for reduction of representation of Scotland in Westminster. And the people have given us a mandate to carry through that package.
Mr. Cook, stay with us. We're also crossing now to Michael Howard in Folkestone. Good evening, Mr. Howard.
Good morning.
Good morning, rather. Well, can I ask you, first of all, on that point of Robin Cook's, a comprehensive vote for devolution, you got it completely wrong on the Union, didn't you?
I don't think so. I think we were right. But it is true that the people have taken a different view at this election. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Blair on obviously winning a famous election victory. But I think we should perhaps remind people that he won that victory by promising not to dismantle the achievements of 18 years of Conservative government. I'm proud of those achievements, proud to be a Conservative, and the task of the Conservative opposition in the next Parliament will be to safeguard those achievements and to come up with new ways of meeting the challenges which face the country, consistent with and constant to our principles.
What's going to happen about the leadership of the Tory party, Mr. Howard?
I have always supported John Major, and I will continue to support John Major for as long as he wishes to remain leadership of our party.
Are you considering leaving politics? There have been reports you'd like to concentrate more on your legal career.
Those reports were completely untrue. There is no basis in them whatever.
Do you feel any guilt in your heart for the nods and the winks which you've given to those people who've defied the party line on Europe throughout this Parliament?
Oh, I don't accept that that is a true reading of the situation at all. I have not done anything of the kind. I have always been scrupulously loyal to the Cabinet line, and I think that there's absolutely no basis for that question, in fact.
So you're not a fellow traveller of those people, for example, who would have liked to have ruled out a single currency?
I don't think there's any purpose in looking back. My message to the Conservative Party tonight is that in this dark night for our party, we should look forward, not look back. We should come together, no recriminations, and we should concentrate on rebuilding the party so that we can be in a position as soon as possible to get back into government.
And what do you say to John Aspinall, who took quite a lot of your vote?
He got very many votes in this constituency. That is certainly true. And I think that reflects the deep unease which exists about the future of our relationship with the European Union.
Do you feel, given the mandate which finally the Labour Party have received this evening, that one can be confident in their government that Britain will be safe in their hands?
Well, I wish Tony Blair well. It's the interests of the country that must always come first. As I say, he won this famous victory by promising not to dismantle our achievements. The task of the Conservative opposition in the next Parliament will be to safeguard and protect those achievements and to come up with new ways of meeting the problems which face the country. And that's what we must now address ourselves to.
Mr. Howard, thank you very much indeed. I'd like to go back to Robin Cook, if he's still there. No, Robin Cook's gone, so let's come back to my panel now. It is an extraordinary situation, isn't it, Bernardingham? I mean, effectively, we are going to be, are we not, back to what we sometimes thought during the Thatcher years, where Mrs. Thatcher, as it were, got on with the government and the Labour Party got on with its own affairs?
Well, I mean, that in a sense has been the history of the last 5 years, that the Conservative Party have offered every distraction from its achievements to the media in a whole variety of ways. And I don't think that this victory tonight reflects a campaign at all. I think it reflects 5 years of a great deal of self-indulgence and, in my view, a fair amount of political stupidity in which they have played some
But you see, what I don't understand about this evening, the comments from all the Conservatives who we've spoken to, is here it is, it's meltdown, it's a massive disaster. Why don't you actually say what you think instead of keep on saying we're going to go and reflect and all the rest of it? I mean, it can't get much worse than this. Surely you should at least say what you think out in the open and get it sorted out, Lord Tebbit.
Well, they've got to sort it out.
What makes you think I don't say what I think?
Well, Michael Howard, for example, when he says there he's been loyal to the Cabinet line...
That's absolutely correct. He has been.
You believe he has?
Yes.
What about these bastards? I know he wasn't one of them, but there were four bastards who John Major...
Hold on, he didn't refer to any bastards.
No, John Major did.
Oh, but I don't know to whom he was referring. Perhaps he was referring to the bastards that wouldn't let him change the line on the single currency. I don't know.
Well, we actually got a briefing as to who they were, and I can tell you they were all Eurosceptics.
If you tell me about these confidential briefings, I don't understand anything of that sort of thing. I never engaged in that practice, as you know, when I was a minister.
But you're just making my point, Adam. That there has been all these years of trouble and strife, and the party has paid for it tonight. And all these years of trouble and strife have greatly demoralised the people in the country, and many of them have not gone to the polls. It's perfectly obvious. This has been a demoralised party.
Well, I want to ask Des Wilson, because you have been involved in rebuilding parties from very low levels. What's your advice to the Conservatives?
I think it's got to decide what it's about now. I mean, it may actually have to have a fight. It may have to sort itself out. If it tries to continue and pretend there isn't a division, then it will just go on with this kind of problems it's got. It may have to have its fight, sort itself out, and decide what it is. Because unless it decides what it is and coalesces around a position, it can't build. It's got to build from a foundation of unity.
Doug Hoyle, final word from you. Does the size of this victory tonight, the size of the majority, there you are, 10 seats short of 400 MPs, does that actually mean that you've got a freer hand to actually perhaps come clean in some of the areas where Tony Blair was cautious to stick to his pledges, but Europe would be a classic example?
What it means is that we got a mandate, an overwhelming mandate from the country to carry out our programme, and that's what we intend to do. I don't see that we should be doing anything other than what we've said. But what we have set out plainly is on Europe, as we've said, we'll look to Britain's interest and we'll decide what's in the nation's interest. And we shall apply that in all the other tasks that we've got.
You're going to slay the European dragon, I think, was the expression that Mr. Blair used in the Sun newspaper. What is the European dragon that you're going to slay?
Norman, I thought you would know more about the European dragon because you're always on about the European dragon.
Not my expression.
What I'm going to say to you, Norman, is I think you ought to apply. I think you ought to apply yourself to the Conservative Party and stop pretending that you're not split. Well, that's for you. That's for you. I don't want to say anything about it. I don't want about your sorrow.
Gentlemen, we must stop it there. Thank you very much indeed for all your sterling service this evening. Back to you, Laurie and Kay.
Thank you very much indeed, Adam. And we're joined now by Theresa Gorman. Good evening from Billericay.
Hello.
17.6% swing against you. That's a kind of personal vote against you, isn't it?
Well, I don't think it is. There's obviously a swing throughout the country.
But it's bigger against high-profile individuals.
Well, in my constituency, we had a little local difficulty, shall we say. But apart from that, a win is a win. And I shall be part of the new Conservative opposition, who will be in a key position to formulate the policies about which the Conservative Party will regroup. And as I have said, that those policies will be focused on Europe. There is no doubt in my mind that if we had been clear on our policies towards Europe, if we had given the electorate the assurance that we would not give up the pound, that we would not secede any more of our independence, that we would retain control of our borders, which we can't do in the European Union, then we would have succeeded. Mr. Blair has won this election on the backs of Conservative policies, which he has espoused, which he promises not to change for at least 2 years, backing it up with the impossible promise that nobody's going to have to pay out any more money for all the extra items which he's offering. He's going to founder on that, and during this period, we will be regrouping as a Conservative Party.
Regrouping behind whom?
True to the heart of Conservative values.
Who's going to lead the party?
Which is the support of our nation as an independent nation.
Who's going to lead the party?
I haven't the foggiest idea, and what it matters is the policy. The individual is not important, it is the policy. Those are what the public has rejected, and those are the things we must get right.
Theresa Gorman, thank you for joining us.
Una King's just been appointed the second black woman MP in the House. Bethnal Green and Bow, that was Peter Shaw's old seat, and he stepped down at this election. As well as that, it looks as though Stephen Dorrell was lucky to go on the chicken run. Loughborough, that was his old seat. It's been lost to Labour this evening. Well, let's find out what's happening in Cambridge North West, shall we? Dr. Brian Mulwiney's seat. He too went on the chicken run. He was based in Peterborough. He went for the safer seat of Cambridge North West. The returning officer just readying himself for the result.
I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the parliamentary election for the North West Cambridgeshire constituency, held on May the 1st, 1997, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Mawinny Brian Stanley, 23,488. McCoy Barbara Dawn, 7,388. Steptoe Lee Andrew, 15,734. Watts Alexander Risdale, 1,939. Wyatt William Giles, 269.
Confirmation there that Dr. Brian Mawinny, the Tory party chairman, formerly Peterborough MP, has been given the seat of Cambridge North West by the electorate.
Reportedly very worried that he was going to be made a scapegoat for this. There were a lot of rows between Number 10 apparently in Central Office about the way the campaign should be handled and where the emphasis should go on Europe or the economy. Let's hear what he has to say.
Mr. Acting Returning Officer, can I first of all thank you and all of your colleagues for the very efficient way in which tonight's count has been conducted, and indeed the polling stations have been manned during the course of the day. I'm sure I speak on behalf of all candidates when we ask you to accept our appreciation. Secondly, I would like to thank the Cambridgeshire Constabulary for all the help that they have given during the course of the day as well. And thirdly, I personally would like to commend all of the other candidates in this election. It has been conducted fairly and openly and in good spirit. And all of us have made a contribution to that end, and I thank all of them for the contribution which they have made. And of course, I want to say thank you to all of those Conservatives who worked so hard for this great victory this evening. I'm deeply in your debt, and I think you know how much I appreciate it, particularly because on this occasion, I wasn't able to spend as much time in the constituency as I would have liked. And I know all of them will understand if I say a particularly warm thank you to Betty, who has been here through the whole of the campaign. But most of all, my thanks go to those who have entrusted me with the honour of representing them in Parliament for what looks like the next 5 years. It's a great privilege. It's a great privilege to be invited by your fellow citizens to be their parliamentary representative. I am hugely honoured that for the last 14 years I have represented this part of the city of Peterborough south of the river. And I look forward to doing that for the next 5 years, and indeed for the rest of the constituency, which has now done me this great honour. I will continue to be the conscientious Member of Parliament that I have sought to be over the last 18 years. Nationally, The British people have spoken, and they have spoken. They have spoken in a very clear and decisive way. They have emphatically said that after 18 years of Conservative government, of good government, and of an economy which is in excellent shape, they have decided that they want a change. I congratulate Mr. Blair and the Labour Party on their victory. I wish them well as they govern our country. In opposition, we will support them when we believe that they are doing that which is in the national interest, and we will oppose them with reasoned argument when we believe that they are not. But they have done well, and we have not done well, and we will need to reflect on that and the lessons that emerge from it in the days that lie ahead.
We must leave Dr. Brian Mooney there, a key figure in the Tory campaign. He says he doesn't drink and he doesn't smoke. He'll be reduced to biting his fingernails, no doubt, this morning.
We're hearing Tony Newton has lost at Braintree. There's no good news for them tonight, is it?
The leader of the House, of course, lost at Braintree. Confirmation of that in a short time. What does all that mean with Martin Stamford? Martin.
Well, it takes your breath away a bit, doesn't it? Madam Speaker just allowing us into the House of Commons here. This is the picture as it was before this election was called some 6 weeks ago. 325 Tories. They were in government then. Remember that? 326 combined members of the opposition. John Major went into this election in front of a minority government of one. The MPs went away. They went away and fought with their books of words and speeches and campaign pledges, and this is, we think, is what's happened. We've already got 399 Labour MPs. We reckon by the end of the day, when all the results, all 659 constituencies are in, it'll be 419 Labour members. That's our latest prediction. 330 the winning post. On the opposition benches, well, 167 Tories. That's all we're predicting at the moment. But good news for Paddy Ashdown. His predictions of the last few days, 42 Liberal Democrats, seems to have been borne out. Others, well, 30 of them, national parties and from Northern Ireland, which we'll get the results for you, of course, later on at lunchtime today. It's looking like Tony Blair is going to be Prime Minister, standing at that end of the House of Commons, sitting on a government majority of 179. OK, Laurie?
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. The party is still swinging away at Festival Hall. We'll bring you pictures of that in a moment. But first of all, let's join Adam.
Yes, Laurie, and another record has just fallen. There have never been, ever, so many Labour MPs. Their record was in 1945, where they had 393. And as you see there, they're on 399, which is the breach just about to go to 400 with a few more results in, even although the bulk of the results this evening now we expect to be from Shire districts, probably predominantly Conservative. Tony Newton becomes the sixth Cabinet Minister to lose his seat tonight. We think that Gillian Shepherd and Roger Freeman are also in trouble. And these are now pictures of the Blairs in their charter jet flying down to Stansted from Teesside this evening. Chatting there to his wife, Cherie, who looks extremely happy. No alcohol in sight. The Follets, we hear, had a bottle of champagne which they couldn't open. And there's Alistair Campbell chatting back, drinking a cup of tea. Mr. Campbell is a teetotaler these days. And there we have the pictures taken on the Steadicam given to Tom Stafford, the campaign photographer, the partner, as they say these days, of Kate Hoey. Took those pictures, thanks to him indeed. Well, I think, Mr. Norris, you are leaving Parliament voluntarily. Your seat, it should be said, was held by the Conservatives this evening, which may be a tribute to you, may not be. But what is the lesson for the Tory party? This is cataclysmic, isn't it?
It's very serious, and I think the first thing is to remember some humility. I don't think we can say that people just drifted away from the Tories. I don't think, in all honesty, I could say that they merely said time for a change. I think they have said, and we have to recognise it, that they were saying no to us. And I think, as several of my colleagues have said, what we've got to do, therefore, now is to analyse why that should have happened, to, I hope, avoid tearing ourselves apart in the kind of internecine strife that could so easily follow a defeat like this, and form a constructive opposition. I will just make one point in a historic context. In 1945, Labour's huge victory, it took us 6 years to wipe that out and to be back in government. In 1974, we were routed. By 1979, we'd begun 18 years of continuous Tory rule. This is bad, but we have to accept it, as I say, with humility. We have to learn the lessons, we have to regroup, and we can be back, and I believe we will
Norris,
be back.
let's go now over to the Festival Hall and Peter Mandelson, who some would regard as the architect of what's happened this evening. Congratulations to you, Mr. Mandelson. Can I ask you what you think has happened in political terms this evening? I mean, we know the results, but what does it mean?
What do I think of what, Adam? Sorry, it's so noisy here, it's very difficult to hear you.
What's happened to Britain tonight? What does it mean?
What it means is that the Labour Party, New Labour, has recovered the trust of the British people. And we and they have waited a long time to do this. I think that many years ago, you know, the public decided that they wanted to shrug off the Tories. They wanted to turn their back on the Conservative Party, but didn't quite have the Labour Party to turn to in which they could place their full trust. Well, they have found that in New Labour, and that is the key, that is the secret to our success tonight.
Are you radicals or are you thieves of Tory clothes? Because we've been hearing from a lot of Tories that you will keep the torch alight of the Thatcherite reforms.
Well, there are some things that we will keep, yes. There are certain changes in the 1980s which we will not roll back. But you know, New Labour is a genuinely new political force. We reject the dogma, the ideology of both the old left and the new right. We are pragmatic in that sense. But what we are also is a party that still has its core beliefs and the traditional values that has motored the Labour Party throughout this century. A belief in fairness, in social justice, a very, very strong desire to reunite our country and give everyone a stake in it. And that is going to be the trademark of New Labour's programme for government.
You have had a lot of experience rebuilding a party after very heavy defeats, 1983. What is your advice to the Tories now?
Well, you're quite right. I've had a lot of experience. I've been working on this, devoting myself to this for the last 10 years of my life. The Conservatives, though, if they're going to recover, have to rediscover their purpose, their discipline, a sense of what they're about and what they can do for Britain. It's when they forgot that, it's when they abandoned their traditional values and lurched strongly to the right, breaking into factions as they did over Europe. That's when they gave up governing and simply started turning on themselves. I think it's going to be quite a long time before they're able to overcome those divisions and turn their back on what has been a very, very, very bad past for them. But during that time, the burden of responsibility, the great challenge is going to be for us, for New Labour. And I confidently believe we're going to rise to it and lead our country very successfully into the new century.
Tony Blair, some have accused you of pulling his strings. What sort of a Prime Minister is he going to be?
If I was pulling Tony Blair's strings, we wouldn't be in the position we are, and he wouldn't be about to become the Prime Minister of our country. He is going to be a very clear, very confident, a very consistent Prime Minister in number 10, very sober, with a very keen sense of responsibility and a fair amount of humility too. He's going to be a very, very considerable Prime Minister in my view.
Peter Mandelson, finally, have you had your first drink, having given it up this year until you won the election?
I had a taste of a pint of Cameron Strong Arm Bitter in the Labour Hall in Hartlepool with my supporters there, and very tasty and very enjoyable it was too.
Well, perhaps you could go and have a different sort of tipple that we might associate with you now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, that sounded like very good advice, generous advice, almost, from Peter Mandelson there, Steve Norris.
Not all wrong either. A great deal in it, I think, because we do have to go back to our core values. We do have to, I think, redefine what it is that we are in politics to improve. And I think we can do that. I think it is not only incumbent on us, but it's absolutely vital for us, for the sake of our survival, that we do that. And the quicker we get on with it, the better. What we've got to avoid, as I say, is recriminating. We weren't Eurosceptic enough. We were too Eurosceptic. I mean, even tonight in this studio, I've heard the argument as to...
go back and forth.
Yeah, go back and forth. And I will say, as someone who chose not to be in this next Parliament, albeit that, you know, not a choice that I would necessarily want to make, I personally am not interested in fighting those sorts of battles. I'm interested in only one, which is offering a constructive alternative to Labour. But I wish Mr. Blair well tonight. He's got a lot of tasks ahead of him. He's got to perhaps now deliver where in the past all he had to do was to promise. It's no mean task to govern a country. One of the things that he and many of his colleagues are going to find out is that it may look easy, but by God it isn't.
And there we see Labour have indeed passed the 400 mark, 401 for them, as the Conservatives hold Grantham there. Richard Stott, what does having 400 seats, a record 400 seats, mean for the party you support?
It means getting in there very early, I would have thought, in order to grab one. I'm absolutely delighted for Tony Blair. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful victory, and I'm very pleased for Peter Mandelson as well, because he is a superb professional. I know he's got a lot of critics, but by goodness, he's done a fantastic job in organising this campaign. And as for the Tories, I don't think it was just a matter of time for change. I think it's much, much deeper than that. We've seen all the squabbles in Europe develop again today here. You've seen Norman Tebbit blaming the Europhiles, and you've got Bernard Immingham blaming the Europhobes, and the two are at each other already. I mean, then this is going to go on and on and on. You've had 3 weeks of sleaze, which was completely rejected by Martin Bell winning, and you've had all the other problems that they've associated with Kenneth Clarke, who's, to me, the star of the Tory show. I thought he was a wonderful operator during the past 3 weeks.
Liberal Democrat victory there in Cornwall North. Can I just ask you, do you think we will see the Tory party split?
Yes, I can't see anything else happening. I mean, what they need really is a Neil Kinnock, because they're in the same state as Labour was in 1983, and they need somebody to rebuild it from the grassroots, right from the bottom. You don't want warring old war horses. That's the last thing you want. You may not even be producing the next Prime Minister when you do it. But that's what they've got to have. They've got to reorganise right from the bottom.
And I thought about one of your protégés, Alistair Campbell. Has his contribution been significant?
Yes, marvellous. And I mean, when he first mentioned to me that had been asked to do this job, I said to him, well, the chances are that you'll be in on the ground of a terrific victory.
Well, there we have Paddy Ashdown arriving at the Pizza on the Park with Lord Home. Achievement for him too this evening.
Yes, Lord Home has run an excellent campaign. Richard is a cautious man, and he was right to run a cautious campaign in this election. His caution has allowed the positive message to come across. I think as the Tories disappear into their internal quarrels, we're going to see the Liberal Democrats showing real opposition where it's needed and constructive support where it's appropriate. It's a great night for the Liberal Democrats, and especially for Paddy Ashdown.
Right, let's have a listen now to Lord Home, who's been the campaign manager, also, of course, the party's Northern Ireland spokesman, and he will then be handing over to Paddy Ashdown.
First of all, the person who gets the credit, and he deserves it. What a campaign. Paddy.
I see we brought the high-tech soapbox, but not at this stage the helicopter. Richard, the whole of the campaign team, you have been absolutely stunning. I can't tell you what it's been like out there, and I know I speak for all my parliamentary colleagues, and there are now many more than there were before. The way that you who have fought this campaign under the superb direction of Richard, who's done so stunningly for And now we have a lot of work to do. We are the largest force of Liberal Democrats and Liberals that this country has had since the days of Lloyd George. And we will use that force, we will use the vote that people have given us in the next Parliament with a hugely increased number of Liberal Democrat members of Parliament to fight every minute, every second, every hour through the next Parliament for those things that we have campaigned for in this election. Education and investing in education, tackling the crisis of our health service, bringing a new kind of honesty to our politics, and you know they told us we couldn't do it and win votes, but we did. And fighting now to be the cornerstone, the rock upon which we can build a new and modern constitution for our country that will begin to rebuild the bridge between the government and the governed, and bring about, ladies and gentlemen, bring about, colleagues, what I believe will be a parliament of historic reform in this country. It is now clear that Mr. Blair and the Labour Party will govern this country. They can count on the Liberal Democrats for effective, tough, but cooperative and constructive support and opposition where it is needed to bring about the things that we believe this country needs and to fight fiercely against any possibility of the introduction of things that will be damaging to this country. The vote that you have given us, the vote that you have enabled us to garner from the country is a vote of confidence in the kind of things that we uniquely have fought for in this election. And it gives us the strength to continue to fight for those throughout the next Parliament. Best wishes to you all. Thank you very much.
Paddy Ashdown there predicting a historic reforming Parliament, and of course a victory on this scale certainly does mean that constitutional reform, the abolition of the hereditary peerage voting rights, the devolution for Scotland and Wales and indeed parts of England referendum, and possibly a referendum on the system of elections to Westminster are all now very much on the cards. Some of those things Liberal Democrats, Alex Carlile, have been working for a very long time.
Yes, very much so, and we expect Labour to deliver, and we will support them as they deliver. Of course, there is the possibility of a big fight in the House of Lords, but in the light of this huge Labour majority, it would be very surprising if the hereditary peers sought to defy what I think is called the Salisbury Convention.
But you can't, in the end, can you, Richard, just on the Lords, you can't actually say that patronage is any better than inheritance, can you?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean,
no, well, we would. The Liberal Democrats want to go beyond patronage. We would like to go to democracy.
Labour has said not in this Parliament would they actually get rid of and introduce an elected second chamber.
No, and I don't think they will do. I think, however, that they will start making noises about changing the electoral system, because this is good for both Labour and the Liberal Democrats, and will push the Tories further to the right and marginalise them more at a time when they're in severe disarray.
We did see some relatively good news for the Conservatives there, that the Chief Whip, Alistair Goodlad, has survived. So has Gillian.
He's not got many people to whip, has he?
Well, so has Gillian Shepherd. She's back as well. We think that there may well be a question mark over Roger Freeman. We haven't heard that result yet. But the country really is going to change now, isn't it, Stephen?
Oh, I think a lot of people will actually wake up tomorrow morning with some trepidation. Because this is not just a change of government, this really is a sea change in Britain, and many of the things that we're talking about this evening would have profound implications for the way this country is governed and for the lives of all of us who live in it. So I think one of the things Mr. Blair will now have to do is to, in a sense, reassure people to show that he understands that concern about the lurch, if you like, from one direction to another. I say this not in a critical sense at all, but merely that it's an important part of his role as the new Prime Minister to provide that calming influence and to ensure that the changes he does make, he introduces in a way which don't antagonise huge swathes of the population.
Alice Carlisle, Devon West and Torridge,
Yes, and
Emma Nicholson's old seat.
Yes, that's very good news, and I've just been informed that we've gained Cornwall South East as well.
That was the most difficult of your targets.
The most difficult, which means the Lib Dems are on the march in the southwest now, and there are a few to come.
Falmouth and Camborne is, I think, a very tricky seat to call, simply because Labour has been doing so well nationally.
Yes, I agree, Michael.
A three-way seat.
Certainly St Ives is...
Yes, St Ives we should get. Falmouth and Camborne will be very interesting.
38 there, it's just gone up for you.
We still have we had, we've had Somerset and Frome.
Somerton and Frome.
Somerton and Frome.
You won that by a very narrow majority.
Yes, but there are a few more in the southwest to come yet.
We had a very good candidate, actually, in Emma Nicholson's
South East, there you are.
Ian Little-Granger, extremely good candidate.
There were good candidates for all parties, I think.
Yes, absolutely so. There again, you see, I mean, from our perspective, it felt rather like I watched Zulu on the television the other day, and I was minded, over the last few weeks that my job was to be like the what's his name, Lieutenant Chard, who says 100 of us, 3,000 of them, not bad odds, get onto it.
Labour again, Peterborough there.
It's a good thing that Winnie moved, isn't it?
But the reality is that all of our worst nightmares have come true tonight. The polls have not varied. They have been delivered exactly as the pollsters predicted, if not slightly worse. The Liberal performance in the southwest has been impressive. It's taken seats like Taunton from us and these seats elsewhere where we had hoped that we might be able to hang on. This has been just about the worst night, that's
like
pretty
Zulu
obvious.
Than carry on well,
let's just say that we'd have had to rewrite the last reel in order to get to the appropriate verdict. I may say that one of the most interesting features of this for me, and one that'll live with me for a long time,
Derbyshire South.
Edwina
Curry has gone.
Well, that's not a seat I shall necessarily cry too much
But you have been behind the bike sheds with us, Steve, as you admit in your autobiography.
It's a very, very good book. Probably available in some bookshops even as we speak. But no, this has been...
Will there be a sequel about what went on in the Conservative Central Office?
I think it will be a very, very fascinating book indeed to write. I mean, certainly, when you're fighting a campaign, when you sense that it's against you and you have to keep the morale of your supporters up, you're obliged to say in the light of polling evidence that might seem incontrovertible.
Let's have a look at what happened in Derbyshire South, Edwina Curry's seat. This was 20th on the Labour target list. They are Mark Todd, 54%, Edwina Curry, 31.3%. Let's have a look how the votes swung around this evening. Fairly comprehensive defeat. It has to be said, Edwina Curry did actually predict this last Sunday, that she was going to be defeated, so it won't have come as a surprise to her. And
13% swing against her. So in line with many other seats, so she hasn't, if you like, suffered too adversely from declaring a week in advance that she was going to lose.
Be slightly fair to Edwina Curry. I think that Edwina Curry has added a lot to Parliament while she's been there.
I agree.
I think she's been a real fighter. She's been prepared to be independent and express her own views. And I think there should be far more MPs.
But
like
Edwina Curry, an interesting trajectory, in as much as she started out as an extreme right-winger, waving handcuffs at the party conference, pro-hanging, anti-Europe, and ended up as an extreme pro-European
people.
So she's a Tory who's listened.
She's discovered people.
Yeah, she's also been a great...
Right, OK, let's go now to the next Prime Minister, Tony Blair, just about to enter at the Festival Hall to be greeted by his ecstatic supporters down there at the Labour Party's temporary headquarters. And guess what tune they're playing? It's Dee Ream, who perhaps not coincidentally were recorded this evening to appear on Top of the Pops tomorrow, even though last hearing they were at number 19. And the Liberal Democrats have gained Lewis. That's, of course, an area where some Labour members were expelled from the party for helping the Liberal Democrats tactically. So the Tories defeated there. But this is the face of Labour in victory. Remarkable, really, how many ties and jackets there are. That's New Labour, though, isn't it, Stephen?
George Young.
There's another one built on local government election successes. Once again, the Liberal Democrats are showing at last, you know, I've been at this 25 years, and we've always thought, how on earth do we convert local government wins into parliamentary constituencies? We've done it tonight.
I would say that Paddy Ashdown, one of the things he said was that in this election campaign we've seen the conversion of Liberal Democrats from a party of protest to a party of policy.
Yeah.
You'd all agree with that, would you?
Yes, I think they have done, yes. In certain areas, I think the rest of them, you don't see any protest or any policies. But certainly in some of the areas, yeah, they have done.
Yeah. I think referring back, though, to that Edwina Currie result, it does rather prove that the idea that either Euroscepticism or Europhilia was the cause of our downfall tonight would be way wide of the mark, and that's a sign to the Tory party that the last thing it should do is therefore indulge in a bout of argument on that.
But it is, Europhobia would be rather worse than Europhile, wouldn't it? Because Theresa Gorman went down for the worst of the lot.
Yeah, but Steve Norris, you know...
Is that the worst swing?
You're not saying this, but we've had a number of Tories this evening. Michael Portillo was one saying, well, you can't resist a tidal wave and all that. But they can't all say you can't resist a tidal wave. I mean, it's their fault the tidal wave's there, isn't it?
Yes, I think we have to take responsibility, and those who said you couldn't resist a tidal wave were perhaps dodging the question, which is why is the tide running so strongly?
Because you've had 5 years of indecisive.
Yes, I mean, I don't think, in all honesty, we need you to tell us.
Let's face it.
I'm thoroughly enjoying telling us.
No doubt.
I've been waiting for a long time for this one.
You couldn't deal with sleeves. The party divided on sleeve. You couldn't deal with Europe. It was divided on Europe. You didn't look like a government. You can't win an election if you don't look like a government.
I understand that, and I think those are the lessons we've got to learn. Yeah. But in learning them, we also have to remember who our opposition is. It's not our own colleagues.
Well, it is most of the time.
Sometimes it is.
It has been.
Oh, right.
It has been, and it must not be in the future.
I mean, obviously, there's a danger.
There we see the probably the Deputy Prime Minister, his wife Pauline, Peter Mandelson, all bouncing to the rhythm of. I think it's
just a little concern.
Things can only get better. This is the 120-minute version, I think. And Neil Kinnock.
A civil servant, I see, engaging in what seemed to me to be remarkable political
come on, don't be churlish. You don't.
I like him. I like him a lot.
You don't begrudge him this,
no, I don't. I have a soft spot for Neil. But there will be a couple of eyebrows raised, I have to say.
Wow. This wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't have been for him.
Yes,
that is certainly true. That is certainly
a much underestimated figure, Neil Kinnock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who played a very important part in this stunning Labour victory.
Yeah.
And I think Neil
Without
Kinnock
there could be no
always underestimated by the media.
You need a Neil Kinnock now. You need somebody who's going to rebuild your party from top to bottom, which is exactly what he did.
Well, should we say there's one other point tonight, is that I think we've got the first public schoolboy Prime Minister, privately educated Prime Minister since 1964.
Well, since Alec Douglas Hume, yes.
What does that say about Britain?
It says that the Tories are an egalitarian party who draw their leaders both from women and from grammar school boys, whilst Labour retreats into men who go to public schools.
They're following newspapers, because all the tabloid newspapers are edited by public school boys, and all the broadsheets are edited by grammar school boys.
It's all very well to talk about reforming the party. The problem is that you've lost so many activists, so many councillors in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
The average age of your party membership is around 64.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you rebuild a party with that kind
Let's go to Stephen Dorrell's declaration now. Breakaway there from the Festival Hall to go to Charnwood. Stephen Dorrell, this is the new seat, remember. He moved from Loughborough, which was lost tonight, to the safer seat of Charnwood, sorry. Charnwood in the heart of England.
Charnwood result. Stephen James Dorrell.
Conservative.
26,110 votes.
No, don't count till tomorrow.
David John Naggs.
Labour.
20,210 votes. Hugh Lawrence Meacham.
Referendum Party.
Yeah,
2,104 votes. Matthew Palmer.
British National Party.
525 votes. Roger McClellan Wilson.
Liberal Democrats.
7,224 votes. and I declare that Stephen James Dorrell has been duly elected the Member of Parliament for the Charnwood.
Stephen Dorrell there, re-elected or holding the seat for the Conservatives. First time he stood there in Charnwood. Should be said that the majority has gone down from 22,000 to just 6,000. So the swing against the Conservatives, even in Charnwood, but it was a safe enough seat. Indeed, the Conservatives' 317th most vulnerable seat to hold on to.
There's an interesting question that arises from that about the British National Party, who had 525 votes on the question of party political broadcasts. There really is a case now for saying that parties should have their party political broadcasts allocated not on the basis of number of candidates, but on the basis of the number of seats they fill.
As a Liberal Democrat, don't you think that that's an unwise one to push, given the amount of representation you get on television compared to your share of the vote?
Liberal Democrats have done extremely well at this election. I don't know if you heard the British National Party's radio party political broadcast, but it was a Goebbels-like menace.
And there we see the... This is the Festival Hall. It's in fact just outside the Festival Hall. And this is Conservative Central Office. A rather different picture, it has to be said, there in Conservative Central Office, as they greet William Hague, who is back in Richmond, and Michael Portillo, who is not back in Southgate.
William Hague isn't back yet. They count tomorrow.
I count tomorrow. I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
But he will be back, of that you can be sure.
He may well be.
And there's the contrast, but...
Yes, I mean, we're all clapping and enthusiastic, and they all look as if they've taken several noxious substances.
The national debt being one.
What is the point of clapping Michael Portillo?
I think he's a very, very popular figure in the party, and he's been thought to have had an extremely a good campaign. I mean, he's, in fact, if anything...
But he's fought an awful campaign. He's had a swing of, what was it, Michael?
Himself.
18% against him.
17.5.
He's lost a constituency he couldn't lose.
But I can tell you that he's, because he's personally extremely popular and very, very popular.
But hang on, wait a minute. Look, here we are. We're on national television, going out across Europe, across America.
Yep.
And Michael Portillo's lost his seat, and he's making a joint appearance with William Hague. What is he doing? Is he passing the mantle, his mantle, to William Hague? It's an extraordinary thing to do.
He's recognised early, and I thought with very good grace, that his own career is now going to take a very, very different turn. He did have a very good campaign. He is a very considerable political figure, and you can tell from that reception, which is entirely spontaneous.
But, you know, William Hague hasn't had a great
popular
campaign. He was the Secretary of State for Wales. How many seats have the Tories got? He's led them in Wales.
None.
0. You know, is that the way you start a campaign to lead a major political party?
I don't being endorsed by a politician who's just been tossed out.
Yes, exactly.
That's not worthy of you, Alex. I think, again, William Hague, even tonight, I heard some of your panellists, not the Conservatives, I may say, saying what a good campaign he has had too.
Well,
they're two of the most popular figures in our party.
No, he hasn't fought a good campaign in Wales.
Well,
which is where he spent most of the election.
I would have thought anything with a majority of 180 odd for the other party. Any good campaign is highly relative, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, and that's perhaps the truth. That's
campaign.
exactly the truth of it, that when a tide is running against you, that good campaigners don't necessarily deliver the goods in the way they would if the circumstances were more favourable.
Correctly pointed out there that we haven't had William Hague's result yet. There'll be a count tomorrow. Is he in any danger, Michael?
Well, no. I think it's a big majority over the Liberal Democrats. It's 33%. So that would take something like a 17% swing for that to fall. And as I understand it, the Liberal Democrats haven't specifically targeted that seat.
I don't expect William Hague to lose.
And again, it's an absence of a big local government base which would work against them. But you've had your victories elsewhere.
But the point I was seeking to make is William Hague spent most of the election leading the Conservative Party to total annihilation in Wales. That doesn't seem to me to be a great advertisement for a new party leader.
But he also fought a great deal of the campaign in England as well, alongside John Major. He did a lot of television work for us, and what he did, I think we all appreciated, was of enormously high quality.
Let's just have a look at the state of the parties there, because by my calculation, that's just over 600 seats in. And there we have 31% gone to the Tories, 45% gone to Labour. That's a lead of 14%, 17% to the Liberal Democrats. Bill Cash is back in stone. I think he'll be breathing a sigh of relief. And that's the way it's gone tonight. An 11% swing from the Tories to Labour. The Liberal Democrats down, but much better targeting has put them on the brink of 40 seats in the House of Commons, more than doubling their hold last time round. And I think we've got actually very, very few more seats to come this evening. We're still waiting to hear, of course, from Tony Blair addressing his troops in London at the Festival Hall. Back to you, Kay.
Thanks so much indeed. All the Northern Ireland seats, of course, are declaring this morning as well, Laurie.
Indeed. Let's go and check up with Martin now in the virtual area, see what's going on.
Laurie, this is the map that we have been building up through the night, and it's changed colour quite dramatically, as you would appreciate. Look at this Scotland. Nothing to show. No blue patches whatsoever. No blue constituencies at all. No Tories in Scotland at all. It looks like that could be the situation in the Principality of Wales as well. Look how well the Liberal Democrats are doing in the southwest here. This is their march towards London, the inexorable move eastwards, taking in the Isle of Wight, taking in some other constituencies along the south coast, and they're moving into the south-west corner of London and Greater London as well. Having a look at one particular part of the country in a little bit more detail, this is northwest. Now, that is the constituency of Tatton. It goes grey. It stayed grey because that's Martin Bell, his white suit, maybe a little bit grey now after all the campaigning he's done there. But Labour Party building on their strength in the northwest here, spreading their support up and down, and that's just the Liberal Democrat success at Oldham East and Saddleworth. They lost their MP Liz Lynn in Rochdale, but they took Oldham East and Saddleworth. So that's the situation in the northwest of the country. Let's take you off to Westminster and show you where the MPs will be sitting this time round. Here we are in the House of Commons. And amongst the ribaldry, this is the situation that 5 years ago was pertaining then. 336 Tory MPs came back to this House of Commons after that April 9th election. This was on the opposition side, 271 members of the combined opposition, building up to 315, 271 members of the Labour Party. A majority of 21 5 years ago, only 5 years ago for John Major. Now these MPs have all gone, of course. Some of them will be returning, but the most striking thing, we already know 410 Labour MPs will be sitting on this side of the House. Our projection now is that the final figure will be around the 420 mark. Back to you.
Those are the scores on the floors for us. Thanks very much indeed. What's happening at the Festival Hall? No doubt the new Prime Minister is arriving. And indeed, there he is. He'll be going to see the Queen a little bit later on today, but not before he goes to thank the party faithful for all their hard work for the last 6 weeks and 2 days. He said he was never going to be complacent, didn't he? Even when he accepted the nomination at his seat up there in Sedgefield, he said he still wasn't going to be complacent and he wasn't going to accept victory. I think with 411 seats in the newly formed House of Commons, I think he can probably accept victory now, don't you?
Not a bad early birthday present. He's 44, isn't he, next week?
And Sherry, his wife, smiling from ear to ear and also being congratulated by the masses gathered outside the Royal Festival Hall in London in the early hours of this morning. Completely different picture to what it was a little bit further up the Thames in Henley, where we saw Mr. Heseltine just a short time ago. He was very disillusioned by his party, although of course he did hold his seat. All smiles though for Mr. Blair this evening. I don't know if we can hear a little bit more about those congratulations and cheers from the Festival Hall. Everybody wanting to say congratulations to Mr. Blair. Thank goodness they're not playing that record for now anyway. There he is saying hello to the former Labour leader Neil Kinnock, who spoke of his unreserved joy at Tony Blair having achieved what he himself failed to at a general election, and that is Mrs. Prescott, Mr. Prescott, probably the new Deputy Prime Minister's wife. Mr. Mandelson in the background as well. He says he spent 10 years of his life hoping for this morning's events. Where's Cherie? She's not far away, I'm sure. There she is. Looks like it's getting light, doesn't it, in central London? The new Prime Minister just taking a little bit more applause before he thanks the party faithful, expected to go and see the Queen at 12:30.
Thank you. Thanks, that's wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, a new dawn has broken, has it not? And it is wonderful. We always said that if we had the courage to change, then we could do it. And we did it. And let me say this to you. The British people have put their trust in us. It is a moving and it is a humbling experience. And the size of our likely majority now imposes a special sort of responsibility upon us. We have been elected as New Labour, and we will govern as New Labour. We were elected because as a party today, we represent the whole of this nation. And we will govern for the whole of this nation, every single part of it. We will speak up for that decent, hard-working majority of the British people whose voice has been silent for all too long in our political life. And we'll set about doing the good, practical things that need to be done in this country. Extending educational opportunity, not to an elite, but to all our children. Modernising our welfare state, rebuilding our National Health Service as a proper National Health Service to serve the needs of Britain. We will work with business to create that dynamic and enterprising economy we need, and we will work with all our people for that just and decent society that the British people have wanted for so long. This vote tonight has been a vote for the future, for a new era of politics in Britain, so that we can put behind us the battles of this past century and address the challenges of the new century. It will be a Britain renewed, where through education and technology and enterprise, we equip our country for the future in a different and new economic world, and where we build a nation united, with common purpose, shared values, with no one shut out, no one excluded, no one told that they do not matter. In that society, tolerance and respect will be the order of the day, as we watch our children grow in strength and our elderly rest easy and secure in old age. That is the country we have wanted for so long. A Britain whose politics starts once again to live up to the finest ideals of public service. And a Britain that stands tall in the world, whose sense of its future is as certain and confident as its sense of its own history. Today, on the eve of this new millennium, the British people have ushered in this new era of politics. And the great thing about it is that we have won support in this election from all walks of life, from all classes of people, from every single corner of our country. We are now today the People's Party. The party of all the people, the many, not the few. The party that belongs to every part of Britain, no matter what people's background or their creed or their colour. The party that can stand up for what is a great country. And I want everyone to feel proud in their country tonight because they all have a stake in its success. I believe in Britain, and tonight the people of Britain are uniting behind New Labour. They are uniting around basic British values, uniting to put the divisions of the past behind us, uniting to face the challenges of the future, uniting at long last as one nation. 3 days ago, I quoted one of my predecessors, John Smith. He said, all we ask...
...to David Foster at Buckingham Palace to see what's going on there.
Sky News has, of course, had the most comprehensive coverage of the election. Our commitment to the unfolding political events will continue. And here's a taste of a new programme soon to be seen on Sky News.
Major in power from 1990 till now. Tory friends and foes give their own views on how it happened.
The constituencies thought he was Lady Thatcher incarnate.
I could have told him a thing or two about his views on society, economic policy and so on. They were very different from Margaret's.
Well, there were several heir apparents, weren't there, during the 1980s, and I think he just happened to be the right one at the right time.
Well, I voted for John Major because I thought he was the best of the three candidates on offer.
There's nothing wrong with him, except that he should never have been Prime Minister.
I felt like many Tories when John Major became Prime Minister, that tremendous sense of relief that he wasn't Margaret Thatcher.
We all gathered around the table and we looked at each other, and John Major said, "Who would have thought it?" And we all collapsed in laughter.
I don't know anybody who, when they're chatting with him, doesn't come out of the conversation saying, God, how impressive he is.
His oratory is absolutely non-existent, but he has a tremendous touch with audiences.
The British people know a good egg from a less than good egg.
I remember him as a good friend, as cracking good company.
As a human being, I would give him 5 stars.
He's a very worthy and tenacious man. I wouldn't like to spend a weekend with him.
He is an extraordinary man by his very ordinariness.
If you cut him, I think he bleeds.
He's been far too concerned with tomorrow's headlines.
There were times when he certainly felt that he'd been undermined unnecessarily and damagingly by cabinet colleagues.
John Major's enemies will create a deplorable impression on the readers of history.
Major in Power, a unique retrospective, coming soon to Sky News.
More city reaction now, and Sky's business editor Michael Wilson is waiting to speak to us again. Mike?
Morning, Viv. Yes, well, a decisive Labour victory is sort of what the city wanted. Just one way or the other is absolutely fine as far as they're concerned, but reaction's been a bit mixed.
Indeed, we have all the top stories every 15 minutes here on Sunrise. All the election headlines will be after this.
No, 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 never. See you sometime in the next 5 years.
watching sunrise on Friday, the 2nd of May.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
The Queen will shortly invite Tony Blair to form the next government. Labour are celebrating their biggest ever victory with more than 400 MPs. Mr Blair has promised a new dawn in British politics.
John Major also has an appointment at the Palace to offer his resignation. For the Conservatives, it was their worst election for 150 years. 6 cabinet ministers were among those who lost their seats, and there are now no Tory MPs in Scotland or Wales.
The expression on Michael Heseltine's face summed up this tragic night of the long knives for a government which held power for 18 years.
Change tack a bit. Let's look through the morning's papers, the late editions with Laurie Turner.
It is election hell in the papers this morning. For someone like me who isn't that interested, every paper, of course, is full of election stuff. You have to wade through it at the front to get to anything of vague interest to the rest of us. However, I thought I would do 2 election stories this morning. One is this picture. This is the picture of the campaign. I think it's Jemima Khan.
Yes, Viv.
The Conservatives have been reduced to a party with MPs only in England. They have none anywhere else in the United Kingdom. In Scotland, Tories lost their seats to Labour, Liberal Democrats and the Scottish National Party. Let's leave you with a look at... No, we don't have a shot of Downing Street. We were going to show you that. We'll be back after this.
Let's update you now on our top story, and of course it's the fact that Tony Blair is due at Buckingham Palace in just over 2 hours' time to accept the Queen's invitation to form the next government. Labour swept into power with more than 400 MPs, a record-breaking victory.
John Major also has an appointment at the Palace to resign after the Conservatives' worst defeat at the polls for 150 years. There are now no Tory MPs in Wales or Scotland, and there's speculation about Mr Major's future.
The Defence Secretary Michael Portillo was one of 6 cabinet ministers to lose their seats. The others were Malcolm Rivkind, Michael Forsyth, Ian Lang, William Waldegrave and Tony Newton.
Paddy Ashdown led the Liberal Democrats to their best performance in 80 years. They have 41 MPs and are now a genuine third force in Parliament.
And the anti-sleaze candidate Martin Bell easily beat Neil Hamilton, the Conservative at the centre of the Cash for Questions affair.
Well, joining us now is Lord Healey, who was Chancellor when Labour were last in power. Lord Healey, good morning.
Good morning.
It's taken 18 years and 5 elections, but presumably it was worth waiting so long for such an overwhelming victory.
Well, it's a pity we had to wait so long, and a pity for Britain.
Douglas Hurd, who becomes a Lord in the new Parliament. Lord Hurd, as you will be, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Is this ever thought you'd see, the Tories routed to this extent?
Well, it's a bit worse than I...
Well, it's been the longest election campaign this century. The party leaders spent 6 weeks crisscrossing the country by every imaginable method of transport. As we now know, for Tony Blair, the road led only one way to Downing Street. Sky News election coverage continues throughout the day.
Indeed. Laurie and Kay will be back later, and the rest of the Sky News team throughout the day will bring you all the latest on this stunning victory for the Labour Party after the election of 1997. We'll leave you with some images of the night.
Good morning.
It is time to make the change.
No interest group, no pressure group, no trade union, no vested interest of any kind is going to stand in the way of me giving the British people the deal I have promised.
back, please. Keep back. Thank you.
And you will find out in the end, there really is no difference.
Right. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Otherwise, we may not call you again if you're going to be bad.
You're the Tory circus, you're the one supporting people against the Labour Party.
First, shall we?
This is Sky News.
An appointment with the Queen, then he's Prime Minister Blair.
Beaten but unbowed, Major tells the troops it's back to work on Monday.
And counts to come in Northern Ireland. Gerry Adams challenging in West Belfast.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Good morning. The stage is moving on now to Buckingham Palace and Downing Street. In the next hour or so, John Major is expected to leave number 10 and drive to the palace. There he will meet the Queen and officially stand down. Then, at around midday, Tony Blair will leave his home at Islington to see the Queen. Shortly afterwards, he'll be installed as the first elected Labour Prime Minister in 23 years.
It was a night of history, wasn't it? 6 cabinet ministers, including Malcolm Rifkind and Michael Portillo, a raft of junior ministers, former ministers like Norman Lamont and David Mellor, all rolled over by the Labour landslide. This is the latest state of the party, with some results still to come, including 18 seats in Northern Ireland. The Liberal Democrats are celebrating. They hoped for 30 seats. Now they have more than 40. But the Tories are desolate. We understand they've told Mr Major to stay on and launch the fight back.
Our political editor, Adam Boulton, is in Downing Street right now.
Hello, Laurie.
Adam, what is going to happen this morning?
Well, we're seeing at the moment the Prime Minister's new car, his downgraded limousine being loaded with a bag and some suits. This car, we understand, is going to take him to the Buckingham Palace, where he will bid adieu to the Queen as Prime Minister. That will be around about 11:30, and then at about 12:30 Mr Blair will go. Already he's got the green bomb-proof Daimler. He will kiss hands with the Queen and return to Downing Street as the Prime Minister, where he'll walk up the street here and then go inside to start appointing his cabinet.
Now, will he complete those appointments today?
No, he won't. What we expect to get today is the top 6 most senior members of the cabinet. That will include the Chancellor, Gordon Brown, the Foreign Secretary, Robin Cook, David Blunkett at Education and Employment. Remember, education was the #1 campaign priority and the #1 campaign priority for government. Mo Molan has already been announced as Northern Ireland Secretary, and I imagine once we get those Northern Ireland results, she'll certainly have her work cut out. We also expect that Derry Irvine will be appointed as Lord Chancellor. He, of course, was the man who first gave Tony Blair a job as a lawyer in his chambers. But interestingly enough, almost the first thing, even before the cabinet, we get the officials. That'll be the appointment of Alistair Campbell as official spokesman, and also the appointment of Jonathan Powell. Charles Powell, you remember him? He used to be Mrs Thatcher's right-hand man. His baby brother, Jonathan Powell, will become the Chief of Staff here in Downing Street. He was formerly a diplomat at the Washington Embassy for Britain.
Adam, a very busy morning in Downing Street. We'll keep checking with you. For the moment, thank you very much.
Crossing now to David Trimble in Belfast. He's contesting Upper Bann. Mr. Trimble, hello to you.
Good morning.
Your reaction, first of all, to the Labour landslide last night?
It's not a surprise because...
faces quite a huge problem of adjustment, doesn't it? Because so few of its leading members have any experience at all of government.
That's right. It's been 18 years, of course, since any Labour...
This is Sky News.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Shortly afterwards, he will drive to Downing Street, the first elected Labour Prime Minister for 23 years. It was clear from the moment the polls closed last night that Labour was... Adam Boulton.
Get, of course, pretty soon a dissolution honours. That is more than likely.
To interrupt you for just a second.
And his wife Norma and his 2 children, James and Elizabeth, and their...
Good morning. I said most of what I wished to say when I had the opportunity of speaking last evening, but perhaps there are just 1 or 2 things that it would be appropriate to add this morning. It has been an immense privilege to serve as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom over the last 6.5 years. It's a privilege that comes to very few people, and it's a very precious privilege indeed. I hope as I leave Downing Street this morning that I can say with some accuracy that the country is in far better shape than it was when I entered Downing Street. The economy is booming, interest rates low, inflation low, unemployment falling, the growth pattern is well set, the health service is expanding, the education service is improving, and the crime statistics are falling. All of those, I think, are benevolent improvements in the interests of all the people of this country. I believe that the incoming government, to whom I repeat my warm congratulations upon their success, the incoming government will inherit the most benevolent set of economic statistics of any incoming government since before the First World War. I hope very much in the interest of the whole British nation that they're successful in retaining this economy in the future. If I may, I would like to clear up one area of speculation that I know has been abroad a little over the last few days. I have been a Member of Parliament for 18 years. I've been a member of the government for 14 years, a member of the Cabinet for 10 years, and Prime Minister since 1990. When the curtain falls, it's time to get off the stage, and that is what I propose to do. I shall therefore advise my parliamentary colleagues that I believe that it would be appropriate for them to consider the selection of a new leader of the Conservative Party to lead the party through opposition during the years that lie immediately ahead. This will necessarily take a little while to organise. Parliament must meet, and the members of Parliament must make their own consideration of this matter. Naturally, I shall remain at the service of the party during what I hope will be a reasonably brief interregnum. I'd just like, if I may, to add one final thought. During the 6.5 years that I have been in Downing Street, there have been innumerable personal kindnesses from huge numbers of people, many of whom I have never met and never heard from except by way of their individual kindness. I'd like to take this opportunity, if I may, of extending my thanks to them and the other millions of people in the British nation who've always given me their trust and the kindnesses to which I refer. I hope, if you will forgive me, I will say no more this morning. I believe, as you know, I have an appointment with Her Majesty the Queen in a few moments to tender my resignation so that a new government may then be formally appointed. I propose to see Her Majesty in just a few moments. The second reason I'll say no more now is that after that I hope that Norma and I will be able, with the children, to get to the Oval in time for lunch and for some cricket this afternoon. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
So Mr Major has announced that he is to resign as the party leader. He lost the country last night. He's decided to throw in the towel as far as his party is concerned today. Adam, how surprised are we about that?
Well, it was always inevitable that he was going to go. The question was when, as he says, when the play's over, it's time for the curtain to come down. What I thought was interesting there was his apparent ruling out not only of continuing as Prime Minister, as party leader, but also of ruling out possibly even staying on as an MP. And that does raise the question whether there could be a by-election, possibly after the surrender of Hong Kong, which could bring Chris Patten into Parliament if he were to win that by-election rather sooner than we expect. But Mr Major calling there for a brief transition period. Of course, that won't start at all until May the 14th, when Parliament returns for the Queen's speech. And we see there members of the staff shaking hands with John Major's family. John Major saying it's all over. He's ending his ministerial career.
And he's off to watch a bit of cricket later on.
Yes, indeed. I'm afraid I don't know enough about cricket to know what match is being played, but he's going to the Oval. That is, of course, his local team play there. Surrey, I believe it is. He's a supporter of them, always has been, as a South London boy, a Brixton boy. That's the local cricket pitch.
Now that he's going, Adam, who do you think is likely to emerge as the front runner?
I honestly would not like to speculate on that. I suppose the front-running candidates would have to be Michael Heseltine, Kenneth Clarke and Michael Howard. But I certainly wouldn't want to overdo it. I think at this moment we should just think about the personal or professional tragedy which has befallen John Major, what he's achieved, what he hasn't achieved. He has always been, certainly from our point of view, my point of view at Sky News, a very gracious and considerate leader to deal with, so we would like to thank him for that. Of course, he can say, as I was saying earlier, that he's been Prime Minister for a not inconsiderable period, that he has achieved fairly remarkable figures at the end of his premiership on the economy. He did care and try in Northern Ireland. It wasn't successful in the end, and he did manage to hold his party together for a further 6 years and win another general election. Whether it stays together any further, of course, will be for another man or woman to determine.
And of course, he always emerges, doesn't he? Comes across as being a very sane individual. For a man to step out of number 10 and say, look, okay, I'm not Prime Minister anymore and I'm not going to be the party leader anymore, but I'm going to go and watch some cricket, that's very winning, isn't it?
I think that sums up the man. He's always at his best in adversity. He did seem remarkably relaxed. I looked at the family there. There didn't really seem to be any tear-stained faces at all. I think John Major has taken it on the chin. He's always seen himself as a House of Commons man, a party manager. He's always accepted the possibility of defeat, and he appears, at least publicly, to be bowing to it gracefully. And frankly, given that all the cameras are going to be over at the Oval this afternoon...
Adam, let me just interrupt you for just a second, because we can see the short journey that Mr Major had to take the last time leaving number 10 Downing Street. He's heading down the Mall now with his police escort, heading for his audience with the Queen at Buckingham Palace. It's just a very short drive, isn't it? I'm sure it feels like it's taking forever for Mr. Major this afternoon. As we were saying, once that's happened, he is going to the Oval for lunch. Surrey versus the British universities, apparently, Adam, this afternoon. He's spending some time with his family. He's not managed to do that for the last 6 weeks and 2 days.
Well, interestingly, he did get his family to his final rallies, and given, I think, that neither of his son nor his daughter are married, it's very clear that he's admitted their fiancés into the major family circle. There will be a major marriage later on this summer. That's scheduled for the Major's daughter. And Mr. Major has made it clear repeatedly over recent weeks that being Prime Minister isn't everything to him. There are other things. Sport is one, his garden is another, his family is another. So I think to a certain extent he leaves office a contented man. Of course, he would have liked more, whereas, of course, defeat for Tony Blair would almost certainly have deprived him of ever having the chance of occupying Britain's highest political office. So in a sense, the stakes were higher for him, and on this occasion he won.
So now we witness the transition of power as his car goes up the Mall towards the palace. He said, of course, when he came out of number 10 Downing Street a few moments ago, that it had been an immense privilege for him to serve as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom over the past 6.5 years. A privilege, he said, which comes to very few people, and it's a very precious privilege indeed. He's now in the last few minutes of his time as Prime Minister.
He's already relinquished his official car. That's not normally done. That's usually left at Buckingham Palace, apparently, Adam, and then the new Prime Minister takes it over from there. A gentleman to the last, he's already given his car to Tony Blair.
Yes, indeed. I think that was a rather grotesque ritual of one Prime Minister arriving in the car and another one leaving in it, and quite wisely the two men have decided to dispense with it. It's a piece of grim.
Briefly, because we are expecting the new Prime Minister, as I believe we can call him now, to leave the courtyard at Buckingham Palace any moment. And in fact, we can see Sherry in that outfit that Laurie described so glowingly just a few moments ago. And the new Prime Minister of Great Britain, leading us into the 21st century, the youngest Prime Minister in almost 200 years, taking in the spring air, just reflecting for a moment on his landslide victory. Adam.
Yes, indeed. He is the new Prime Minister, and of course I was talking about youth. I forgot probably one of the most salient facts, that Tony Blair is the youngest Prime Minister this century, the first, as he's been pointing out, to have school-aged children going to state schools, whatever the controversy may be about the type of state schools for his elder son Ewan. So immediately there is going to be a new look to Britain. Mr. Major's children somewhat older, of course, and
they're coming just out of the gates. I'm not sure if you can see this actually, Adam. They're coming out of the gates of Buckingham Palace, waving to the crowds, a lot of them foreign tourists, obviously aware of the situation here in London this morning, heading up past the Victoria Monument there. The traffic, of course, stopped for our new Prime Minister as he heads towards his new home.
Yes, indeed. And we haven't, of course, had as dramatic a political moment in terms of a change of government from one party to another for 18 years. I suppose the only other comparison would have to be the ousting of Margaret Thatcher in 1990. She has, of course, spoken this morning, and a massive cheer now as news
they know he's on his way.
Tony Blair's imminent arrival passes down the crowd.
Baroness Thatcher has just been quoted, actually, Adam. She says that she told Tony Blair that he should protect the legacy of her policies and warned, "I shall have something to say if he doesn't."
Yes, indeed. Well, that's almost an endorsement, given that they are, of course, from rival parties. And we're hearing the news now from the officials of the Blair kitchen cabinet, that Mr. Blair is on his way back. He, of course, gets to take a shortcut through Horse Guards Parade, a privilege of the Privy Council, so he should be here very soon. Now, what's going to happen is that Tony Blair and Cherie Blair will get out of their car at the Downing Street gates and then wander down, I imagine, fairly slowly. And we're seeing there two of Mr. Blair's closest team. The lady in front is Angie Hunter, who's been a friend of Mr. Blair's ever since their school days, runs his office, will now, of course, be moving into Downing Street. And behind that, the lady with the red hair is Jan Royal, who was the main personal assistant to Neil Kinnock. And going forward there, Hilary Kaufman as well. Jan Royal, is now working for Tony Blair. We can't quite see them there, but three very important women. And of course, one other change, I've been talking about youth. We're going to see a lot more women MPs and quite possibly women in powerful positions behind the scenes than we did under the Tories. So altogether, however you voted, Britain is going to look very different over the next few days. Of course, delivering different policies is rather more of an issue.
Of course, none of us will ever forget Mrs. Thatcher arriving at Downing Street with that well-rehearsed prayer of Francis of Assisi. Do we think that Tony Blair has got something similar up his sleeve, do you think?
Well, he hasn't got a Ronnie Miller who supplied Margaret Thatcher with those quotes from St Francis of Assisi, talking about uniting the country. I'm quite sure that Mr. Blair, as he has done in his various speeches since it was clear he was going to become Prime Minister, will talk about one nation, uniting the nation. I imagine we'll hear again those words of John Smith, all we ask is the chance to serve. Whether he'll have any literary allusions, we'll have to wait and see. Tony Blair, of course, another trivia fact, if you like, he's the first privately educated Prime Minister since Sir Alec Douglas Hume, Lord Hume. All the other Prime Ministers in between have been either grammar school products, but Tony Blair's father, of course, a barrister and a would-be Tory MP until he had his stroke.
And I think the cavalcade is about to turn into Downing Street. I've just heard from one of our producers. He said any minute now they'll be turning in.
Yes,
so you can always believe a producer.
Well, I believe producer, but you
Mr.
can hear the
Whitby
crowd
run.
cheering. There's a big crowd the other side of Whitehall, outside the Ministry of Defence as well. A great deal of excitement here today in Downing Street as a new Prime Minister from a new party comes in for the first time to form a new government. This, of course, if it's new to us, it's certainly new to him.
Adam, this has been a seismic development, hasn't it? This whole election has taken really everyone by surprise. And it, of course, has created enormous expectations, hasn't it?
Yes, Laurie, it has taken everyone by surprise. The extent of the victory and the defeat has taken everyone by surprise. But really, if we look back on it, it's been obvious all along that the opinion polls have been more or less consistent. And here we have the Blair car has arrived at the gates of Downing Street, which are wide open, and Tony and Cherie Blair are getting out, first of all, in Whitehall, and will then walk down.
Wild jubilation. This is wonderful stuff, isn't it?
Well, it's what the Labour Party have been waiting for and working for all these years, although we are told by Mr. Blair and Peter Mandelson that New Labour is a new party. It's not the same old Labour Party. Not surprising, perhaps, given that Mr. Blair made it clear that the country should reject what he called the same old Tories.
Let's just listen for a few moments, Adam.
Coming down Downing Street, Jonathan Powell, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and Alex Aitken, the Prime Minister's Principal Private Secretary, who of course served John Major and will stay on.
Tony Blair promised government for the many, not the few, and it looks like most of them have turned up and gone to Downing Street. We're just going to soak up the atmosphere for a moment.
Mr. Blair heading back towards Whitehall, and the big crowd of the public who have gathered on the other side to wave to them.
A sea of Union Jacks there. Adam, John Maples, the Tory party's deputy chairman, said if he turns out as good as he looks, we have problems. Certainly proved that last night.
Yes, there's a radio-controlled camera sticking with the Blairs, which will probably get interrupted. The crowd here chanting, "Tony, Tony."
Promised a new dawn for Britain with New Labour. He's basking in that. At 1:01 p.m. he entered Downing Street this afternoon, the new Prime Minister of Great Britain. Is he going to enter that famous door?
I think he's going to say something first. I just get that feeling.
Should we make it official and tell you what Buckingham Palace said? The Queen received the Right Honourable Tony Blair this afternoon and requested him to form a new administration. The Right Honourable Tony Blair accepted, surprisingly, Her Majesty's offer and kissed hands upon his appointment as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury.
Mr. Blair now thanking the staff personally from Millbank Tower. But you better stay down.
Since we saw scenes like this in Downing Street. Time for a speech? No, this has got a few more people to thank first. Little people who've gathered to congratulate him also. Now perhaps a word from the new Prime Minister.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I should say to you that I have just accepted Her Majesty the Queen's kind offer to form a new administration of government in this country. I should like to begin, if I may, by paying tribute to my predecessor, John Major, for his dignity and his courage over these last few days, and for the manner of his leaving, the essential decency of which is the mark of the man, and I am pleased to pay tribute to him. As I stand here before number 10 Downing Street, I know all too well the huge responsibility that is upon me and the great trust that the British people have placed in me. I know well what this country has voted for today. It is a mandate for New Labour, and I say to the people of this country, we ran for office as New Labour, we will govern as New Labour. This was not a mandate for dogma or for doctrine or a return to the past, but it was a mandate to get those things done in our country that desperately need doing for the future of Britain. And this New Labour government will govern in the interests of all our people, the whole of this nation. That I can promise you. When I became leader of the Labour Party some 3 years ago, I set a series of objectives for the Labour Party, and by and large, I believe that we have achieved them. Today, we have set objectives for a new Labour government. A world-class education system in which education is not the privilege of the few, but the right of the many in our country. A new Labour government that remembers that it was a previous Labour government that formed and fashioned the welfare state and the National Health Service. It was our proudest creation. It shall be our job and our duty now to modernise it for a modern world, and that we will also do. We will work in partnership with business to create the dynamic economy, the competitive economy of the future, the one that can meet the challenges of an entirely new century and new age. And it will be a government that seeks to restore trust in politics in this country, that cleans it up, that decentralizes it, that gives people hope once again that politics is and should be always about the service of the public. And it shall be a government, too, that gives this country strength and confidence in leadership, both at home and abroad, particularly in respect of Europe. It shall be a government rooted in strong values, the values of justice and progress and community, the values that have guided me all my political life, but a government ready with the courage to embrace the new ideas necessary to make those values live again for today's world. A government of practical measures in pursuit of noble causes. That is our objective for the people of Britain. Above all, we have secured a mandate to bring this nation together, to unite it, one Britain, one nation, in which our ambition for ourselves is matched by our sense of compassion and decency and duty towards other people. Simple values, but the right ones. For 18 years, 18 long years, my party has been in opposition. It could only say it could not do. Today, we are charged with the deep responsibility of government. Today, enough of talking. It is time now to do. Thank you.
So, Tony Blair and his children coming forward now, Catherine, Nikki and Ewan, and of course Cherie Blair posing on the doorstep of number 10 as Prime Minister for the first time. No literary frills at all from Tony Blair in that acceptance speech. He first of all praised the decency of John Major. Then he reminded everyone that he will govern as New Labour. That was what he was elected on, he said. That, I think, is a message, if you like, to the left. He said that education was his first priority, at least the first he mentioned. Education for the many, not the few. That he was committed to modernise the National Health Service for a modern world, to work in partnership with business, and that politics should be and always should be about the service of the public. He said that he would offer leadership at home and abroad, especially in Europe, that his principles and values would be justice and fairness, but he wanted to make those values live again. And he said that he believed he had a mandate to bring the nation together according to the simple values of compassion and decency. And going back to one of his big themes, that opposition, you could only talk and not act. He said in opposition you could only say and could not do. Now is the time to act.
Adam, he said enough of talking, time to do. Do you think that this country is going to see a lot of change quickly under Tony Blair?
Yes, I do. He has the mandate in the House of Commons pretty much to deliver what he wants at this stage. We are promised immediate action on constitutional reform. We are promised that new budget, which will bring in a windfall tax on privatised utilities to get his scheme of jobs or training for 250,000 young people into place. We are promised action in Europe. And the key point here is John Major really has been spavined for the duration of the last Parliament because he couldn't command a majority in the House of Commons. Tony Blair has that record majority, and Alistair Campbell, his press secretary there, taking the camera to take a photograph. A lot of work, but a young man with a lot of energy, and he's waving up at the buildings of the Foreign Office, which are opposite. The balcony is crammed with Foreign Office workers looking down, some of them rather precariously from various ledges.
We've got these talks happening very soon.
The Blair family again, posing on the doorstep. The children who've been up all night look fairly overwhelmed. And he's going back to thank his staff there. Shaking the hand of Tim Allen, his Deputy Press Secretary, who was in tears during that speech from Tony Blair on the doorstep of Downing Street.
The Europe talks happen very soon, don't they, Adam?
Yes, they could happen as early as this month. The Europeans would like an early summit. Labour has indicated they won't go for it. Mr Blair pushing his children over the doorstep of number 10 ahead of him. So the 4 other members of the Blair family went in first. And we're seeing there Alistair Campbell, who of course knows the security men from his days as a journalist, chatting with the Prime Minister's principal security guard.
Trivia
And
question
now,
in years to come, Adam. Where were you when Tony Blair entered number 10 Downing Street?
yes, well, a historic day. The first Labour government now there for 18 years, assuming the reins of power in Downing Street. We will expect to hear within a very few hours some of Mr Blair's initial appointments. Almost certainly we'll hear that Alistair Campbell will be his official spokesman. We'll hear that Jonathan Powell, the younger brother of Mrs Thatcher's old age, Charles Powell, is going to be the Chief of Staff. and by this evening we're expecting to have confirmed the top jobs in the cabinet. That is Gordon Brown as Chancellor, Robin Cook as Foreign Secretary, Mo Mowlam as Northern Ireland Secretary, David Blunkett at Employment and Education, Lord Irvine, Derry Irvine, Mr Blair's old boss as Lord Chancellor, and possibly one or two other appointments, Jack Straw at the Home Office. We're expecting that today, the rest of the Cabinet tomorrow, and although Monday's a bank holiday, we're already told that the new ministers will expect to be at their desks, familiarising themselves with the job they now have ahead of them.
We'll have the full set 22 Cabinet Ministers tomorrow, will we, Adam, do you think? No surprises?
That is the plan. I think there will be some surprises because, brutally perhaps for Labour at this moment of triumph, there aren't enough jobs to go round. Mr Blair, I think, will feel that he does have a personal mandate to appoint who he wants. He won't want to offend party rules too much, however, suggesting that the shadow cabinet should be in his first cabinet. But they do want this all sewn up by the meeting of the Privy Council tomorrow, in time for the first formal meeting of the cabinet. The Privy Council, of course, makes you a right honourable rather than just an honourable member of Parliament, and that is the sign of being a cabinet member or a former cabinet member, because the Privy Council is a job for life, unlike being in the real cabinet and the government, as John Major has just found out.
Adam, thank you for capturing the atmosphere and the activity in Downing Street this morning.
Tony Blair's enjoying a few moments with his family now before he once again takes up the mantle. He paid tribute to Mr Major's dignity as he spoke to the masses in Downing Street, but he also said enough of talking, time now to do. Colin Brazier has been looking at this morning's events for us.
The road, and we can almost certainly expect John Redwood to follow suit very quickly. For those of you who maybe have just switched on and missed the amazing scenes of Tony Blair arriving in Downing Street and taking his walkabout, just enjoy this for a moment.
This is Sky News.
I've just accepted Her Majesty the Queen's kind offer to form a new administration of government in this country.
Tony Blair, Prime Minister of Britain's new first family.
The crowd's cheers and tears. Downing Street's never seen anything like it.
And goodbye, Mr Major, resigning as party leader too.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Good afternoon. Prime Minister Tony Blair has arrived in Downing Street to the cheers of hundreds of Labour supporters. Mr Blair made the short journey from Buckingham Palace after being invited to form a government by the Queen. On the steps of number 10, he pledged to govern in the interests of all our people. John Major has announced that he's quitting as leader of the Conservative Party after Labour's landslide election victory. The former Chancellor, Ken Clarke, was the first to say he'd be a contender in the Tory leadership race. Mr Blair is having a family lunch at number 10 before announcing the first posts in his new cabinet. Mr Major has gone to the Oval to watch cricket.
Well, it's what...
You look but turn away, just walk away, walk away.
Let's get in next time. I promise I will. Yeah.
All you got to say, now the words just slip away, just walk away, walk away, walk away. That's what they say, what they say, what they say. Gotta walk away. If you play all the games they play, you played them yesterday, just walk away, walk away. If you
achieved a great deal for this country. We have more to achieve yet. Well, it's nice to see you here anyway. This is what electioneering should be about. Happy to see you all here.
This is Sky News.
New Labour, new era. Blair promises action as he takes number 10.
Labour of love. Cheering crowds reach out for the young Premier.
And retired, hurt, cricket-loving Major licks his wounds at the Oval.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Good evening. Tony Blair swept into Downing Street on a tide of emotion today. He led Labour to its biggest ever election triumph with a majority of 179. The new Prime Minister and his family were greeted by an ecstatic crowd of well-wishers in scenes of celebration never before seen outside number 10. This evening, he allowed the cameras into the House. Earlier, a defeated John Major announced that he would step down as Conservative leader. Then he went off to watch a cricket match. Our political editor, Adam Boulton, has been at the centre of events throughout an epic day.
Tony Blair.
Now you can do the...
I'm all over the place. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
There you have it. That's the Conservative symbol for this election. Those red demon eyes. How desperate. A butterfly.
Hold on to it then.
A butterfly.
Wowee, yeah. Wowee.
Tory Central Office are now running so scared they can't even produce a tie with a positive message.
Trying to make some sense of it all, but I can see it makes no sense at all. Is it cool to go to sleep on the floor? Till I think that I can take anymore.
Paddy, I thought I'd check your horoscope as a Piscean. Useful for a day about fish too. And I turn naturally to Russell Grant. It's rather spooky. It says, a youngster is draining you emotionally, and unless you can sort out some help of some sort, you'll have no strength left for yourself. Is Tony Blair having that effect on all of you?
Vincent, I think you enliven and amuse us greatly, but you're... No, why not? You patronize me. With your help and with your vote, We shall make a bonfire of this government and at the same time light a beacon that will shine for this country right through into the next century.
You won't be there now. And my heart is where it's always been. My head is somewhere in between. Give me one more chance. Let me be another tonight. You're the real thing. You're the real thing.
Say to you that I have just accepted Her Majesty the Queen's kind offer to form a new administration of government in this country. I should like to begin, if I may, by paying tribute to my predecessor, John Major.
This is Sky News.
Good evening, I'm Adam Boulton, and tonight on Election Issue, your verdict on the general election. What now for Blair, for Britain and the...
This is Sky News.
It is a mandate for New Labour, and I say to the people of this country, we ran for office as New Labour, we will govern as New Labour.
Down to business at Downing Street, Blair names key members of his new cabinet.
Labour of Love cheering supporters reach out for the new Premier.
And out of the game, Major standing down as Conservative leader.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Good evening. Tony Blair took over as Prime Minister today amid rapturous scenes at Downing Street. He entered number 10 with his wife and children after being greeted by a jubilant crowd. His stunning victory gives him an overall majority of 179. Here's a look at the state of the parties. Conservatives down to just 165 seats. Labour breaking records with 419, and the Liberal Democrats up to 46, the others on 29.
Mr Blair was quick to name his key cabinet members, with John Prescott as Deputy Prime Minister, Gordon Brown as Chancellor and Robin Cook taking over as Foreign Secretary. John Major announced he was stepping down as Conservative leader. When the curtain falls, he said, "It's time to get off the stage."
This is Sky News.
I say to the people of this country, we ran for office as New Labour, we will govern as New Labour.
When the curtain falls, it's time to get off the stage.
Tony bids the Tories goodbye and sets to work on his cabinet.
Family values Blair promises to build for a new generation.
And the aftermath of the May Day massacre, Major will stand down.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Good evening. The new Prime Minister...
This is Sky News.
It is a mandate for New Labour, and I say to the people of this country, we ran for office as New Labour, we will govern as New Labour.
The Prime Minister starts to build his new government.
It's a family affair. The Blairs move into their new home.
And Major's view from the boundary, he's resigning as Tory leader.
This is Sky News Election 97, continuous coverage.
Very good evening to you. Prime Minister Tony Blair wasted no time today. He announced key posts to his new government, even as the last results were still trickling.